Good evening. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Town of Superior Board of Trustees for Monday, September 23rd, 2019. Could we all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Phyllis, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Clint Paulson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Mark Lasis.
Here.
Trustee Sandy Hammerly.
Here.
Ken Lish.
Here.
Kevin Ryan.
Here.
Neil Shaw.
Here.
Boris Blazinski.
Here.
Town Manager Matt Magley.
Here.
Town Attorney Kendra Carberry.
Here.
Town Clerk Phyllis Harden here.
Thank you. Next is the approval of the agenda. Are there any items on the agenda the board members would like to pull from the consent agenda or change on the agenda?
I'll pull item 3C.
Okay, Ken pulls 3C. Any additional changes to the agenda? I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Okay. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis, second by Trustee Hammerly. All those in favor? Passes unanimous. All right, reports. Who'd like to start? Ken, go ahead.
On September 12th, the ACES committee had to cancel their regular meeting due to lack of quorum. So if there's anybody out there that is interested in joining ACES, and a few of our other committees also have openings, please feel free to put in your application. It'd be greatly appreciated. On September 13th, I attended the Jeff and Paige concert at Wildflower Park. It was fantastically attended and went great, and was a really fun event for some of our younger residents. Glad we've continued that tradition with that event, especially now that I have kids that can actually go. And then on the 21st, I attended the Superior Shindig, and it was just a fantastic inaugural event. I think CAPS did a fantastic job with it, and I look forward to more events in the future. That's all I have.
Thanks, Ken. Laura?
Good evening, everyone. Last Friday, I attended the Superior Historical Commission meeting. I've been asked for all the trustees from the Historical Commission, and they're interested in hosting the trustees for a tour of the museum after its regular hours. And they've suggested Saturday, October 5th, which is the day that the museum will already be open to the public at 2 p.m. for a trustee tour. I'll send an email to everyone offline about this. If that date doesn't work, they're happy to set up additional sessions as well. Along with Ken, I really want to echo my congratulations to CAPS Committee and town staff for executing the Superior Shindig really successfully. It was just a great inaugural event. I'm really hopeful we'll have it in the future. I had some friends visiting from out of town, and based on the Shindig, they said they want to move to Superior, which I'm pretty excited about. Finally, I wanted to bring up for the board the topic of our next retreat and potential for November meetings. Matt, I know you had been having some difficulty getting a quorum on when we could all be here, so thought I would bring it up in public for us to discuss.
The dates we sent out for November, for a second meeting in November, we couldn't get all seven, a date that works for all seven. Another option would be the first Monday in December. So it's December 2nd, I think.
Is there another doodle poll out there for that one?
Yes, there is, yeah.
Okay.
And just to confirm, Laura, you mentioned retreat. This isn't for a retreat. This is for our actual meeting,
This is
right?
for the Morgan Ranch
Right.
Yes.
application.
But I think we were also trying to find a date for the retreat and hadn't been able to find one for that as well.
That's correct.
I thought December 2nd was a TSC meeting.
It is the thought there, maybe we could have the TSC meeting a little earlier.
Okay.
And then have the board meeting after that.
So this would be a continuation of the Morgan Ranch FTP? So we're just assuming that it's going to take more than one meeting? Okay.
Okay, anything else?
Okay. Kevin?
I don't have any announcements, although we did, I don't think we mentioned the budget meeting we had last Monday. So had our first budget meeting last Monday, so which will be continued. Have we determined the date on that next meeting?
The date that we can get the most trustees at is October 3rd, 9 to 11.
9 to 11. Okay. Helpful. And no other announcements. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mark.
I have nothing to report.
Neil?
Thanks. The library board of trustees held their meeting on September 12th. Some keynotes: the library booth at the Chili Fest had well over 300 attendees, which is outstanding and a definite improvement over 2008 when it was 0 because it had no booth. On the Same Page is holding its evening with the author on Thursday, September 26th at the Lafayette Arts Hub. That event is free, but registration is required. October 4th, the library will hold a First Friday event from 6 to 8 p.m. with a folk band. Finally, the library is moving forward with its 50 books in first grade to both motivate children to read throughout first grade and familiarizing their caregivers with the library's easy reader and early chapter books. As part of the project plan, the library staff will be reaching out to the first grade teachers and librarians at all the area schools to increase awareness of the program. And as far as anyone is able to determine, this is the first of its kind project in Colorado. ProStack held its meeting this past week on September 18th. Some key takeaways: the general consensus was that the 2020 proposed town budget maps pretty well to the amenity list that ProStack had developed earlier this year. ProStack also spent time discussing our neighborhood parks to identify improvement opportunities. One thing that came out is obviously shade in all the parks and more bike parking at Community Park because there is none. Finally, just to echo what everybody else said about the Superior Shindig, I really enjoyed it as well, and I look forward to it becoming part of the town's regular fall programming schedule. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Neil. Sandy?
I have nothing to report.
All right, thanks. Okay, back to Laura.
One additional topic for everyone. We had mentioned previously the possibility of having First Fridays at Land Rover. Sandy and I kind of on email said, let's bring that up to the group, see if anybody else has concerns, thoughts on doing it that way. The thinking is that we would give the general public an opportunity to see 1500 Colton Road, but it would be a regular First Friday event.
Great, good.
Can you ask Mark, we'll probably have to rent chairs or something for it if we do it at Colton Road? Because there certainly aren't any chairs in there or anything, and some tables or something.
Yeah, I'll work with my staff, see what we can come up with.
Okay, and we'll get some coffee from across the street or something.
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, good evening, everyone. Today I attended a meeting on the U.S. Census with some other partners in the Boulder County region, and will be attending those on an ongoing basis up to the census, which is next April. And so if anyone's interested in that, I'd be happy to share what I know to date, and we'll certainly be sharing more as more comes available. Got our second grade tour coming up this Friday here at Town Hall and the Historic House, and thanks to Historical Commission for making that possible, and our town staff for opening up Town Hall. And that is it for my announcements. Matt?
Yeah, one announcement. Tomorrow we'll have some road construction work on McCaslin near the Ridge, High Plains corridor, or drive, I think it is, in the afternoon. So there'll be some traffic control going on there as we do that asphalt patching work.
Okay, thanks. Kendra?
I don't have anything, thanks.
All right, thanks. And Phyllis? All right, very good. All right, next is public comment, and this is public comment on consent agenda, presentations, which we have none tonight, or non-agenda items. If you're here to comment on the public hearing, the continued public hearing, we ask that you wait and deliver those comments at the time of the public hearing, just so that those comments are recorded into the record. We've also pulled item 3C off of the consent, and we'll offer an opportunity for public comment right after the board's quick discussion on that item. So anyone for public comment at this point? Any public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll go on to presentations, we have none, and on to the consent agenda. And I'll entertain a motion for consent agenda item 3A and B.
So moved.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis, second by Trustee Lish. All of those in favor? All right, that passes unanimous. And item 3C is adoption of a resolution approving an agreement with Superior Maintenance for snow removal. Ken, you pulled that item?
Yeah, I appreciate Spirit and Maintenance being here tonight, and assuming Alex is somewhere in the audience as well, hiding back there. So I just wanted to start off with a kind of a general overall observation and question that was highlighted in the staff memo. Our snow removal costs were the highest on record last year and about 67% higher than the 10-year average, which I understand isn't necessarily apple to oranges because we didn't have our fourth snowplow for that entire time. But during that same period, this was only the fifth largest snowfall in the past 10-year period. Could we just get a brief explanation and discussion about whether there's additional cost control measures that might be reasonable or worth considering for this upcoming year and what we might do differently?
Okay, well, a couple things that affected our cost last year were we have increased our levels of service. We added a fourth truck. A few years ago, we used to have just 3 trucks with the contract. That gives us additional flexibility to provide liquids at the same time that we're providing solids in terms of snow materials. We also added Coal Creek Crossing this past year, and we also increased our level of service in terms of tight areas like Sagamore and shady areas where we get out there ahead of the storm when there's a sizable accumulation of 3 or 4 inches or more. We have tight areas in Sagamore, so we get out there with loaders and dump trucks and try to remove the snow ahead of things so it doesn't freeze. And then shady areas like River Bend and Moldona and some other ones that have areas that we can remove the snow on the south side. We will have been doing that. $66,000 were just for that particular cost of doing loaders to get it ahead of the storm. Over the years, we've had inflation of the contract, and we've had inflation of our materials, so that has a lot to do with when you compare it with the previous years. We did have a very good year in terms of getting out, having good levels of service, and not having, we have very few complaints, so I think we're providing an appropriate levels of service.
So I take that to mean that rather than seeing this as a outlier within the data set, that we should expect this cost to be more along the lines of the new normal, or?
Snow varies from year to year. So sometimes we have some big dumps. Sometimes we go years with not as many storms. This was probably a typical but above average in terms of snowfall and number of events and the type of events where we needed materials out there when we have a lot of storms that are freezing that we want to get out and get materials out to prevent loss of traction for vehicles, drivers that are out in the snow.
Okay. And then as far as measuring our success in this area, what is our preferred measure? Are we going by number of complaints, compliments? Are we looking at costs per the miles driven or miles served?
I think cost per inch of snow, cost of inch per snow is one area that you can look at. We could probably also do some inflation-adjusted performance measures to really track, performance, because we have inflation going on along this period.
Right. And then as far as this is our last year in the contract, looking forward into next year, is the fourth plow something that we've found to be a necessity and is a good addition? How are we measuring that aspect?
I think it's really key to have a fourth truck at this point, also what's going to occurring, we're going to be bringing on more roads for the town center as their roads get accepted for maintenance. So I think we'll definitely need a fourth plow going forward with the number of miles that we'll have under maintenance.
Okay. And I appreciate the volunteering to do some inflation adjusted numbers next year. That way we can look apples to apples a bit more.
Sure.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Alex.
A few questions. Thanks, Alex. And one thing I just want to start with, I know throughout this last spring, we had a lot of late season snow. And I know a lot of folks expressed to me that they're fascinated by how clean our streets were, and they would just creep into Louisville, and it was just a very different, different experience. So, I definitely appreciate all the work that the group has done. Obviously, now we're looking at the cost and trying to decide, how we should continue that. I kind of share some of Ken's concerns, in terms of how are we measuring, the complaints, if they've gone down, just throw them into this table so we have like how many complaints we're getting year by year. And there's a fascinating row in here in terms of route miles served, and it's just stayed static at 54. I know you added Coal Creek Crossing in there.
Yeah, I think I neglected to put Coal Creek Crossing for last year, so that.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be really important when we add Promenade and Superior Drive and all those other streets, just so we get a better feel for how things are going to change. My main question is, so if we're at 614 for 2019. The budget request is only 405.
That does not include materials, the 405.
Okay.
So it's just talking about Superior maintenance contract. So the budget related to that contract is 405. We have separate line items for materials. We purchase the materials separately.
So let's assume that the materials will probably be around the same area.
130,000 is what we budgeted for materials for this coming year.
Okay, so we're roughly 530 is what you're budgeting for next year.
Right.
So what can we do to obviously we can't control the weather, although it'd be nice, but other than that, is there something we can do to try to stay at the 530 versus creeping higher?
That's a good question. And our finance director and I have this debate, whether we budget for the worst storm or the average storm. So we budget for an average year.
Okay.
And we got to be cognizant, if we have a high snowfall year, we need to be aware of that and try to cut back in other areas, unless the board would like us to decrease our levels of service. And we've tried to do that in the past, and the board always say, no, we don't want cutbacks in levels of service. So we keep track of those costs, and we have flexibility in some of our other budget line items that will have to make up the difference if we have an overrun in that area.
All right, thank you, Alex.
Alex, first off, thank you, and Superior Maintenance, thank you for continuing to provide excellent service here in town. I've been on the board now for 3 years, and we've signed a lot of contracts with a lot of contractors for services to be provided to Superior, and without fail, the snow plowing that is done here in town is probably the thing that we hear the most positive feedback from the community, because it is just so apparent when you cross the line from Superior into Broomfield, from Superior into Louisville, from Superior into Jeffco, the conditions of the road changes. And everybody, when we have a big snowstorm, we consistently hear accolades from the public about just what a fantastic job Superior Maintenance does in terms of just keeping our streets safe. So thank you for that. If you could just, for the benefit of the public, so this contract wasn't bid out, and we had an existing contract with Superior Maintenance. If you can just kind of explain our process of when do we actually go and bid out a new contract as opposed to extend an existing contract, and what is the policies and procedures with regards to those extensions?
Sure. Our purchasing policy allows us to bid contracts like this every 4 years, and this is the final year. We're going into the final year of that 4-year period. So for next year, we would go out and solicit bids from qualified snow removal contractors. And then in this particular contract, we allow a cost of living increase. So each year we look at the Boulder, Denver, Greeley CPI, and we allow them to have that increase. For this year, it was 2.1% for that. So every 4 years, we go out and do a competitive bid for these types of services.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone have anything further? All right. I'll just echo Mark's comments that we absolutely appreciate the service we get from Superior Maintenance, and I think our residents definitely value the quick service and the good conditions of the roads after snowfall. So I'll be supporting this motion. So, all right, I will allow public comment, since I mentioned that during the opening. Any public comment on this agenda item, the snow removal contract? All right, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. Town of Superior Resolution Number R-51, Series 2019, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior approving an agreement with Superior Maintenance Incorporated for snow removal and ice control services.
Okay, motion by Trustee Lish, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis, and we'll need a roll call vote.
Lasis,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Kwasinski,
Yes.
Folsom,
Yes.
Hammerly.
Yes.
All right, motion passes unanimously. All right, thank you all very much. We're on to item number 4, which is continued public hearing and adoption of a resolution approving a subdivision plat and final development plan for blocks 16 to 24 Superior Town Center, downtown Superior, and a subdivision improvement agreement. So just for the benefit of the public that's here in attendance and those watching, just a little brief review of our procedure for this evening. This is a continued public hearing, so our public hearing is remaining open from the first meeting that we had on this agenda item. We're going to start this evening with a short presentation from staff, which includes some updates from the last meeting. We're going to then go into board question and answer with the developer and staff. And just a reminder to our board, that is just question and answer. We need to kind of hold off on discussion of positions and things of that sort until we close the public hearing and go into discussion. Then after a question and answer session, we're going to go to public comment and would invite anyone in the public who'd like to speak on this to do so at that time. If you've emailed us about topics, that is included in the record, and so you don't have to repeat what you said in emails unless you just want to. Saying it twice doesn't make it more of a public comment. It's all in there if you've stated it already. And same with if you spoke at the last meeting, you're also welcome to speak again, but again, you don't have to repeat what you said because it's already in the public record. Then following public comment, we'll go to an additional session of board question and answer if there's any questions that come up during public comment that we need to ask staff or the developer. Then at that point, we'll close the public hearing, have board discussion, and a vote. And that may or may not happen tonight. We're not on any set time schedule that things have got to happen, but that's kind of the general outline of how we expect things to go. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started with Stephen. Welcome.
Good evening, Stephen Williams, town staff. Just a quick little presentation to kind of reorient everyone with the proposal and to clarify what's happened, I guess, since the last meeting. So tonight's development application involves a subdivision plat and a final development plan. The plat would create blocks 16 through 24 within downtown Superior, and the development application would allow for 199 townhomes and 101 single-family cottages to be developed. The map on the top left illustrates the proposed locations for Toll's townhomes in blue and their cottages in red, and then front elevation examples of each product type are also shown. Chase Mullen, the town's 3D imaging consultant, as well as the applicant, Toll Brothers, and the master developer are here again tonight as well. So this just shows the general area of the whole downtown development, and the project area again is here in the southeast corner. Toll provided a detailed presentation at the last meeting, so I won't rehash everything, but rather provide a quick overview of the direction that the board provided staff to the last meeting, and then the brief summaries that staff, kind of a summary of the addendum that we prepared for last week. Much of the conversation at the last meeting concerned additional clarification on the feasibility, costs, and traffic impacts of the street connection options from downtown Superior to Rock Creek Ranch, and whether or not it should occur over South Coal Creek or through an extension of Promenade to South 88th. A request was also made to better illustrate the surrounding context of these connections, So staff prepared a few maps just to kind of help set that picture a little bit better. So this is just zooming in a little further and then overlaying the toll development here in white, as well as the Lanterns development that's been approved but is currently being constructed just south of the toll development. And then zooming in a little closer, you can see the two potential right-of-way connections. The extension of Promenade into the existing alignment of South Coal Creek is shown in yellow, and then the potential connection of Promenade through to South 88th Street more directly is shown in red. Alex Arenello worked to coordinate a bunch of different traffic analysis in relation to this application, including the projected traffic impacts for the three scenarios in play, with option A being the connection to South Coal Creek, option B being the extension of Promenade Drive to 88th, and option C being both, to construct both. The map on the right here, the numbers illustrate where the data points were collected, and projections for traffic levels were shown for the year 2040. Alex is here to explain those numbers in more detail and answer any questions you guys may have. In addition to traffic counts, staff worked with the applicant to better illustrate how both connections, the option C, could be accommodated, and how the intersection could be constructed either as kind of a traditional three-way T or as a mini roundabout. Staff also included detailed cost estimates for the three connection alternatives. Alex provided this table in the addendum memo, which summarizes the projected cost of each of the scenarios for option one, which would generally be limited to traffic calming measures within South Coal Creek, is on the left there. And then costs for options 2 and 3 are identical, with the assumption for option 3 being that the additional traffic calming needs would either be lessened or eliminated with both connection options. The board also requested that clarification be provided on the easements that lie between downtown Superior and Rock Creek Ranch. So those easements are in this area here and exist between the two developments. The raw water line is shown in blue and the irrigation lines are shown in green. Staff had additional conversations with both the South Boulder Coal Creek Ditch Company and the Northern Colorado Water Conservancy District, and both entities related similar positions and preferences as well as requirements. So both agencies ultimately indicated that proper engineering would allow for either or both connections. Preferences, however, would be for any necessary utility crossings to be done at a perpendicular, and where roads may cross lines and easements areas are highlighted here in red. So it's a fairly limited area. South Boulder Coal Creek Ditch, we met with last Friday. They said that this is, the extent of the width is similar to like a 4-lane road, which they do often. The fact that it's bifurcated doesn't give them too much of a concern. Their real point being was that, the utility connections would be preferred at a perpendicular so that it's less of an impact where they have to occur. Most of those have already been coordinated within Coal Creek. Ones within the Promenade extension would be limited to street lighting, so electrical, and maybe irrigation for landscaping. And then their other main point is just that we know that if they need to get in there and maintain something, that they'd have to tear up the road and get to it, so traffic could be impacted. They did acknowledge that having both connections would obviously limit or reduce the traffic impacts, because you'd have one connection if one street was cut or was compromised, I guess, during the construction phase. And then we had some questions about how the alignments of the blocks proposed by Toll worked with or related to the PD. And so this area in the PD is how the blocks were envisioned, and this is how Toll's proposing it. We overlaid those so you can kind of see better where those right-of-ways were versus where they're proposed now. Promenade kind of being the major change, which continues to the end of block 24 and then comes straight south. Trustees also requested additional information on density as well as the context regarding how Toll's proposed density relates to development blocks to date. So we prepared these two tables. They generally indicate that development is more intense to the northwest and lessens as you move to the southeast. And it's better illustrated here in this map. But densities within the existing development, so what's built out there now is Block 13. That's at 22.4 dwelling units an acre. Block 25 is being developed now. That's at 16.3. You get into the Toll development, the highest density is for Block 17. It's at 14.3, and it lessens as you move to the south to 5 and 6, 7 dwelling units an acre. Block 20 over here is kind of an outlier. It just has a handful of units on it. It's at 2.3.
Stephen, quick question on that. So block 26 right now is at 5.6. Is that based on the units that have been approved already?
That's projected out for both.
So right now there's an application that's been approved and is being constructed.
Yep.
And
so
there is still more to come, but
it would be less than that if it was just the Thrive development that's approved. But yeah, that's with, I think it's 6 lots or 5 lots that Remington's proposing on the south part of Block 26.
And then, Stephen, for comparison, what's the approximate dwellings per acre in the Rock Creek development?
I don't have that offhand. I know that the Lanterns Lane was 2 plus, like 2.5 dwelling units an acre. But the thing about how you calculate density, so when we calculated it for Lanterns, it was the entire development. So you have like the open space to the south and the whole connection further. So it's over a lot bigger acreage. In order to compare it within the town center, the only way we can really do it as an apples to apples comparison is by blocks. So that doesn't include the rights of way. It's like when you look at Block 13 for the internal area, that's at 22.4. And technically our code allows you to include the right of way too, but it's nearly impossible to kind of start separating out, at least for me. Like half a street goes to one block and half goes to the other. So this was just the easiest kind of quick and dirty way to do it.
So if we were to actually do it that way, all of these dwelling units per acre would be less.
Correct, yeah. I have a sheet I can probably dig up that has the density for different developments within Rock Creek. You want me to go get that? All right, and then we provided some kind of just same illustration, but with Chase's 3D model to kind of help you see what that density looks like. So in 3D scale, that's the Block 13. That's the most dense. That's the second most dense at 25, and then getting into the Toll development, that's Block 24, which only has Toll's single-family homes, so that's less dense than their townhomes, which their greatest is Block 17 at 14 and change. So the other elements that came up at the last meeting were questions about bike lane widths, the location of transitional units, and the timing of construction of Promenade Drive. So those were touched on in staff's memo as well. And the applicant is here to kind of respond to some of that as well. The one recommendation that staff did have in looking at this closer, there were some concerns about the bike lane being 6 feet in width rather than the 7 feet that it was originally proposed. And our suggestion is instead of having both the landscaping on one side of the street and the bike lane on one side of the street reduced by a foot to get that extra 2 feet of walk to get this up to 7 feet, we would reduce both landscape islands. So this would go down from 8 to 7, and it would be the same size as this tree lawn over here. And then that would allow the bike lane to stay at 7 feet and provide a safer environment for travelers. So the only other thing we kind of added to this slide were just a kind of summary of Toll's exception requests, a summary of the requests that were in the staff memo from the 9th for additional direction from the town board, and then a summary of what Planning Commission tackled through their 2 hearings on this and the conditions and the responses that Toll had. So we can get into any of that detail as questions arise, or if you want to go through it now, we can. Otherwise, I'll turn it over.
Okay.
And if you guys want to see the 3D model again, Chase is here. If not, we can just kind of have him respond to questions.
Okay. Thanks, Stephen. So for board question and answer, my suggestion would be that we go try to get the topics as much together as we can. And so as board, rather than each board member going through their list of questions, maybe go through a question, and if others have related questions to that, we go at that time to try to get the different areas of discussion somewhat together, recognizing that we will have some back and forth, but just so we're not completely all over the place. All right, so at this time we can go ahead with board questions.
So I guess I have some questions about the bike lane on Promenade and Superior Drive north of Coal Creek, right? So I guess, Alex, these are going to be questions for you, I suppose, or maybe Stephen, maybe both of you, maybe the developer. So the best graphic sort of talks about there's a flow of bike lane traffic. Maybe you guys have it, right? Because Well, Stephen's pulling that up, Alex.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just start with a very high-level question for you, Alex, if you... Right.
Go ahead.
Well, Alex, how are you categorizing the roads themselves in terms of collectors, minor collectors? Let me just start with how are you characterizing these as they comply with our own code and policies?
Well, Promenade, as it comes through the development, it would be classified as a minor collector. It's not a major collector. A major collector would provide widths for 4 lanes. A couple of functions for the particular roadway that make it that classification. First, there's no back-out driveways. All the access to adjoining lots are done via alleys, so we don't have the conflicts of backing out into traffic. Second is that we have separated walks on either side, so we have a little separation between pedestrians and the roadway. Those are the 2 main characteristics. Also with collectors, you're collecting traffic from local streets and conveying it to higher classifications.
So we have it admitted. Can we please pull up, and Stephen, we may need you again, the roadway design and technical criteria from our town, and can we have that presented and go through our definition of a minor collector in that?
Let's see if I can find it. Yep, this one here.
The one I have is from April 2014. Is that the... Yep, same one. Thank you. Okay, so 1.2.2.5.
Is that a table or the section?
It's a section.
1.2.3.5. Let's see.
2.5.
Let's keep going now. 1.2.2.5.
Correct.
Further down.
Page 7, if that helps.
Commercial office.
I think you're too far.
There you go, minor collector. Okay. So let's just do these one at a time, A, B, C, D. Right, so we're going to do a posted speed limit. Speed limit here would be 25, not 30, right? that our expectation?
Not in this particular development. I mean, that's our standard.
I understand, but in this particular development, we're looking at 25 miles an hour, which is a good thing.
Yes.
At least my opinion is it's right. I'm asking questions. Okay. The volume, your projected volume, you've got a table in there, but directionally it's, a little bit over 2,000 vehicles per day. So
Right.
that's okay.
Continuity would be quarter mile to a half mile. No back-out driveways on item D. Traffic control accomplished through use of stop signs. Channelization, in this case, we're probably not going to have left turn lanes and so forth. And then the third is the function of the roadway, collecting and distributing traffic from locals to higher classifications.
Okay. Go to G.
Right away of 60 feet. I think in this case we probably have a little less than that.
Which talked about bike lanes. You went past an important section that talked
Right.
about parking and bike lanes on minor collectors.
Correct. Thank you, Sandy, which is why. So look at that. So in F, right? And for those that are watching at home, it's important that we kind of present documents that are now part of a public record, which is why I wanted this to look at. So no back-out drives are permitted. On-street parking is not permitted. Minor collector streets shall be provided with a 5-foot wide bike lane in both directions. So we are looking at parking on this minor collector on one side of the street, and we're looking for a bike lane only on one side of the street, correct?
That was a suggestion staff had and discussions with the developers. We do have two roadways now with Superior Drive kind of paralleling Promenade. If we did not have parking on Promenade, we'd have all that southern, there's a whole blocks there without any on-street parking. And on Superior Drive, we would have parking on both sides. So we wouldn't be distributing parking equally.
Well, let's talk about, so Promenade is the minor collector, and we'll talk about what Superior Drive is in a minute. But the minor collector, our roadway standards would have right-of-way of 60 feet, no parking, bike lane at least 5 feet in both directions. And then I think there's some other provisions. If you don't have a marked bike lane, then I think it's 17 feet or something. But the what we say is 5 feet bike lane both directions, no parking. And what is the right-of-way we're proposing in Promenade?
55 per the PD that was approved, the original PD that was approved.
Okay. All right, let's.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, so what they're proposing is a 50-foot right-of-way, but then we have the sidewalk, which is outside of that right-of-way.
Right.
So if you include the 5-foot sidewalk, would it be equivalent to 60
Right,
feet?
but the way in these roadway design technical criteria, the right-of-way is measured either curb to curb or gutter to gutter, so it would be equivalent. So that's 60 is comparable to the 50. These guidelines are not, my interpretation of them, they would not include the sidewalk, correct?
Our guidelines do include the sidewalk. And Excel has come back and said they want a separate parcel, separate outlot for the walks. So if you take the walks in our standards here, we include the walk. In the PD, in the FDP that they're proposing, the walks are excluded.
let's come back to that in a minute. And what is your classification for Superior Drive? And if that was Promenade, right? Is Superior the same, minor collector?
In this case, the way it was platted up originally, I don't think it would have been a minor collector. But here, once we get into the development and reach the intersection of Promenade Drive and Superior Drive, traffic really splits into two pieces. So they're very similar in terms of function. One takes traffic down to the sports stable. The other takes it down to Promenade, down to Main Street. So I think the traffic flows are very comparable in terms of splitting and being fairly close in terms of those traffic volumes.
So they'd both be considered minor collectors?
Minor collectors, yes.
Okay.
Alex, if we were designing roads today and we had a volume of a road that would be considered a minor collector, and it went within the proximity of houses that did not have driveways that backed to that street, what would you consider to be a best practice for as close as those houses would be to that road? 20 feet, 30 feet, without fences. So let's say front yards touching those collectors, but not having driveways touching those collectors. So side of a front yard and side yards.
Well, I think it really depends on the context of the development. Here we're having urban development. We have fairly zero setbacks in some cases. Lots that are fairly close. We've designed the roadways to try to achieve 25 miles an hour. We don't have a design speed here where we're designing for, we're posting for 30 and we're designing for 35, 40. We're designing here to make sure traffic doesn't go over 25. In that context, with slower speeds, I think that you could probably have shorter setbacks. And that's what we achieve as Promenade gets closer to Main Street. We have wider sidewalks and we have zero setbacks. And that was the intention all along, is to have a high, dense, slow-speed environment, a walkable community.
And what about going the other direction as you enter, say, the Lanterns development? Do you have any concerns with a minor collector coming within, say, about 20 feet of a home in the Lanterns development that wasn't built to be a walkable urban core?
That decision's been made. I think right in Lanterns, we've achieved some traffic calming with, a four-way stop and slowing traffic down. So we don't have a high-speed a lot of the collectors that we've designed, like South Cold Creek was, like Indiana was, they are continuously flowing traffic with few interruptions. So we have a lot higher speeds. What we're trying to achieve here is a slow-speed, walkable community, getting the traffic speeds down.
Okay.
Can I just ask a follow-up to this line of questioning? And this is for Alex and or Stephen. Is it staff's position that the application that's before us conflicts in any way with the town's roadway design criteria and standards from 2014?
Does it conflict with our standards?
Yes. Does the application, the FDP that we're considering tonight, or the subdivision improvement agreement, in any way conflict with the roadway design criteria standards that we're looking at right here?
We have lower, I think these design standards were more suburban standards, and we are revising those. And I think we recognized that when the PD came forth, that we don't want typical suburban streets in this community. We want streets that are slower speed and walkable. And that was the intent of the PD when it came through. And there are a number of design changes that weren't quite with these. You know, we have 12-foot lanes in our standards, and our lanes here are, travel lanes are 10 and a half, 11 feet. So we recognize streets that are narrower would have more of a traffic calming standpoint. So I think they are not all in conformance with these standards, but the PD is consistent with the FDP is consistent with the PD that was approved in 2014, and there was a whole set of cross sections that were approved. And these, the only exception here is that we have the on-street parking on Superior Drive and Promenade, which we decided to have this hybrid solution with bike lanes and parking for those particular streets, Superior Drive and Promenade.
Okay, so if I'm hearing you correctly, I think the answer is yes, but the reason why, from staff's perspective, that it doesn't matter is because the PD contemplated some sort of change that wasn't contemplated by the roadway design criteria standards.
Right. We had Main Street that was angled parking. We had a number of exceptions that were not contemplated by our street standards that were in place at the time. And this was thoroughly discussed during the PD process. We didn't have tabled intersections and a number of other features that are integral to the town center to make it a walkable, low-speed environment.
So let me, one follow-up. So when an application comes before the planning department and in front of your Department of Public Works, Alex, and you're reviewing the actual layout of the streets, what do you look to for guidance to see if it's in compliance? Do you look to these design criteria standards, or are you looking to the PD, or do you look to both?
We look at, our design standards are a place to start. We also look at these standards were implemented, and we're doing traffic calming on a number of streets. So we don't want to make the same mistakes in terms of traffic calming. With the PD, we had a thorough discussion in terms of a walkable, low-speed environment, and we had to make some compromises in terms of our geometrics, and they were made as part of the process with the PD and the street sections that were approved as part of the PD. So we look at both, and we are in the process of revising our street standards to incorporate some of those traffic calming principles that we already implemented in the town center.
So, related to this whole discussion of Superior and Promenade, is it your visualization then that if I'm riding my bike from, which is a big if, from Rock Creek to, if Kevin is riding his bike from Rock Creek to Superior Town Center, he's going to go Superior Drive to go downtown, and he's going to come Promenade to come back. Even if he happens to know, if he's not going all the way and he's going to stop somewhere in the middle of Promenade, he's going to take his bike and go around the block and come back up? Is that the preferred way? Otherwise, he could just ride his bike in traffic.
He could ride his bike in traffic, and there's one way we could handle it is to have one lane be a shallow lane and the other side be a bike lane. And there are a number of facilities in the area like that. But here's a situation where we're trying to balance the need for parking and the need for bike travel facility.
So I just want to make sure that we were not expecting that people would automatically pop over to Superior, but there would be provision made that they could still ride their bike down the street. It just probably isn't the optimal situation.
Right. I think that's what the staff's feeling was, that there would be a one-way loop. They take Superior Drive coming in and leaving by Promenade, but that wouldn't preclude them traveling if they have a destination. If they wanted to go to Village Green Park, they would still have the option of riding in traffic.
Thanks, Alex. So keep the same kind of line of question. So obviously when we did the initial PD, or when the previous board did the initial PD, there's there's things in this roadway design that are not, that could never have contemplated, you know, the perpendicular parking on Main Street is a great example, right? Was there anything in that PD or any amendment that talked about blending the minor collector with incorporating a parking, there would be parking on this minor collector? I mean, a lot of this, in my view, is, you know, I care a lot about conflicts between cars and bikes, right? And so I want to really understand kind of if this is consistent with the PD or not consistent with the PD. Was there anything in the PD previously that talked about not having a marked bike lane on a minor collector because they would in fact be parking there instead?
We had an instance actually on Main Street where we used to have a plaza a block away from the sports stable.
Right.
And then we moved the plaza over, and that eliminated the bike lane on Main Street. We used to have a bike lane on Main Street.
Right. The shared Main Street is and Main Street's not a minor collector.
Well, it functions as, there's a lot more traffic on Main Street than.
It's right, but in our definitions, I think it's a commercial, right.
Right.
So it doesn't, there will hopefully be a lot more cars on Main Street than any of these one day, but the classification is not a minor collector. So we never contemplated, to your knowledge, in any of the PDs or the amendment, in the initial PD or the amendment, making a minor collector, allowing parking on the minor collector and removing a bike lane.
Not that specifically in this case, that specific instance, but minor collectors, there's a lot of times where minor collectors have to have parking on it because when you lay out a plan,
sure,
you end up with, well, there's this section of minor collector and to access the adjacent property.
Right, and so I get that, and if there's a road that's already built and then it's a minor collector and you want to have a bike lane and parking, you're forced to make some compromises.
Right.
In this case, we're in the design and approve stage, so that's why I'm asking these important questions.
Right. And it's a trade-off. We had to balance, two roadways, and one having no parking and the other having all the parking, and you have units that are right there on Promenade without any, guest parking or guest parking that's very removed from their lots. Or if they have a second car, they can't, if they're overflow parking for the particular development.
So their
parking would be very, very far away.
So we're trying to fit we're trying to fit 2 lanes of traffic, parking, and bike lanes in a 50-foot right-of-way. Was there any other, and so the two variables that you tried to change were parking and bike lanes. There's another variable that could have changed, which is the width. Did staff or the applicant consider changing the width of the right-of-way as a variable?
Yes, we made that suggestion.
Okay.
And
so so we'll probably have some other questions here, but if the applicant could address their thought around changing the variable of width instead of the variable of parking.
There's also the variable of the parkway strip too.
Excuse me?
The parkway strip between the curb and the walk. There's 7 feet, so there's that variable as well.
Okay.
Alex, just a quick question along that same line, in terms of other variables, the only other question I have is, did we ever look at making Superior or Promenade Drive one way to match what we're talking about with the bike lanes? So Promenade would be one way going east, and Superior would be one way going west to match what we have around the Village Green.
We talked about that. One problem with that is we have very long blocks. Remember the issue we had of how do you turn around, because the block lengths are fairly long. So to get to your right side of the street, you have a long way to go around.
So I totally get that, and I completely understand it. It just seems a little counterintuitive that we're forcing bikes to do that exactly, or go in the car lane, but we're optimizing it for the drivers.
Right.
So just wanted to make sure. Thanks.
Alex, sorry, before you sit down. I wanted to check, I had done some looking into AASHTO's updated guidelines and kind of how the Colorado Department of Transportation has updated things. They've really broken out the minor collectors into minor collectors in suburban center areas and versus suburban corridor areas. Are you familiar with all of that? Or I guess my question is, my presumption was that this would qualify as a suburban center area minor collector if we were to update the classification, but wanted to see if that jived with your understanding.
I'm not quite familiar with those terminologies.
Okay.
But
They have different requirements as far as the parking and bike lines and all of that.
again, there's also a whole context-sensitive design, and this is what we tried to do here. This is the context we have, and one size doesn't fit all. So we tried to fit this to what the context that we had.
Absolutely. Thanks.
Is there other bike lane, I guess, any kind of internal transportation questions?
I have a question about crosswalks. So we're somewhat on transportation issues here. So this is really a question for the applicant. As far as I can tell from the plans, it looks like we have 6 painted, stamped concrete painted crosswalks and 3 brick paver crosswalks. I think concrete tends to fade over time, and just in terms of preserving uniformity with the aesthetics of the entire development, would the developer be amenable to doing all pavers, not the stamped pavers, but the actual brick pavers in the crosswalks?
It's Greg Say with Toll Brothers. We looked at different options for the crosswalks, and the compromise we came to was to do the stripe crossings at the intersections. The main trail crossings would have colored concrete, like you said, and then we'd have the raised ones for the main trail, north-south trail. We could look at that again. Our concern with the pavers was just maintenance, and over time they settle and displace, but it's something we could look at in the future.
I just wanted to quickly add to that. Bill Jenks, RC Superior. Nice to see you all. The concrete crossings are actually very maintenance friendly, and they generally don't fade if it's integral color concrete like we've used at the roundabout and other areas. You can't have a problem where you do that overlay with the stamped asphalt and the colored asphalt, which tends to fade and peel and go away, and we've gotten away from any of that, so that's not the plan on any of these crosswalks. Like Greg said, I think the concrete crosswalks with the stamped pattern are going to be the least maintenance for the town in the long term.
Bill, while you're up there, in terms of what has already been built so far, in terms of pavers versus brick crosswalks, what are we looking like? Are there any stamped, painted concrete crosswalks in the development, or is it all?
So again, so it's not painted concrete; it's integral color concrete, which is different because the paint. If you just do gray concrete and you paint it with a topping, that does fade and that does crack off and look pretty terrible after 5 or 10 years, especially with the salts and everything that you use here. Integral color concrete is actually the same color all the way through that 4-inch or 6-inch thick concrete slab and does not fade. Or doesn't fade much compared to the surface painting. We do have concrete crossings that are integral color inside Block 13, connecting those interior courtyards out to the public rights of way. We also have stamped concrete at the McCaslin roundabout and all the pedestrian crossings that go across McCaslin there, again, because it's more maintenance friendly than the pavers would have been there. We do have brick pavers everywhere on Main Street and on the one block to the south, which again was intended to try to create something really special in that downtown core. As you approach Main Street and you approach the shops, you get that upgraded experience with the full brick pavers and more lighting and everything else to make it feel like that entertainment district. But because of the maintenance, because of the longevity, I'm in support of the proposal to do the integral color concrete crossings in the toll area.
So while you're up there, do you want to talk about just the right-of-way width and the decision to include parking in lieu of the bike lane?
Yeah, so the width is, as Alex said, just straight from the PD. We're always trying to stick as closely as we can to those original PD requirements. So there was a 60-foot right-of-way established there. That's what we have here. As far as the parking in the bike lanes, that was really a suggestion from Public Works. I'm not sure if it was Public Works or Planning. Public Works suggested bifurcating that bike lane with a couplet and putting parking on one side of each street. We originally had just bike lanes on both sides of Promenade and just parking on both sides of Superior. And I think we would probably be happy with either direction that you provide. We were just trying to respond to staff comments by doing that.
If I may add, one of the comments was for traffic calming, was to provide the on-street parking, was slow down traffic.
I think there's a number of traffic calming things, and a more narrow road is certainly one way to do that, but you could have other ways to do it, you know, the tabletops that you've proposed and things like that. Okay. So flexibility, so I'm hearing flexibility in terms of taking the parking away at a minimum on Promenade to return to bike lanes. But that would, if you did not, but you would then need parking on Superior.
I think we're actually over parked. So from a PD requirement standpoint, you don't need all the street parking that we're showing. It's really just a question of usability, functionality. Do you want people, as Alex pointed out, if you don't put any street parking on Promenade, you end up with a fair number of homes that don't have a lot of on-street parking compared to the neighbors just to the north where Superior would have a lot of on-street parking. So it becomes a little bit lopsided as far as convenience for some of those homeowners, but I don't think that's a deal breaker. If you'd prefer to eliminate some on-street parking spaces and add bike lanes on either side of Promenade, as long as staff is in support, I think the applicant would be fine with that.
Okay. Did we, I asked this question a lot, and I think I know the answer. Did you seek any counsel from any cycling advocates or experts in the Boulder County area?
One of the planning commissioners I know is an avid cyclist who had some comments. Outside of that, I don't think we did any specific outreach.
There's a number of groups out there in Boulder. I would just encourage you to reach out to them next time. I'd love to have their input on part of this design next time.
So before we move completely away from traffic calming, is it my understanding that there was, in prior iterations of this plan, additional raised crosswalks that were contemplated? And if so, can you walk us through the process of where we got from there to here?
You're correct. In some previous iterations, there were raised crosswalks at several locations. We retained 3 out of, I believe maybe it was 8 or 9 raised crosswalks. The 3 crosswalks that we maintained were the ones for the North-South Trail, because they were the most highly used.
Can you just go back to the map and just point out those, please, for us?
So on the current plan, there's a raised crosswalk here across Superior, here across Promenade, and then also one at the alleyway for the main north-south trail that goes from Tract H up to the US 36 bike lane. The reason we maintained those was because they would be highly used pedestrian crossings, and we wanted a way to delineate that from just a standard crosswalk so people would, slow down for those main crossings. The other locations, to be consistent with what was out there in Superior right now with the stripe crossings at the intersections, that's why we removed a lot of those for consistency, and also, cost was a big effect on it as well. I don't have the exact number with me right now, but it was pretty significant for those raised crosswalks. And by doing other traffic calming features on the street, we were able to achieve pretty much the same effect.
So can you spend some time going through those other traffic calming features that you believe have that same effect?
Mm-hmm. So we do have narrowing of the intersections. So we have bulb outs at the intersections to shorten the crossing length, also slow traffic down. We do still have these raised crosswalks mid-block. At the intersection of Promenade and Superior, we have the modified intersection with the medians. The bulb out here to slow traffic down as well as a four-way stop. And then we do have the colored concrete crossings for other pedestrian locations as well.
And is it your opinion that these colored crossings have an effect on actually slowing traffic and traffic calming, or is that just to make crossing safer for pedestrians?
The colored crossings, it's just to define the crossing area better than the striped crosswalk. So, yeah.
Okay. Alex, I have a few questions for you. So, given the work that we're doing around town right now, correcting issues where we have either speed issues or safety issues, and we're adding traffic calming measures in various parts of town. Looking at this, do you feel comfortable with what's being proposed, that 5-10 years from now, we're not going to be talking about adding traffic calming measures to this road as well?
You know, we've had long discussions with this, and we would have preferred one or two more raised intersections, but I mean, that was a compromise. We did get the raised crosswalks there that I think will help, and we got a modified intersection here. I think you want to look at every 500 or 600 feet to have some traffic calming feature. And we have, you know, always stop here, always stop there, always stop, and a raised cross section. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4 in a span of 2,000 feet. So I think that provides a good level of traffic calming.
Okay. Going back to, I think you made a statement that a few more would have been, raised crosswalks would have been preferable. Looking at some of the other information that was in our packet for this evening, there was a attachment related to Coal Creek speeds and counts. It had some summary tables in there for recent traffic speed and counts that were taken. I was a little taken aback by, at the Coal Creek and Akron location, the maximum vehicle speed at closing was 63 miles per hour, away was 78 miles per hour, and combined was 78 miles per hour. If we had a few raised crossings on a long open stretch of road similar to what we're looking at on Promenade, would we have any chance of getting those high and dangerous speeds?
Well, those speeds are pretty, you know, whether that's a measurement error or whatever, that seems, whenever we get a couple of outliers like that, we try to figure out what's going on. Do people really go that fast? I wouldn't say it would be hard to go more than 40 miles an hour through this. And I think most traffic, the 85th percentile, will be at the speed limit or under because of the features we put. The outliers, you know, we can't stop everybody.
Yeah, I just imagine it'd be almost impossible to go that fast if you're about to hit a raised crosswalk.
Yeah, you'd be airborne.
Exactly. Yeah. Which has its own safety hazards, but I've got to imagine people would have judgment not to go airborne.
Right. And here, you know, we'll have, you know, always stop, plus we'll have some features to really slow it up as you enter the development at Superior and Promenade. And coming through on the other side, we have kind of a square about around the park. So it's going to be hard to get excessive speeds in this stretch of roadway.
And yet, do you still have concerns considering the long width or the length of these blocks without direct traffic?
I think we have a good design here, that we have a number of traffic calming features. Again, when we wanted the additional raised intersections, we didn't have anything at this point. We didn't have the raised crosswalk. So we got 2 features, and we gave up, you know, maybe a table intersection at these other areas. So I think overall, I think the critical is in this straightaway here, and we have 2 features, plus you come into an all-way stop. So in that area, I think we have a pretty good traffic calming section.
Okay, I appreciate where we did end. I think I'll stick with your original statement. I would have felt a bit more comfortable with 1 or 2 more raised crosswalks, but thank you.
Okay, Alex, I have a question. So I'm looking at FDP number 8. Well, actually, this drawing up here will show it. So Central Park Way, at the very north part of this drawing.
This one here?
So Central Park Way.
It's over here, okay.
This is the road that we're leaving the right-of-way for a possible future bridge over Highway 36 connection to Louisville.
That's correct.
And in this plan, it's got emergency access gravel in a loop back to the alley, Wild Plum Way. Yes, right there. Was there any, I mean, I get why that's done as a temporary, but in reality, the likelihood of that connection happening in a very long time is questionable. Was there a thought to just making that a paved, accessible loop just to provide additional connectivity there instead of putting bollards and making it gravel and perhaps not as attractive and certainly not as functional?
I think our civil engineer, Tom Model, can address that.
Yeah, with the tight radius that we have, we felt it more appropriate to be emergency vehicle only. We have provided a turning radius for anybody to drive down through there to be able to turn around without having to make multiple point turns to it. And there will be appropriate signage put on that it's until the overpass were to come to fruition, that it would be a dead-end road.
Okay. This may be a related question to that. Is cemetery access, since it's in that same general vicinity, is there?
We will have, this area here will be a park at some point, and there I think we'll have parking along the kind of northwest side of that, and there will be a pathway up to the cemetery. I'm not sure. We don't have anybody from parks here. Whether that'll be vehicle access right to the gate. It's more from Central Parkway that you'd park there and then have to walk up to the cemetery.
The roadway is actually going to get built up until this point as part of this application. So these units will front a public street. And then roughly right in this area is where that access easement leads you to the cemetery. So they'll be parking on Central Parkway. And then once the park is built, there's actually a roadway and some parking element. It's not approved yet, but that's been the design, or that's the concept, is of the parking within Central Park in order to get to the cemetery a lot closer than you have now. So.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
I have another road question for the applicants. It's in a very different direction, though. You had mentioned in the application that you were open to feedback on some of the street names. One of the street names in particular was Seed Corn Lane. And in medical parlance, a seed corn is a type of callus that occurs on feet. So I wanted to request that we perhaps consider changing the name of that street.
And maybe could we just talk about, there's a lot of interesting names on the streets. Could we maybe have a broader discussion of how we developed those names, where they came from, and why we are where we are with these street names?
I'll just say that we've already kind of given them some feedback on, and no one jumped up, so I did. But we've already given them just some general feedback. We haven't got too far on it, and they actually sent me an email, and I did not have a chance to kind of give them further direction on it. But typically what we get is some sort of continuity with the theme of and we don't have that here. So we'll continue to work with them. If they have ideas that I'm not aware of yet, then they're totally welcome to share them with you. But the general idea is, for, blocks 14 and 15, for instance, it was a mining theme. We had Anticline Lane, and then some of those would actually probably be able to continue. I think one of these is Meridian and the other one's Marigold. I think this one's Marigold. And the alignment there is consistent enough to just continue with those names, and we want that continuity too. So I haven't given them significant feedback on that yet, but it's coming, so.
That's appreciated.
So just in terms of procedure, though, are we deciding names as a part of this or names totally separate?
It's up to you guys. If you guys want suggestions or if you have suggestions, you're totally welcome to give input on that. It's usually something that staff and the applicant have worked out a little bit more than we have so far. So they had numbered everything originally through their application, and the fire district told them that anything that we're actually getting access-wise, like some of these internal units, are going to be addressed off of Seed Corn Lane or something like that. They can't use Alley 9 or whatever. They actually need a formal name. And so for consistency's sake, I directed them to name all of them so that we don't have kind of a hodgepodge. And so some of them will actually have addresses, but all of them will be named. And usually that's something that I just work through the applicant on, and it's a little less concerning for you guys than what you saw tonight. So.
And quickly on our behalf, and I'm sure you agree, we're happy to work with you, staff, or I know we've worked with the Cultural Arts Committee in the past to get names. I actually have a full list of master plan names, which we can share and work through too. So we're happy to address that in technical corrections. But thank you for pointing that out. That's wonderful.
All right, Kendra.
Yeah, we'll have to address this because if they're on here, they're approved. If they're not on here, they're not approved. And so I want to make sure we at least make it a condition that they will be worked out later if that's what we're intending to do.
Okay, so an acceptable way is just put a condition that we can do further
They'll
work
work
on
out with
names.
staff.
Okay.
That's fine, but it has to be an express condition.
All right, good to know. Thank you.
Can you draft that condition, Kendra?
Sure.
Okay, additional traffic related questions for kind of internal development. Okay, do we want to continue on with the traffic theme of other parts, or do we want to go to other questions? Yes.
Yeah, if we're talking about connectivity.
Okay.
So I had a question for the applicant. So obviously we have two options that were originally in the packet, and then discussion of a possible third. So connection to Coal Creek Drive was option one. Building out the connection to 88th via the Promenade extension was option two. And there was talk at the last board meeting about a possible option three, which would be both connections with a roundabout. So my question for the applicant is, if we conditioned approval on your fully building or funding the connection of Promenade to 88th, would that be acceptable to you?
So we've talked about this a lot and what we can do to try to address this, and I think we'll get into some of the drawings. What we're able to do is to provide the connection for Coal Creek, the intersection, and the part of 88 that's on our property, and actually build that out. The engineering's been roughly done, and we can actually build that out for the town to connect to. Whenever you decide to connect to 88th, then it would connect to Coal Creek immediately. I think the full connection to connect, off-site all the way from our property down to 88th Street would be too much. There's just too much extra cost there. Even providing the intersection and the additional stub is a significant cost that's not anticipated by the PD, and so that's already an additional consideration, which, again, if we can get this project approved tonight and move forward, we're ready to do that. But I don't think we can build the whole road all the way down to 88th.
So let me ask the follow-up question then. In the alternative, how about building the Promenade connection to the property line, right, which is what we discussed at the last meeting, and then building a pedestrian and bike path from the end of Coal Creek Drive up through and attaching to, connecting to Promenade. Would that be an acceptable condition of approval?
So I'm sorry, can you?
So
say
right
that
now, if.
I'm going to call this 88th, I'm going to call
Right,
it
so-
this Promenade
Okay,
and this Coal
so-
Creek.
So this is the property line?
Yeah.
So I believe you said at the last meeting that you were prepared to build the extension of Coal Creek or Promenade here to, and then this extension of Promenade to the property line, which would be the connection that would eventually go out all the way to 88th, right? You're prepared to build it here.
What I said at the last hearing, we're prepared to build one connection from the town center to the south property line, consistent with the PD,
Right.
whether that be 88th or
Right.
Coal Creek.
So my additional ask is, in addition to doing that, would it be acceptable to build the connection to Coal Creek as a pedestrian and bike connection only? So not a car, vehicular access, but just a path? Would that be an acceptable condition of approval?
You know, it's a good question. You know, if that's the final direction from a majority of the board and that is what, gets to approval tonight, I think we can consider it. I want to circle the wagons before I make a definitive statement on that. I think, to me, that would be a missed opportunity. This road's been shown as a connection in your transportation plan for a long time and in our PD. If we don't build it, it does limit, access from the rest of Superior into the downtown core and vice versa. As we're working through the Morgan Ranch project and trying to attract retailers to Main Street, access is the most important thing, and having easy, convenient traffic connections like Coal Creek that's been planned for a long time as a collector, I think is important to the vibrancy of the Main Street retail that we're trying to do. So from a sort of selfish standpoint on that side of things, I'd really like to see it connect. And I think there's, I think it's been good planning. Coal Creek, the neighboring property is extending the road to their property line. It's right there. It's ready to do. I know there's, there's some local residents there that don't like that idea. And I'm sorry about that. There always are, and there's always some poor, you can't make everyone happy all the time, but I think for the greater good of downtown Superior residents and Superior and sort of regional residents as a whole, the connection's the right way to go. So that's just my personal reaction.
I get that may not necessarily be what you want, right? But what you said before is that, you guys aren't willing to fund the connection all the way out to 88th.
Mm-hmm.
But it sounds like you at least would be open to building out the Promenade connection to the property line and then considering the
some sort of limited access.
Even if it's not necessarily what you want, but if it's what we want, because we're not just looking out for you.
I'm tentatively willing to consider it. I'd like to have a short recess if that ends up being the direction we go, because I just want to talk about it with the team. But
that's fine. We got plenty of time.
And Bill, before you sit down, to clarify one of your statements, so you discussed not connecting being a missed opportunity. Are you making the statement that you're going to have better connection and better access for your needs going down Coal Creek rather than Promenade, and the Promenade would not be sufficient for your purposes?
No, I think they're both valuable. And I think Promenade or 88th connection by itself is good. It's just better with both.
So you're at this point.
So to me, Coal Creek is the primary connection that's been planned forever. It's a straight shot off of a very wide road that connects to the existing transportation network. That is the number one, what I would like for the number one priority to be is connection to Coal Creek. I think an additional connection to 88th only makes access better. It provides faster access to Monarch and to Louisville residents, which is great.
Can you help me understand why, for your purposes, Coal Creek is preferable over Promenade?
Really just because it's been part of the planning for such a long time, and it connects to that existing really gracious collector road that exists in your neighborhood and connects with a nice intersection down to to the major street to the south. 88th, I know there's some concerns with geometry. I'm sure it can be worked out, and it would also be a good connection, but Coal Creek will provide the fastest existing connection to the project, which is part of what we're trying to do. And, you know, we're trying to lease retail spaces right now. And they all look at traffic numbers, access, and signage, which I know we're not talking about right now, but those are their three main things. And so as I'm trying to lease those retail spaces, the more access we can provide, the more access points. We have Discovery, we have Main Street. We're hoping for Coal Creek, and then we'll have Marshall once the bridge connects. Those are the four main points of access. I'd really like to keep those from a retail leasing standpoint.
So, not to deviate too far, and if it's going to be a long answer, we'll hold it. But you mentioned getting that Coal Creek connection or some type of southern connection here up as quickly as possible so you can get the numbers in and flowing. Does that mean there's been reconsideration as to where that would land within the phasing of the construction of the toll community?
So we spent some time on that too. The short answer is that we don't believe it makes sense to put in with phase one because of the significant amount of grading and infrastructure that it would require in addition to what's planned with phase one. Phase one is built north of that ridge. Everything drains to that existing pond. Everything's figured out, and that's why it's being built as phase one. Phase two is going to create a whole new catchment area for drainage that would create you have to create this new pond and all the engineering around that. In reality, if absorption keeps up and everything goes reasonably well, phase two is only 12 months behind phase one. So it's really not much of a lag in order to make that connection work. Are you guys good with the bike connection there? And we did come up with a solution to provide access in the near term during phase one that we would actually take the bike access off of the existing Coal Creek immediately with phase one, do the improvements to connect that bike access to the trail that runs through Tract H. And then that naturally comes up to the corner of, I think it's Central Parkway and Discovery. And that provides access into the downtown with phase one, for bikes at least, for bikes and pedestrians. The phase one construction of Promenade, not only the infrastructure problem, but there's also going to be a lot of construction down there during phase one with tractors and grading and everything that we all felt that it just didn't make a whole lot of sense to push that actual Promenade vehicular connection to phase one. But we will provide the bike access, the pedestrian access, and if all goes well, it's only a year behind.
So, as far as the timing of things go, I'm not sure I understand your concern then with Promenade slowing things down. I understand that Coal Creek's simpler and easier, but if we're looking at least 12 months out before we even start contemplating the build out of Promenade after this is approved, and then you still have the actual construction time, I've got to imagine that's plenty of time to actually build that connection from Promenade out to 88th, and we're still serving the same purpose.
Sure.
And then as far as just another piece I'm still missing, the Promenade connection, and again, I'm not an expert in your field, but it seems that connecting out to 88th, which is a more major roadway that has more direct access to Louisville and other regional areas, would actually be a greater benefit to downtown Superior rather than Coal Creek.
No, and I have no problem with the 88th connection. Again, I'm sure it's a great connection. Probably some of my bias is just from, I do put a lot of faith in Alex and his department and the long-term planning and general plans of towns in general. This connection's been in your general plan and your transportation plan for a long time, and to me it seems like we've got it right to that point. Here's the opportunity to connect it the way it was always intentioned to be connected. Maybe that's flawed on my part, but I put I think a lot of time and effort goes into those planning documents, and it shouldn't just be cast aside easily.
Appreciate that. Thanks, Bill.
Bill, before you leave, I don't know if you can jump to the updated applicant presentation. I want to continue that same string of thought that Ken had in terms of Coal Creek having always been the connector. Because if you can jump to slide 20, I think I want to talk about the PD3 zone. Slide 20. Thank you. So, as we look at this and we think about PD3, block 21, 22, 16, we're all flex. And the blue zone in 25 and 13, we're also flex. 15 and 14, we're also flex. 100% of PD3 is now residential, correct? Okay, so when we talked about Coal Creek connecting all the way through, it was connecting to a lot of commercial and even the lanterns down at the bottom. This had to be rezoned from, I think, RAC, in order to get those homes built. So, the town has changed. Coal Creek was shown to connect down to downtown, out to Marshall, when we envisioned a whole lot more commercial in this space. But when we put the PD 1, 2, and 3 together, we also envisioned a lot more flex space. But what I'm seeing today and up to now is 100% of the flex space has gone residential. And I get it, that's the market, don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining about that. But point is, with residential, you have a tremendously greater amount, it's redundant, you have a lot more traffic, right? So, tremendous traffic. If we had, a few big box stores there, or, I think at one point a storage, residential storage of some sort, the traffic demands on Coal Creek would be dramatically less. And I think the concern you're hearing, at least from Trustee Lish, is, as we think about Coal Creek and what it was envisioned to be, it's very different than what we're talking about today. And as much as I'd love to connect Coal Creek, if we could neck it down and spend another $300,000 to reduce the traffic, it's a tremendous amount of investment, and we've still got to drive past all these homes to get into the downtown core. And I think we're almost doing a disservice to the future tenants of PD3 of pushing all this traffic from Rock Creek Ranch down their neighborhood streets just to get down there versus hooking it around onto McCaslin. So, I want to get your thoughts, because as you brought these FDPs to us, I think I've been scratching my head in terms of like everything that was articulated as flex is not going in that direction.
So flex space does include residential. Residential is an allowed use of the flex zoning. There was, consideration here, these blue areas were intended to potentially be some sort of a live work or some sort of a something like that that would provide some transition from the true commercial downtown core into the residential neighborhood. Like you said, the retail world has changed dramatically in the last 5 years since this was approved. And as master developer, we're somewhat limited in what we can do. We sell the land to other developers who meet the market demand, and the market demand on 13 and 15 or 13 and 25 was for standard for sale townhomes without that sort of live work component, except for some have that ground floor office that could be used that way. Other than that, all of this yellow was residential in the beginning. There was some consideration for blocks 21 and 22 that could be, I honestly don't know what. It never made much sense to me. I only got involved in this project in 2016 after this was approved. To me, this has decent freeway frontage, but it's not really big enough to do like a strip center or true retail space. It's also not a great office site because it's right next to these residential neighborhoods. So to have a 4 or 5 story office here doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So to me, these always made more sense as residential, to be quite honest. And there was a condition, I think it's O in one of the PDs, that once this road moved something like 50 feet north minimum, that those 2 blocks could be transitioned to allow residential. And that was a big driver behind that whole replan of these roads, was to make those residential, because I truly think that's the best use of those parcels because of the adjacency and neighbors and everything. So really this is a high density residential neighborhood. I'm sure you've heard the sort of stared, or the answer that retail follows rooftops. We're trying to get as many rooftops in as we can here so that we can attract those retailers, and they have adequate catchment area for customers to provide the sales that they need to stay in business. So, this is a high-density residential, urban-style, walkable neighborhood that serves the downtown core, planning area 2, which is much more focused on mixed-use, true retail, office, and those other kind of uses.
I appreciate that, but hopefully I think you get my concern in terms of the envisioned idea for PD3, right or wrong. I mean, it was zoned flex and it's all going residential, but, obviously it comes with an impact on traffic in both directions.
Well, and again, the flex was only this blue stripe. The rest of this yellow is all residential.
No, I agree, but I look at 21, 22, and 16 as the flex as well.
And 16 was really more flex because there were plans to potentially put a preschool there. Right. That wasn't ever envisioned to be any kind of retail or other commercial use. We did, go down that road with the Boulder Valley School District, who ended up not wanting it because they are going to integrate their preschools with their existing facilities. We talked about potentially doing a private preschool to avoid the in lieu fee, which also just proved to be sort of infeasible. We're not a preschool operator, and we couldn't find anybody who wanted to do that. So that, by virtue of not being a feasible preschool site, has gone residential.
Well, I mean, the flex decision is yours. So, if it's not a school, it doesn't have to be residential. It could be something else.
Sure.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, others, questions?
Do we want to continue the discussion on 88th versus Coal Creek versus the both?
Well, I think continue. Well, no,
Yeah.
continue in
Actually, I do
questions.
have more questions. Yeah, I do have more questions.
I mean, continuing questions. I mean, discussion's going to happen later.
Yeah, question for Alex, if he's still in the room, if he ran away. Just on the traffic forecasts, which I think they're in the other deck. Slide 6. Yeah, so just a quick question, Alex. The 2040 numbers, and the reason I'm asking this question is, obviously the P66 project has an impact on traffic on 88th Street. And, the town of Louisville or city of Louisville has all those forecasts out for the 2022 numbers. Is that included in your 2040 number?
I'll let the traffic engineer answer that, but it does not. I mean, it's based on a certain percentage increase on 88th.
Okay.
Dr. Cog forecast did not include substantial development on that property, so they do the long-range forecast.
Right.
So I believe it does not include that. I know they're doing traffic studies right now. If they bring that proposal forward, and we'll have those numbers, but right now it doesn't increase other than an increase in Chris Granahan from LSC developed these forecasts, and he can relate what the 24% increases were.
Sure. So you got the columns there. Obviously, the one on the far left is the existing traffic. That's based on some counts we've done, and those numbers change a little bit every day we count because it's not the same number every day. So that's kind of the left is the baseline. The second column is growth between now and 2040, excluding any further development in the town center. So zero growth for this project and anything else in the town center.
Okay.
The third column is build out of the town center without the Toll Brothers site. The fourth column is the Toll Brothers site, and then the fifth column is the total. So the number that would include growth, background growth on 88th is that second column. So we've added a little over 2,000 trips, 2115 is the exact number. If I'm going from memory here, but I believe that's roughly a 1% growth rate for 20 years. And that just, and for what it's worth, 88th, if it's widened, whether that number ends up being the 11,500 or 10,500 or 13,500, it's going to work. We're probably going to need some enhanced traffic control if the Promenade connection is made to 88th, regardless if that number is 10, 11, or 12,000. So, but we did assume a 1% growth rate. If new numbers become more available, we can update that. But if it's just increasing 88th, I don't think it would change our findings much other than that 11,500 number might change.
Okay. No, thank you. I know that they published the number, their forecasts in June. It's a 358-page document with a lot of numbers and tables, and they really focus on the Rock Creek 88th Street intersection, the roundabout, and how much longer the length of time is going to be to wait once that project is complete. But I just wanted to make sure that those were not yet contemplated in here.
No, they were not.
Sounds like the answer is not. Okay. Perfect. And then I just have one more question on slide 8 for Alex on the costs.
Is that good? Is that the slide you're?
Yeah, that's it, perfect. And it's really just, if we try to look at option 3, I appreciate Alex and Matt, you guys tolerating my request to add more stuff to the packet, because, we've done traffic studies on Coal Creek Drive, and in the last 4 months, we've lowered the speed limit from 35 to 25, and we've spent $40,000 for a concrete refuge. The speed limit, actually the average speed has not materially changed. It's gone from 26 to 24, and the 85th percentile has gone from 36 to 34.
34 to 32, I think.
I'm sorry, 34 to 32. So in the past, the 85th percentile was actually not exceeding the speed limit. Now they are. The good thing is the average speed is right around the 25. If we go down the path of option 3, what's your thought on the need to invest in traffic calming?
My thought
on Coal Creek Drive,
in terms of option 3, and traffic would go up to almost 3,000 vehicles from about 2,400 today. I think what I would be concerned with would be pedestrian enhancements at the intersections where pedestrians are crossing. We have a trail that I would, provide a raised or enhanced crosswalk where the trail crosses, and then all the major intersections. Amherst, we've done something at Akron. We probably need something down at Riverbend to enhance those and to provide medians at the areas where pedestrians are crossing, where between the crossings, if you want to go that way, to really slow it and make sure they go to 25 miles an hour, you probably need a median or other features like roundabouts, something that would really slow the traffic down. And so you're talking a lot more than 300,000. 300,000 would be enhancements at the intersections and at the trail crossing.
Okay, because I'm just trying to wrap my head around the difference between option 1 and option 3, where we've connected to Coal Creek Drive, but in option 3, we're not investing in the traffic light. I get that. We don't have enough traffic to justify it, but there's 0 for traffic calming. And that obviously concerns me a little bit, since we're talking about increasing the traffic. And, if we don't consider the cost of the traffic calming today, then it's just going to come back and surprise us when, we need to spend $100,000, $150,000 for, 2 or 3 new crossing refuges.
Right. I think the staff, if that's the direction the board would want to go, we would look at effective traffic calming measures and focusing on the pedestrian enhancements where we have the highest amount of pedestrian crossings.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So one of the, I don't know, Alex, maybe you could respond to this, but I also may need Bill as well. One of the options that we talked about was some type of green street, try to leverage some of the work from some of the older cities in Europe, right, where you have really old streets that were not intended for cars and bikes to mix. They were built back in the day of buggies and, walking. Did we, and in the revised presentation from the applicant, I think there's a couple slides, but maybe providing a talk track over those slides and whether or not some type of green street for connectivity between South Coal Creek and the applicant's area was considered.
We didn't have a chance on our end to put a lot of effort into that, but I think the applicant may have done some of that, and I really didn't review their slides beforehand, but maybe they can address what they worked on.
Yeah, if you guys could just pull that up and maybe do a little talk track over that'd be helpful.
Hi, I'm Brennan Mayer. I work for DTJ. We're the planner on this project.
Thanks. I have an important question. We called you like 3 different things 2 weeks ago. We called you Brian, Brendan, and Brandon. It is
Brennan. It's like Brendan, but no D.
Thank you.
I've grown up my entire life with this name, so it's I'm used to it. In the last meeting, Mr. Ryan, you brought up West Hopkins Avenue in Aspen. None of the design team was familiar with it, so we did a little research. This is a shot taken from Google Street View. So it looks as though it was originally planned as, a basic street, and they've added some traffic calming, some signage to discourage through traffic. The term Green Street has some different definitions depending on where you're talking about it. I think the concept that most everyone in this room would be familiar with would be Pearl Street in Boulder. Aspen also has a version of kind of a Pearl Street atmosphere. If you haven't had a chance to go up to Aspen, it's very nice as well. The basic concept, as we understand your intent, was something that could allow for emergency vehicle access, but would not be obviously a through street for basic everyday commuters and so forth, but really enhancing the pedestrian bicycle experience as a part of it. There's a Danish concept called a VUNERF that people who are real planning nerds like me are familiar with. And so I've got a couple of images of that, and it's kind of your idea here where there would be a access that would allow for vehicular access as necessary. In the VUNERF concept, it actually is considered like a neighborhood street where you would park on it, and the pedestrian and vehicular zones are blended rather than being completely separate as we're familiar with in most streets. But as you can tell from these images, it tends to be in a very urban context. These really thrive when it is a very spatially constrained space where you have a lot of activity of people, walking, kids playing, that sort of thing. So the vehicular access is, they are aware of the condition of the street, and it's not just something that you happen to see once and just blow through it. And so, this is a very specific type of condition. All of that is to say, I believe, Mr. Lasis, your proposal of connecting to 88th and then having a non-vehicular access, but perhaps for emergency vehicle access, making sure that it could have those kinds of dimensions and geometries to allow for that. So we didn't have a chance to go through and examine and design something to this effect, but kind of the intent of having these slides as part of the presentation was just to make sure that not only the board, but the public and everybody was kind of on the same page, understood the concept that you brought up before, and make sure that we understand what you were intending for us to understand.
And for my 2 cents, we are doing exactly this Green Street concept. It's Promenade north of Main Street. It connects the park to the public plaza and to Main Street, and it's a pedestrian only. It does have access for fire and emergency vehicles when they need to, but it is very similar to this, where it's actually got a little bit more of a straight shot so that we can meet the Rocky Mountain fire requirements for a fire engine to get down there. But it's lots of trees, lots of pedestrian scape, and as you know, most of the time it'll have bollards up and be pedestrian only. To me, this area connecting Coal Creek is not the right place for that. Coal Creek is really a collector road that's bringing residents from Louisville and from Superior into the project and towards the Main Street core. Again, for me, and trying to lease retail spaces, providing as efficient and easy access for cars as possible is the main driver there. And I think providing 2 accesses is even better than just the one. But I wouldn't want people to come for their first time to downtown Superior, want to get an ice cream, run into a roadblock where they see it, but they can't get there, and then get frustrated and leave. And that's what retailers will think also. So, I again, advocate for the vehicle connection. A bicycle pedestrian connection is better than nothing, but it's, from my perspective, not as good as a true vehicle connection. And with a vehicle connection, we could neck it down, we can make it slow speeds, we can add a tabletop, basically whatever you want, really, within reason. But I think permanent vehicle access on Coal Creek is important.
So let's just explore a little bit more, Bill, around your level of flexibility around speeds, options for tabletops, whatever you want within reason. Right. So can can we be a little bit more specific around that?
Where's that exhibit with all the, oh, here we go. So we're talking about, you know, this connection here. As you're coming north on Coal Creek, you come into the project right here. This is a striped crosswalk with bulb outs as traffic calming here. If we did have a future connection with 88th, obviously you'd have an intersection there that could either be a three-way stop or some kind of a raised intersection with the concrete crossings that we're talking about. Could have bulb outs, could have signage, could have flashers, could have, I mean.
Yeah, one of the, and I guess there are, be careful, make it a question, not a statement. Your options for traffic calming are, of course, within your area. Obviously, I feel like you have, because we're still building roads, we have flexibility. You're talking, based on the projections, 1,500 cars, and we're not talking about overnight, we're talking 5 years from now, right? But 5 years from now, 1,500 cars who, once they're on the other, once they've crossed that, what is likely the Lanterns development, unless we had significant traffic calming initiatives on our end, are can floor it, right? I mean, you saw kind of, you know, people going 60 miles an hour. It's nuts. We could try to prevent that, but unfortunately, we built a road 20 plus years ago that it was too wide without the traffic calming. Is there anything that you could do, and I think I know the answer, that restricts the flow of traffic on the other side of Coal Creek, on the Rock Creek side of Coal Creek?
Yes.
What's that?
We're happy to work with staff on some, I don't know off the top of my head. I don't know the design for Coal Creek. I know there's been some staff design already for traffic calming.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a question, riff on something. So Mark asked a very specific question. As I heard it, would you fund the connection to 88th? Would you fund significant traffic calming measures on Coal Creek? Is the Coal Creek Drive connection important to you, important enough to you, that you would fund significant Coal Creek traffic calming initiatives?
Can I have just a minute?
You have as much time as you need.
And
okay, on the fly. Love doing this. So if we can get the project approved in its material form as presented, without any other offsite improvements or additional requests, then we'll dedicate $100,000 to add traffic calming at staff's direction to any portion of Coal Creek outside of our property.
so another follow-up along that same vein, since we're doing all these thought experiments here. If I
gotta sit down.
I heard you heard you respond to Trustee Ryan that two vehicular connections are better than one for your project, which I understand the value there, makes sense to me. Understanding that if we were to go forth with two vehicular connections, if we did do the Promenade and Coal Creek, and that you're getting additional real value from those two connections, is there anything that you can contribute to the additional costs of Promenade? I understood your response to Trustee Lasis that no, we cannot cover that entire cost, but understanding the additional benefit your project will receive if we cover that cost, what can we do in that aspect?
I'll build the extra road on our property to connect to the intersection, to connect to the future 88th, and we'll do the 100,000 on Coal Creek. Careful.
Ryan Lefkowitz, RC Superior. You know, I think, Ken, in
respect to, what we can pay for, what we can't pay for, it all rolls back to the economics of the deal and how we have to look at it. Improvements, right now it sounds like staff estimates on Coal Creek, the improvements of roughly $300,000. Improvements of that size are something that I think we can tangibly deal with and figure out a way to resolve. When we talk about the connection of Promenade back to 88th, that's a pretty significant cost that we, it goes well beyond what I could probably work into consideration of areas of flexibility on the cost side. Is there a way to do it? There may be, but I don't think at this point tonight we could ever be prepared to say, hey, that's a cost that we can pick up and absorb.
Right, and Ryan, I appreciate that. I think where this helps is just understanding the parameters of the decisions we have to make, and I fully understand that you have to make the economics of this work, because that's why you're here. That's where you get the money to build this great downtown that we're excited about. I think the balance and that we're trying to wrap our heads around and find the best solution for is how do we make this work well within our existing community, and that we're making sure that all the neighbors down to the south are seeing the same types of benefits that you all are seeing. So I appreciate that you can't answer all these questions tonight, but just to help us wrap our minds around where we can go, I think helps the conversation.
Yeah, and I don't think I'm saying anything new. I think we appreciate, the challenges that are at consideration here and the impacts associated with it. We really, I don't want to put it on you guys to go figure it out, but I will tell you that, we're willing to work with you guys in whatever mechanism that can satisfy what your obligation, what your ultimate, objectives are. We just have to look at it in a manner which works on the economics. That's all.
And I want to jump in too with a reminder. Just those answers can change. Not tonight. A lot of our public infrastructure cost on this project should be funded by the TIF, the tax increment financing revenue for the project, based on tax revenues that the project generates. Right now, we already have near-term costs about $20 million in excess of the bonds that we're able to raise on this project, which is why right now we're so sensitive to additional public costs. In the future, 5-10 years down the road, and I know that's some time, but there will be likely another bond raise depending on how the bond markets are and everything else that could provide additional capacity in that TIF financing that could either pay you back or pay for additional public improvements like this. We just can't commit to that right now because we're already overcommitted on everything we have planned.
Right. Appreciate that.
Yep.
Question probably, Bill, for both you and Alex. Bring you both up simultaneously. So looking at, assuming that the traffic calming is the $300,000, assuming that we are able to get that $100,000 from the developer, how soon would we need that traffic calming to be in place? I mean, we've talked a lot about the phasing of the project. Obviously, even once it's built, it takes time for people to move in, for traffic to generate. So thinking from a budget perspective, it sounds like we have the time to budget for that additional $200,000. I just want to confirm that.
From my standpoint, as we discussed, this road won't even be built probably for at least 12 months after phase one is commenced. So we're talking about a middle 2021 date. The traffic might even start flowing on this at the soonest. And from that point, it's probably another couple of years before the rest of these homes are really built out and you reach that peak traffic that Alex is forecasting. So I would say if you want to have it in the day you have through traffic, it would be middle of 21. If you want to, you probably have another year before there's really significant traffic flow. But Alex, if you have any other thoughts.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not a traffic engineer. That's just my.
So there's probably a lot more traffic questions, but I'm going to suggest that there's two other. I want to be sensitive to the fact that people have now been sitting here without even standing up for 2 hours. So we can all stand and take a stretch break in a minute, hopefully, but at least I will. my two questions are unrelated to traffic. And really three questions. I'd like you to address some of the public comments that we got a couple weeks ago. Two different public comments, and then also you seem to have done some additional work around the view plane. And so, number one, if you could do the talk track over the revisions to the presentation around the view plane. Number two, I want you to speak to the residents who say, this is too dense. This is a wall of homes, not what we wanted. It does not speak to the character of the town of Superior. It is too dense. The transitional from super urban core to here, it is, fewer dwellings per unit, per acre, but it's still pretty dense. Speak to that. And then number three, speak to the fact that there are a number of homes that are not street facing. And the PD required street facing homes. Orientation to the street.
Sure.
And hopefully we don't get into a long dialogue around orientation. I think you acknowledge as a variance. So if we're not, but I don't want to hijack if people we could talk transportation more, but or connectivity, but at a high level, maybe we could start doing that.
Mm-hmm. Sure, and thank you for the opportunity to address those. So I put together this exhibit on the VSA height limitations. I know there was a lot of public comment just questioning the methods that we're using to ensure compliance and to better demonstrate that. So I hope that this does that. So the whole reason that the current project considers the annexation agreement height limits is because of this note on sheet CS 1.4 in the PD. This is PD amendment number 4. And that note says buildings shall not exceed annexation at that ordinance number height limitations specifically, which keeps intact the height limitation language of that original annexation agreement, where on the other points of the annexation agreement, including some other buffers that were drawn and other language, those were superseded by the PD when the PD was approved in 2013 as a subsequent agreement between the town and the owner. So having that height limitation, we go back and look at the 1998 annexation agreement. Section 10, building heights and view corridor says a view sensitive area, VSA, is established as set forth on Exhibit B. This is Exhibit B. And this is the view sensitive area annotated by this curved arrow pointing from the south property line to this diagonal line, which runs from filing 7B of Rock Creek out to Longs Peak. That's the view sensitive area, VSA. Section 10 continues, unless otherwise agreed to by the parties, the building heights within the VSA, the yellow area, shall not exceed the bulk plane line drawn over the property perpendicular to any point on the southern property line. This is the southern property line. Any line that you draw perpendicular to that establishes this bulk plane. So really there's an infinite number of those red lines that cover the entire yellow area. That creates a bulk plane that floats above that yellow area of land. Now we've taken these two that are drawn in red just as an example to show you what those look like. This is at the most impacted area where the bulk plane is the least height over the ground. As you go from south to north, the bulk plane goes up, and so you end up with higher buildings allowed in this area than you do here. So this is the most impacted area, which is why we do the section there. Now, just for reference, this is the actual Exhibit C from the annexation agreement. This is not the actual site plan and not the actual grading. This is just what that original annexation agreement showed for a illustrative diagram. And continuing section 10, this bulk plane line shall start at a point 10 feet directly above any point on the southern property line. So that's right here. This is, again, in section view, if you're looking sideways at our property with the existing Rock Creek homes to the south, this is the southern property line that the annexation agreement references. So it's 10 feet above that, which is this reference point. That's the cross here. And then shall extend 4 degrees above horizontal. And that's the red line that's drawn here. That's 4 degrees above horizontal. If the site were perfectly flat, that allows for a 28-foot tall building mass at our building line. Now, in reality, the site is not perfectly flat. So when our civil engineers look at the cross-section, we have all the elevations of the existing homes and of the proposed homes in downtown Superior. And I'm sorry, this is a little bit small. I'll zoom in a little bit. So this is the existing, this is that western red line that we showed on that previous sheet. This is an existing home in Rock Creek. This is their backyard. This is the 50-foot irrigation buffer. This is that 10-foot, so that's the southern property line here. 10 foot above that is the reference point, and that red line is the 4 degrees above horizontal. So you can see there, because the grade drops off about 10 feet from that southern property line to the foundation of this first building, it actually allows up to I think it's a 42-foot high building there before you broach that VSA or that bulk plane. This is an example of where the PD height limitations actually govern as more restrictive than the bulk plane. So the PD only allows a 32-foot high building here, which is what we're showing as a maximum height. But the bulk plane, as you can see, is above that 32-foot high building. Here at that easternmost line where I said it was the most restrictive, you have the same section, Rock Creek home here. Here's the south property line with the 10-foot above for the reference point, and that 4-degree bulk plane that goes out to this point, which does, in that instance, limit that home's height to 25.4 feet, which is what's proposed in the current Toll Brothers application. So hopefully those help illustrate how we're compliant with that. This is a view of the model that the town's consultant created again. I know you've seen this before, but just to illustrate, this is that bulk plane. So this is the infinite number of bulk plane lines drawn across the property, forming a plane that goes from a point 10 feet above the property line here, up 4 degrees, perpendicular from that property line. And you can see that none of these homes encroach upon that plane. And I think I don't have it in here, but the town's consultant's actually done a study outside of the VSA language, outside of the PD and the requirements of if the bulk plane extended across the entire state of Colorado and there was no limit to the actual VSA area, do any of these homes impact it? And the answer is no. Even if it filled in this whole area to the right over all of these homes, none of those violate the bulk plane either. And I think Chase can show you that if you'd like in 3D. So I hope that adequately answers that piece of it. Is there any question on the VSA or bulk plane?
I'd like staff's position on the VSA. And, Stephen, if you can come up and just give us staff's position on the view-sensitive area. Has the applicant complied with it, or are they asking for any variance from the annexation agreement provisions that are incorporated into the PD?
So, as conditioned, it is compliant, but as Bill indicated, so we haven't had an application before where we've actually had the VSA be more restrictive than the zoning. So I worked more with Chase on this application than I've worked with him on any, and I've worked with him on every application. But essentially, it's there's two things I guess I was concerned about, which is the toll proposal, which we've worked with them to ensure compliance. They have 15 different styles of units for their single-family homes, and that's the area that was kind of most concerning because that's the furthest south. But as you go further north, they're actually proposing, a structure that's, 7-8 feet under for their townhomes, that 55-foot allowance. So we went further to actually, help clarify where within the application somebody that wanted to do an addition in the future, say somebody has a single story over their garage and wants to put a unit in the future, whether or not the VSA would actually impact that second level. So and then really I did it to the worst extent. So I had him model this, and then I had him model everything at, the max height from setback lines, 32 feet along everything that's single family and 55 feet. And then we've added restrictions in order to, because I don't want somebody to come in and think that I would think that I have a zoning restriction. VSA is pretty unusual. So we've added language to ensure compliance kind of across the board for both the toll application to begin with today, and then for future property owners to know that they may be more restricted than a 32-foot height allowance allows or a 55-foot height allowance allows.
Right, so if you could pull up the actual block map.
Do you know where it is in this one?
I just scroll until I find it.
Yeah, I think. Block map. I thought I had one in this one.
There it is.
There you go. Okay.
So, block 24.
Uh-huh.
This is zoned for 32 feet.
Correct.
And so is block 16? No, that's
Block 16's zone, so anything's, I mean, that
anything
line kind
north
of
of-
comes right through here. So everything south of here, and then this is 32 as well. Over here, this is a single family block, and a portion of this is single family. Then it gets into the 3-story for blocks 21, 22, 23, and all of block 17, and then a portion of block 18 is also townhomes.
right. So while block 24 is zoned for 32 feet, the VSA, as it's drawn, which kind of runs this way, would prohibit homes that are
From
being
getting up to
constructed in
32
here from
feet.
meeting at that 32 feet
Yep.
height.
Just a handful, but a few
Just a
of them,
handful,
yeah.
not all of them, but a handful.
Yeah.
And based on staff's review, are there any of the proposed homes in the FDP that would run above that VSA?
No, not as we've shown. No.
Okay.
The one that was the most restrictive is the one that Bill showed, and that's, at just less than 25 feet. And tolls range, they say 31.5 on their cover sheet of their FDP, but most of their single-family homes are actually less than 30 feet tall, so.
Should I move on to the density question?
Go ahead.
So I've heard it a couple times now, this idea that the town doesn't have to approve up to 1,400, and it's up to 1,400, not necessarily 1,400, and that you have basically unlimited discretion to approve or deny a project based on density. And I don't think that's right. So I'm going to quickly walk through some code. I'm sorry that I'm going to quote, but I'm going to. And then I'll talk about the design and the actual kind of reason that it's designed the way it is. But I'm going to quickly walk through vested property rights to illustrate for the public's benefit how density or unit count on its own cannot be a finding for denial of any FDP within downtown Superior unless that density exceeds the PD limit. So the Colorado Revised Statutes, section 24-68-101, says, and this is about vested property rights, it is necessary and desirable as a matter of public policy to provide for the establishment of vested property rights in order to ensure reasonable certainty, stability, and fairness in the land use planning process, and in order to stimulate economic growth, secure the reasonable investment backed expectations of landowners, and foster cooperation between the public and private sectors in the area of land use planning. So vested rights are rights that go with the property that property owners rely on to be able to value property. Continuing in the CRS, vested property rights are defined as the right to undertake and complete the development and use of the property under the terms and conditions of a site-specific development plan. Now, the approved PD on every page has a note that says this plan constitutes a site-specific development plan as identified in section 24-68-101 of the Colorado Revised Statutes and chapter 16 of the Superior Municipal Code. The PD on the second sheet, I believe, establishes maximum densities for different uses. The most relevant one right now being the 1,400 residential units, as well as a bunch of square footage maximums for commercial space. But under that maximum 1,400 units allowed within the PD as a site-specific development plan under the Colorado Revised Statutes and Town Code, the vested rights established by the PD, CRS, and Municipal Code. The owner of Downtown Superior has the right to develop up to 1,400 residential units within the PD area. The town board cannot deny any Downtown Superior FDP on the basis of density alone unless that FDP proposed to exceed the maximum density allowed by the PD. So that's how vested property rights work. The PD was the opportunity to determine the density allowed for the entire master plan area, and it did, and it was approved in 2013. Now, as we walk through the FDPs, these are really to ensure compliance with all of the terms of the PD and the design guidelines, which include that density maximum. But here, for example, where we're planning 600 or proposing 600 units in planning area 3, compared to where the PD made one estimate of 650 in the context of the broader 1,400 unit maximum, we're well below what's actually allowed. So in summary, the town board doesn't have the discretion to deny the project based on the density. Now, from a design standpoint, to get out of all the code and legal part of it, we're trying to provide a really active downtown center for the town of Superior and for the region as a whole. Part of that comes with adding more people and more rooftops. The population density here is very low by retail standards. You're looking at a couple thousand people in a 5-mile radius, which is a tough plan to sell for retail uses who rely on population density to provide traffic to their stores and sales that generate their ability to function. Now, I think this site has a lot of unique things going for it that hopefully overcome that challenge. It's got great access to 36, which does have good traffic numbers. It's right outside Boulder, which is a great tech hub and, worldwide destination. And we have a great employment base between Boulder and Interlochen and the things around here. But that said, we need to bring people to the town center to be able to support this retail that we all want to see. I mean, we all want to see, at least for me, the most exciting part of the project is this active Main Street with restaurants and retail and ice cream and all that kind of entertainment use. And to make that come, I've got to get enough rooftops in here that it becomes attractive to them. So part of that is creating density as a virtue, not as a criticism. The other thing, we're trying to create this walkable community where you have the opportunity to downsize or to get into a maintenance-free home. That the people who buy here don't want large yards. They don't want big, giant houses. And that's just part of the draw and part of the appeal of this project. You're very walkable. You're close to this downtown core, and you have a low maintenance house that saves you a lot of money on upkeep. Not everybody wants that. This project isn't for everybody. Not everyone has to buy here, but we do think that it's very attractive, as evidenced by the strong sales to date. So, we are creating a dense, urban, walkable, exciting community, and part of that is this density that goes along with that. Can I answer any more questions on the density?
So, Bill, thanks for that. 1,400 homes allowable under the PD. We've seen in the staff memo a representation of 750 homes allowable in planning area 2, 650 homes allowable in planning area 3. Do you agree with those numbers?
So that references, I think it's a note under the parking diagram. I don't have a problem with those numbers. I don't think we're actually going to exceed those numbers. So I don't think it's an issue that we need to argue about whether it's valid or not. But I honestly don't know off the top of my head. I know Trustee Ryan brought that up last time and questioned its validity. I also questioned its validity. To me, it's 1,400 units in the whole PD area. But that said, we're not going to exceed 650 and 750 anyway. So
right. Because right now we've got 265 homes built or approved so far. This is a application for 300 homes, so that takes us up to 565. My understanding is with the remaining homes allowable and not approved yet in block 26 and 27, we're looking at another 30 homes roughly. So we're going to get up to about
600.
600,
wait, what's
just
the number?
shy, 590.
589.
So 590.
589 is the projected number.
Okay. So we'll be below the 650 number in any event, right? There's no additional
nowhere else
room
to
within
put 'em,
planning area 3.
And we've been working on the FDP for this area for 2 years with Remington Homes. Now we're well down the road on that. So I don't plan on scrapping that for a denser product.
Right. We're not going to get a 400 unit
right
project right here.
No.
Right. So the remainder of the 1,400 is going to be up in planning area 2.
Yep. If we get to 1,400, we may not use the whole 1,400. We may not build out to full density. We have the right to, but we may not actually do it.
I understand that. So based on current plans, we'll have 565 currently submitted, assuming that this goes through tonight, and then the potential to expand that by 25 additional homes roughly to get us to 590 in planning area 3. Is that right?
Yes, yes. Should we jump into the green space or any more?
I've got one more
Sure.
tangential question to that one. So I think another piece of concern that I've heard related to density, and it's not density specific, but it's the optics of the density, is the transition from some of the larger, bulkier structures that are 4 stories in height down to the 2 stories in height, and how there's not a clean transition and I think more gradual transition that we've heard discussed for years. I remember it specifically when I was sitting in the audience watching the concept plan for this. But can you talk a little bit to, in your mind, when we've talked about transitioning from the more dense, higher structures to the less dense, more traditionally residential type structures that is Rock Creek, if this meets what you've been envisioning, and a little bit discussion in that regard?
Yeah, and I thought this slide that Stephen actually prepared was brilliant. Thank you for Stephen for doing this. You know, when we talk about a density gradient, this is really the terms that we think in. It's in terms of actual density per acre on a gradient going from most dense. You know, the downtown core, I don't know what we're actually at right now, but you would expect a, you know, sort of 4-story true urban core to be somewhere minimum 35 or 40 units an acre, something like that, up to 150 if you're going, you know, high rise, 200 per acre if you're going high rise stuff. So here we're probably looking at a 35 or 40 unit an acre density in the town core, along with the retail and mixed use stuff. As you transition down, you go to 22 acres or 22 units an acre. This block honestly would have been denser, except it's got a lot of hillside that takes up development space, and so that was lower density just because of that hillside. It's open space. But as you go from that 22, you go down to 16, 17, and then as you get down along the southern property line, which is the least dense part of the project by design, you're down to 5.7 DU an acre on these lowest density blocks. So you can see that density gradient working from highest density here, middle density sort of in the 13, 14, 10 area here, down to the lower density single family at 5 to 7 DU an acre, with the 9 DU an acre conveniently right in the middle, kind of providing that great buffer of sort of middle density between 14 and 5. So I think Toll's actually done a wonderful job with the density gradient. In terms of architecture, I really don't see any problems with the adjacencies here. You have some areas where you have these 3.5-story transitional townhomes across the street from the 2-story residential single family, but you see that kind of adjacency all the time throughout the Denver metro, and I don't think it's ever obtrusive. I mean, you could honestly have a much taller building across the street, and it wouldn't necessarily be offensive. In all these areas, you've either got a pretty wide right-of-way between the 4-story and the 2-story, or these ones, they actually back to an alley. At the front of the homes, you'll have this really gracious green space fronting the 2-story homes. And I don't think you'll even notice the 4-story townhomes behind here. And then again, here you have this right-of-way, and this is really the sides of all these buildings. So your experience of this streetscape is going to be mostly of green space. You don't really have that building wall along this road. The reason behind not doing a sort of another product type, a 3-story product type that could be a transition between 2-story, 3-story, 4-story in a more sort of linear fashion is it's just too many product types to be able to handle and sell and segment with the project. We already have a lot of different segments throughout downtown Superior with all of our 3 different builders. And so this we have the townhome product and the single family with 3 or 4 variations on each. And that's the appropriate segmentation for this kind of area. And again, it's really not all of these adjacencies, I think, are just wonderful and aren't going to feel, no one will notice as anything but attractive. Green space?
The question was, my question was less about green space, respond specifically to the requirement for.
Front doors facing the street.
Right, front doors oriented.
Oriented to the street. So let's see, do we have a nice landscape plan in here somewhere? So while Stephen's pulling that up, I went back and looked at the design guidelines, and I think we continue to not quite see eye to eye on this. So I'm going to communicate my understanding again, but know that it may not be your understanding, and that's fine. I don't want to argue about it, but so from the design guidelines, sections, there's a couple of places that talk about building entrances and front doors facing streets. Section 6.7 is building entrances. That section A says primary building entries must be directly accessible from a street or paseo and shall be either oriented to or easily visible from the street, public way. So that, I think, clearly identifies an intent to have some homes or some primary building entries accessible from a paseo or fronting a paseo.
Yeah, but hold on a second there, Bill. So that's the section that's talking about special design guidelines for the town center core.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, I may be wrong then. So then the other section is 8.3C, which is building fronts and main entrances shall orient to the street. Residential entrances shall be clearly defined and emphasized. Ground floor units should have exterior entries whenever possible. And this is the section I think that we've talked about before. And I fully concede that there's no black and white language in here that limits that language to sort of larger scale apartment buildings. To me, when I read the words ground floor units and main entrances, I think about our apartment buildings and the main entrance of those, because those have ground floor units. These townhomes don't have ground floor units. They're a 3-story product. So, I think that language was really more directed towards larger buildings that would have a main entrance and not necessarily every home's front door. But I totally concede that that's not necessarily written, and we don't need to argue about it anymore. From a design standpoint, we brought this to a concept plan presentation in, what was that, July of 2018? Something like that. And I think about half of the homes at that point fronted a paseo. And the direction that we heard was that, okay, maybe it's okay for some of the homes to front a paseo. We can be flexible, and we want you to do this project, but we'd like it to be less. And it was kind of in the other. So we took that. I believe now, do we have the numbers, the exact numbers? Oh, shoot.
Good evening. I'm Dave Williams, principal with DTJ Design. I work with Brennan. We have a total, I'll break it down by townhomes and the single-family cottages. There's a total of 199 townhomes. 63 of those face onto a paseo, which represents 31.6%. So 69.4% do face a street. Of the cottages, there's 101 of those. 26 of those face a paseo or a open space connection, which represents 25.7%, or a little over a quarter of them. So 74 and change % face a street. So we felt that did indeed meet the spirit of the direction we got at the concept plan hearing, and worked very closely with staff to maximize those locations. And honestly, a lot of that is in reaction to trying to offer a variety of lifestyles for people who want to live in this neighborhood. Not everyone is going to want their front door 2 to 8 feet from a street. There's going to be some people who are going to want to be more on a greenway kind of experience, and we're trying to provide an opportunity for people to live in both those kinds of environments.
And from my perspective, the green spaces are great. it would be a shame to lose these green spaces and replace them all with streets just to have every front door facing a street. I like the variety it provides. I like the open space that it provides. I like the opportunities for sort of pocket park and play areas that it provides. And I think it's overall just a good response to the design problem of how to balance, the streets, the alleys, the vehicle access and pedestrian access through the site. So in broad strokes, I just think it's the right design approach.
Okay, any further questions on that? Then I'd like to propose a short recess. Do you have anything else?
I'll save it.
Okay. All right, we're going to take a short recess, target 5 minutes. Be back shortly. All right, thank you for allowing us a break. We're back to the meeting. Could we have everyone's attention, please? All right, thank you. All right, we're going to continue with board question and answer, and we will be getting to public comment here soon, hopefully. Thank you for your patience. All right, additional questions? Did you have a follow-up, Kevin, on the last topic?
I guess I'll have a follow-up for staff around the density and wondering if maybe Stephen had a chance to look at, when we talk about, just by way of background, when we talk about transitional, we don't mean transitional housing from an age perspective. We're really referring to transitional housing from a density perspective. And the urban core is dense, and other areas of Superior, specifically Rock Creek, are less dense. And so the concept of transitional is transitioning from the urban to the lesser dense areas of Rock Creek. So I asked Stephen a question about, and these numbers won't be perfect because the density calculation is a bit of a science, and I think Stephen may have applied some art here. But Stephen, what are the approximate densities? Can you pull up the density graphic?
Yeah, I just have it on my phone actually, so I'll just have to recite it for you. But
but just for the one.
Oh, the one for the
right,
okay.
Right.
I can do that.
Compare. Thank you, sir. Yes, that one's perfect.
Okay. So just for comparison, Saddlebrook calculated out at 11 dwelling units an acre. The Bell Flatirons development's at 18. Meadowbrook, which is just south of here, is 3.5. Lakeview's nearly 4. Sagamore, which is near Original Town, 6.35, and the Ridge off of McCaslin is 10. So I did that a couple of years ago. I think it was in response to development application for downtown or Original Town when we were talking about density at that point, probably associated with the Rogers development. So I don't have everything, but those are the ones that we did as kind of comparison in order to kind of clarify what density felt like and what we had in
the Waterford gated community area, what would your estimate be?
My estimate would be it's going to be less than Meadowbrook, so it's probably closer to 2 or something like that. So.
Okay, I think that's consistent with what I was thinking.
They're pretty big properties.
Yeah, right, yeah, right. Bigger properties and
big lots.
Right, yeah, big lots. Right. Okay.
Okay, the board's discussed a couple of these. Well, in our packet, there's a list of 5 items that staff is requesting town board's direction on. We've touched on one of these, right-of-way connection between downtown Superior and Rock Creek or 88th Street, or both. So we've touched on that a little bit. Then there's 4 other items here. I want to make sure we have adequate questions on those for board members, but we can go into these, or we can go to other, if you have other questions generally as well.
I don't think we necessarily need questions on all of those. We might just address some of those in discussion, but I do have, one question of Stephen in terms of staff's perspective on whether staff is making any recommendation or has any opinion about the need for a park in this development, or if it is close enough to Village Green Park such that like an additional park is unnecessary. Is there any opinion from staff?
I don't know that I have a strong opinion on it. It's a big area, 300 units, but it's not a requirement of the PD. So it was something we talked to them about, including, and maybe including more park amenities within some of their open space areas, and the design's a little bit more passive than for active recreation. So we wanted to make sure it was an option should the board want it, and we had some design concepts, and generally thought that given that the other area is fairly spoken for, that it would probably occur within Tract H, maybe along either one of the roadway connections if it did. So that's as far as we got with it. But I don't necessarily have a strong opinion one way or the other. It's really what the community wants and what the board wants.
In terms of a walkability perspective, so right now, looking at this map, it's a little hard to see, but so that's Village Green Park right there?
Correct.
Right? And, for just kind of eyeballing it, for the people who are living in this area here, that doesn't seem like it's a big walk, right?
It's not a big walk in this area.
And there's also this
pretty comparable in size, yeah.
For the people who are living over here, though, you've got this area here, but that's a little bit of a haul to get over to Village Green Park, especially if we've got young kids.
Yeah, it's 4 or 5 blocks. So.
Roughly how many feet is it?
This whole length is 2,200. So from, kind of down here, and that's with this stretch. So it's probably, just under 2,000 feet in order to get from the very kind of southeast end of the development to Village Green. And then we also have, it's not any closer, but we also have Central Park planned for the area within Tract D1.
Is there any sort of rule of thumb from a planning perspective of how far some parks should be from
the default
dwelling?
we have in the town code, I want to say is it a quarter mile or half a mile? And then it just depends on the size. I think for every quarter mile you're looking at some sort of pocket park, and they would probably have that with this. It doesn't necessarily define amenities, but they do have that open space. They have 7 acres of open space within their development. And then it gets, for the bigger circumference, it gets to, more neighborhood scale parks and then, regional parks. And I didn't do that kind of analysis for, how close it is within Rock Creek. We were kind of just, when you look at a development application, you can't really look outside the bounds too much because we can't require them to do something offsite. So we're just looking at the application as it is, so.
And Stephen, can you remind me and the rest of the board, in prior iterations of the PD, there was a park in this region, was there not?
So before PD3 came through, PD3 had a different kind of in this general location. So this is where Tract G has always been located, and it's always had some detention facility. There were just a small court area located within Tract H effectively now, just south of that detention area. And that went away with the PD3 update.
Right. So we originally, when the PD was negotiated, there was a understanding and a realization that we did have a significant chunk of homes that would have to be a good distance away from play structures and parks, and that would have been a good way to address that. And with the PD amendment, we lost that, and this would be a way to address what was originally within the PD.
It was originally there. I wasn't here for part of the discussions as to what the impetus was for that. But yeah, we did have it, and it's no longer in it.
Thank you.
I think that the decision was it didn't make sense in that location, like right next to the highway, but I don't really recall. I was here for that, but I don't recall. So,
thank you.
Stephen, you mentioned a number that I wanted to come back to, the 7 acres of open space. Can you help me understand where that is? Because I tried to do some math, and I'm struggling to get to that number.
They could probably tell you easier than I can, but it's throughout. So it's some of the paseos that are in between, and then some of the things that are, let's pull up there.
I think the updated presentation, slide 37.
Yeah, there we go.
Kind of helped.
Slide what? 37.
37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37. 37.
So yeah, it's within their development area. I don't think that they've included anything over here, but they do have, significant space that's really just kind of green along US 36. That's, I don't know how, usable or, how often it'll be used. Their main areas are their kind of Paseo areas, and they do have, we also work with them here to break up. Instead of having a lot of massing along the south, they were, willing to put these outlots in that actually help separate these units from one another in addition to the driveway. So they have a fair amount of open space or green space kind of just sprinkled in throughout the development. But the Paseos are the main area, and then I'd say the secondary area is the area that's along US 36.
Okay. And a follow-up question that I asked a couple weeks ago, Brennan, was specifically about the types of play structures and what was available to children in the Paseos and throughout, and I don't think we got a solid answer on that, and it didn't seem like there really was any in those Paseos. It was much more passive than providing anything.
There's no formal play equipment. There's, the boulders and, some of the kind of mining relics that one could climb on. But it's that kind of boulder amenity, and it is focused, primarily within their, which is comparably sized as Village Green. That was one of their arguments in order to not have a street go through here, was to have this be a bigger, more attractive and more usable space.
Great. Appreciate you confirming we don't have any final play structures or necessarily anything contemplated from a specification standpoint of how big those boulders would be or what we would be seeing from play possibilities for children.
Do you think we're going to have that's a no-build area too? That's not, that
A
was
portion
not,
of it is, yeah, for sure. This,
right. Right.
Correct, yep.
Do we think we're going to have a moisture problem in there?
Defer to an engineer, but it didn't come up in the discussion as a concern. So.
No, that water line has to be sealed and tight. Otherwise, it's a pressurized system. So we wouldn't be able to allow any leakage and have that irrigation system be functional.
But I'm less worried about the leakage from an irrigation, more just from the slope of the land, from other irrigation. Is this just going to be the area that's, we saw Chase did a nice flyover at, I think we did in March at 4:30. It's a pretty shaded area. Is this going to be just that area in town that just your shoes are always getting wet walking through?
No, we'll provide drainage swales that will get it out to the system. So areas will, but very limited.
Okay.
Just enough to move the water down to be collected.
So I just want to ask one question about the Paseo area, and I'm not real sure who would answer that. But the trail that comes off the US 36 trail will go connect right down through the middle of the Paseo. Am I correct in that? And have there been any provisions made, if that's the primary sort of play green area for this area, what are we doing to alleviate cyclists coming off 36 high speed from possibly interacting with children that might be playing in that green space?
Emily Sexton with DTJ Design. Let me first speak to the play area in this central park space here. We like to call it, as landscape architects, adventure play. So that's using materials that are rocks, wood, things that are different than your typical rigid plastic, metal playground equipment. As mentioned before, there's play equipment at parks at Greenway. What page is that? Let me bring up an image that better illustrates that.
Somehow you jumped off. What page is it, Dave?
I'm trying to figure that out.
Oh, there we go. Is that it?
There's one that's got a perspective of this. maybe it's. How fast can I click? That gives a better perspective image of it. So, you know, this space creates a less formal playground setting, but it's a place that allows kids to use their creativity more, but also doubles as a place for neighborhood gathering, for seating options, and then in the winter also becomes sort of a sculptural piece. As far as the question about the trail coming through, we haven't necessarily, you know, put up bollards to keep bikers from kids to interact with bikers, but the length of the width of this pathway we feel would be great enough for bikers coming through to be able to see kids and slow down. Also, these sculptural timbers that kind of speak to the mining heritage also are an indicator that may make bikers slow down, since there's kind of that vertical element.
Okay.
Okay. So before you sit down,
yep,
just to confirm and clarify, so this is for the full 300 dwelling units within the proposal. This one area is what's envisioned to be the designated play area for the children within this area.
I wouldn't necessarily, it's a designated play area. A lot of the paseos, as mentioned before, definitely have more of a passive program. There are large turf areas scattered throughout for open flex play, but this, I would say, has the greatest program that speaks to the history of Superior and tries to become more of an artistic expression.
And I think it looks like a very nice art piece. I suppose my question is, we don't have no idea how big those boulders are, because that's what you'll find on site. Is that my understanding?
Correct, and if there aren't boulders that are enough boulders to satisfy that need, then that's something that we can match and find. Typically, I would imagine they'd be between 2 to 3 to 4 feet wide. But again, it depends on what's on site.
Right.
Any other questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I have a question for Bill Jinks. This is a follow-up on our discussion about Coal Creek Promenade connections, and probably a follow-up for staff as well. If we could go to page 9 of the staff slideshow or staff PowerPoint. Yes. So earlier we were talking about your development would take this promenade drive down to the property line. This drawing shows a possible roundabout there. Would that include like 3/4 of the roundabout is on the property. The bottom section is not, but would your commitment to build to the property line include the construction of said roundabout if we wanted to go that, if the board decided to go that direction? And you discussed this, I guess the stub to promenade to the east to the property line as well. I'm just trying to understand what the commitment to build is.
Yes, as an additional consideration to the requirements under the PD, our RC Superior and or the applicant will fund the completion of this road to the south property line here, this intersection, whether it's the three-way as shown or some sort of a roundabout if we can make that work, and this extension of the road down to our property line right there.
Okay. Question for Kendra, do we need some kind of condition to define this, or is this?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm not ready to direct such condition yet, but that's, okay, just wanting to clarify what the commitment was and then what we would need to do if we wanted to go that direction. Okay.
In addition to the $100,000 for traffic calming.
That's correct.
I thought you were going to forget.
No, we wrote it down.
I'm kidding, of course.
I already drafted the condition for that.
We record these meetings. Okay, other questions? Okay, go ahead.
I have a question about the colors. So I think it's color scheme 9. I wanted to see, right in our packet, we had swatches for it. I wanted to see if there was a possibility of seeing that as it would actually look on a home. It did look a bit bold from the swatches.
Which one of these is the right thing to look at that does the color?
So that's the whole thing. Yeah. It's got to be kind of near 30 maybe. I'll bring this up.
Yep.
It's before this?
Sorry, that was
Cottages and townhomes.
sorry, Bill.
That was my bad.
Somewhere around here.
There is one in here that's the same.
You can't miss it.
39, there we go.
There it is.
Hey, yo.
Just wanted to make sure everyone got to see that.
Okay. Any questions on that? All right, this is part, okay. Probably a question for Stephen. In the staff presentation that we saw, there's on page 21, the questions for consideration. This number two, whether proposed block lengths are sufficient. Can you kind of walk us through that and show us the?
So there's an exception for block lengths that are required because of the way that they've laid out their blocks. Block 24 is longer than the requirement, which is between 300 and 500 feet. Block 21 is as well. We're not terribly concerned about these blocks. There's a lot of alley access, private lanes that get into those blocks. The whole kind of concern and the reason for the traffic mitigation and everything kind of through here was that it's just such a long length of these two streets. It's particularly promenade. So we worked with them they had a right-of-way in here previously, and they, moved towards wanting to have, but it would have been redundant with their, let's get a better graphic up. It would have been redundant with one of their alleys. You'd have had two parallel roads kind of back to back. Sorry. This is one site plan, but not a perfect one. Let's find a different one. This one's fine. But basically there was a roadway right here, actually. This one hasn't been updated. So there was a right-of-way that went through here and then this alley. So what we're looking for is just an acknowledgement that they're asking for an exception. to block length. Typically, you have a block length, it's broken on a right-of-way. That's what separates your two blocks from one another. And they're saying that, effectively, their open space, their primary open space, serves the same purpose. And we worked with them in order to and it does serve the purpose in the sense that there's a physical break between these, this block and this block. But from a staff and from a planning kind of design point of view, you're going to have people either going down this alley in order to get up to this street, particularly if you have, if we go with a design that we're working on to get that on-street parking to help calm traffic on, their primary right-of-way. You don't have on-street parking on both sides of the street, so some people aren't going to drive all the way down here. There's going to be, a potential for traffic through here. So they've widened this alley, so it's not your typical alley. It's got a sidewalk on the east side, and then we've worked with them to give a greater setback to these units so that there's not a concern with people backing out of their driveways onto what's maybe not be used as quite a typical alley. There'll be some cut-through traffic through here. So I think that the conditions that we worked with in Planning Commission have the same kind of concern, and Planning Commission's also supportive of the new design, but it's not just one element that kind of addresses that. It's not, that this block alone or this outlot alone, this green space, breaks this lot. It's the fact that the green space works in conjunction with kind of a hybrid street alley that we felt serves the same purpose and that we'd be supportive of, rather than having right away plus an alley, which they were trying to avoid in order to have more open space in this area. And they think that these units, it's kind of another indication that, as a developer, they'd prefer to have units that front green space than to front the streets and have the building orientation to the streets. They feel like that's a better sell, and more open space in general is a better sell. So that's the context of everything, but really the requirement is just, blocks should be between 300 and 500 feet within the downtown area.
Okay, thanks for that explanation. Anybody have any questions on that? All right. And while you're there, maybe walk us through that item 3, which was landscape screening within Tract H, whether that is supported and should be viewed as a requirement.
So that's another request we made, and we're getting it, I guess. We're looking at this application, and we've looked at the application for the Remington, and we allowed for some flexibility within the yards, the private yards of these units. And they, like I said before, they do have outlots that, provide green spaces. But in order to ensure that there's some softening of the development that's going to go along this southern boundary line, staff was recommending that some additional landscaping be put in within Tract H if it needs to be, because they want to give the latitude for the yards to be landscaped as each private owner wants. We told them, kind of like we did with the Tesla site and like we're doing with the Remington development just to the west, that's fine if you want that latitude to have your individual property owners landscape their lots. And they do have, like we worked with Bill through the CCNRs, there will be landscaping on these private lots, and the timing's all there. It's just kind of controlled through the Metro District rather than done at the time of their FDP, or set in stone by the time of their FDP. So anyway, we're basically just requiring a mix of some evergreens, some deciduous trees, some shrubs along that southern boundary in order to soften that development. So that, if somebody chooses to have very minimal landscaping, you still have something that kind of gives you some buffering from looking at somebody's yard. And it's, again, not necessarily a requirement in the code. It's just a suggestion in order to minimize the impact of this development from the units to the south.
Okay, and if the board chooses to support that, we would need a condition for that?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. All right, thank you. All right, any other board questions on anything before we go to public comment? It's not going to be the last chance for questions, but just want to see. Okay. right, with that, we're ready for public comment. If you'd like to make public comment, just give a little wave and I'll signal you to come up. And there's the first hand. You can come up, and then we'll have you on deck. So maybe if you can kind of prepare for who's on deck next and just be ready to come up. If you'd start with your name, address, and limit your comments to 5 minutes or less. This little box here on the dais gives you a green light for the first 3, yellow light for 4, and red is 5.
Okay.
So thank you.
My name is Pat Nisano. I live at 1145 Stoneham Street. And the only reason that I was aware of anything going on with this development was because some of our neighbors very thoughtfully put some information together and put it on our doors yesterday. I'm quite disappointed that because the can was kicked down the road last year with the Weldona closing in terms of what was going to happen with we were calling it then the frontage road, but I guess we're calling it Promenade now, that this is still an ongoing question that was not brought to the attention of the neighbors. And my understanding of what I saw in the little time I had to look at the website tonight was that the proposal that's being voted on tonight by the board reflects the Coal Creek right-of-way being pursued. And there was nothing about Promenade in there. And so I guess I would like to know if that is something that is going to be addressed definitively tonight, or is that something that is going to be pushed to another time when a decision can be made about whether Coal Creek or Promenade are going to be used?
Okay, so the intent is for a decision to be made.
So
tonight.
So tonight you will either decide to do Promenade or Coal Creek, or both of them,
or neither.
Or neither. Okay.
So all options are on the table.
Let's see, some notes here. The other thing is, I can address for a fact, Ken brought up about the high speeds. I walk my dog between 10 and 10:30 at night on Coal Creek, and there are definitely people, I'm assuming kids, racing their cars down the street as fast as they can. So that is definitely going on. It's not necessarily an outlier. So I think that I don't know what calming methods are being planned, but if Coal Creek is going to be the answer, it can't remain as wide as it is. Something else has to happen, because as long as it's that wide, people are going to continue to go fast down the street. So, and the other question I have is, does anybody know if any other collector streets are 25 miles an hour in Superior?
Okay, we do need to ask that you limit it to just comments. I mean, we'd be happy to circle back on your questions during
Okay,
our
well, these are things
question
that I
answer.
think are questions that nobody's addressed.
Okay, and yeah, please state those. We'll circle back to them, but we just can't
All right.
have
Okay.
an ongoing
So that's
dialogue.
another thing that
Okay,
I don't, again, a collector street implies that you're going to be able to take more traffic, and then the speed is going to be higher. So now that it's 25 miles an hour, that seems like another issue that is not great for Coal Creek. And as my understanding is that what you put up there tonight, and I don't know if that's in the proposal, but there's going to be a traffic light at the end of Coal Creek. If Coal Creek is chosen, there's going to be a traffic light there. And it seems like it's awfully close to the circle that is at 88th Street. So, and all the traffic from this place, they're never going to make a left, they're never going to make a right turn from this development at Rock Creek. They're always going to be going left. So all that traffic has to be moved, because if otherwise they would just go to McCaslin out the other way. It doesn't make sense for them to go any other way. So a lot of that traffic is going to be all turning left, and we already have issues, and the light is going to be a nightmare too, and traffic potentially backing up at the 88th Circle. So anyway, I think it's a nightmare to not go with Promenade. It was something that we discussed last year, and I think it was more favorable at that time even than Coal Creek. So hopefully that is what you'll decide to do. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the comments. Next up, Sarah, I believe you were next, right here in the middle. Yes, go ahead.
I'm Chris Houghton. I live at 1335 South Mesa Court, and my concern is that Coal Creek was designed in the late 1980s by Richmond Homes. At that time, they had absolutely no idea what was going to happened with the development and with all the volume of traffic, it seems like it's going to dramatically change the character of 3 distinct neighborhoods, Waldona, East Riverbend, and is it Stoneham? I'm not sure what that other street that goes east, but there are a lot of folks who bought in those areas expecting to have a quiet residential neighborhood, and running Cold Creek with a high volume of traffic is going to change the character of all those neighborhoods. My guess is it would be a much wiser move to go to 88th Street and give people the opportunity of using that as access and egress into their neighborhoods. As it is, those 3 neighborhoods have one entry point and one point of leaving. And lastly, it seems to me that it's like $1 million question to save the quality of life for a significant number of residents. Cold Creek is the easy answer because it's cheap. But for $1 million, you could give a lot of people the quality of life they moved here to have. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Alan Lembitz on Wiggins Street. Thank you for your time and your diligence in listening to this and running at 2 meetings. I really appreciate it. You guys are, in fact, dedicated community members that I'm proud to call neighbors. Tonight, I'm going to ask you to listen to your head, your heart, and your soul in making this decision. As related to your heart, I was going to talk about the VSA. I'm really glad that you were able to at least address the fact that the line that demarcates that bulk plane does not actually point to Longs Peak. It actually points south of there. But the assurance that I've heard from town staff, which I have to trust, that even if you were to tilt it the correct 311.419 degrees to get to Longs Peak, would actually still make all this properties compliant. So I'm okay with that. Still outstanding, however, is that you need to address the grading plan and excess earth removal plan that no one seems to have talked about. The applicant should be able to tell you the exact net excess earth that they must transport off this property and how they're going to do that. This may sound trivial, but there are places that are apparent from the comparison of the computer flyby depiction and the existing topography where they'll be needing to shave 20 to 30 feet or more off of acres of land. I know this because it's my backyard. They can and should calculate the net cubic feet of earth that has to be removed. There can't be any exceptions to existing truck limitations on the existing roads, noise, dust, and hours of operation for what's likely to truly be thousands of earth-moving trucks to move that amount of earth. You should be able to know with precision that number, the transit plan, and the community impact before you approve this. So I'll move on to your heart. Did anyone else here have a reaction to last meeting when the applicant stated they did not know where the children of this 300-unit development would be going to school? And they didn't consider it. Their words, they didn't even consider it. Maybe that tells you why they didn't even also consider parks or play structures. How can you say you're building a community with that? Well, I can tell you why. It's an investment manager flipping land for maximal profit. I guess I can't criticize them because that's what their definition of success is, but it doesn't have to be yours. If you don't build the families going to school a direct route, either across 36 or to 88th, the walkers and bikers, they'll find a less safe shortcut to make that direct route. And the cars will curse you each morning as they travel the additional distance and the left turns onto Rock Creek and back to 88th and repeat that in reverse. The application should be rejected until you have plans that the children of this can get safely to school. They didn't even consider the school children. You must. And so what are our options if you don't send this application back for revision? Well, despite Mr. Jenks deciding to saber rattle his lawyers in front of you and his vested rights, he didn't contemplate that citizens actually do have options. It only takes 5% of registered voters, 542 signers to a petition to pass at least make you consider a citizen's initiative. How that would be designed and how it would creatively block them is in fact within our resources. Now, whether such an initiative will ultimately pass is uncertain. Whether it will whether we'll stand later court interpretations is also uncertain. But what is uncertain is that the delay to moving forward on this will automatically be 180 days or more. And finally, to your soul, I ask that you close your eyes and think back to what this development could and would have, should have been, and that you take the uncomfortable steps now to save what you can. I understand this applicant is holding up your funding for public amenities until you approve it. They've said so publicly. And perhaps such a strategy of getting everything approved first and building it out slowly makes sense to them, but you don't have to be held hostage to that. And so finally, in total frustration, I close with the lyrics from the last track of the Hotel California, which is ironically the state where Ranch Capital is located. And I direct these not to you, but to them. Some rich men came and raped the land. Nobody caught them. Put up a bunch of ugly boxes, and Jesus, people bought them. They called it paradise. I don't know why. You call someplace paradise. Kissing it goodbye. Thank you.
Okay. Additional public comment?
Good evening. My name is Mike Cooper with Boulder Creek Neighborhood, 712 Main Street, Louisville, Colorado. Very excited to be up here as a concerned citizen for the first time in my 23-year career instead of an applicant or an applicant's representative. So I think it's a great looking development. You should absolutely approve it. I've worked in the design industry for over 20 years, and I remember in 2013 I looked at this site with a previous national home builder, and we had laid out some product on here, and this is light years ahead of any product that a production home builder would build on this site. So I think it's a great looking project. I'm mainly here tonight to talk about the Coal Creek and Promenade connection. At our Lanterns at Rock Creek project that was recently approved, we have about 12 homes that back up to US 36, and they're greatly impacted by the highway noise. We have a sound wall along there. This road would further impact those houses being right on the other side of that sound wall. Obviously, we provided the land to the city on our plat and gave the town the ability to build that road, so we certainly don't want to block the town from doing that. But I do want to express our concerns with the livability and the saleability of those homes and the decrease in value that building another road on the backs of that wall, the decrease in value that we think that'll have on those homes. Furthermore, there's another 6 homes across the street that kind of front that would have a view of that road as well. I don't have a good visual here of that, but basically it's about 18 homes that would be severely affected by the construction of Promenade. That's about 30% of our development. So it would have a huge impact if Promenade were built. Furthermore, I would zoom out a little bit and ask, would you consider building no connections? When Toll Brothers was first looking at this property, we examined looking at just a pedestrian and bike connection at the terminus of Coal Creek. And there could be a nice open space connection through there. We would absolutely support that in terms of the value to our neighborhood that we're constructing now. As a practical matter, I would question the spending of $2 million to make that kind of backdoor connection to downtown Superior. I've been to a lot of hearings here, and I don't think I've heard anybody advocate for that connection to go northbound on 88th other than to make sure that the Coal Creek connection doesn't happen. I haven't heard anybody in downtown Superior say, yeah, I really advocate for that connection, and that would be money well spent by the town of Superior, but that's just my personal opinion and my observation. So obviously I'm lobbying on behalf of our neighborhood and our future residents. Our preference would be no connection. Our second preference would be the Coal Creek connection, and we would greatly object to the Promenade connection happening at all. So I'll leave it at that, and thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sasha Stiles, South Mesa Court. I'm one of the people from a neighborhood that's already there, which the border, I can see Akron from my house. Sort of sound like Sarah Palin saying that. But I also walk my dog along Coal Creek. I also have a lot of experience doing risk analysis in the medical field, and I can tell you that if CDPHE can't come close to telling us what a good risk analysis is, neither can these people who are sort of guessing, well, I think this traffic estimate is right and these traffic times are right. I don't mean to disparage them, they know more than I do. But I think their traffic estimates you can take with a grain of salt. I also think that because you guys are going to be, our representatives, we voted for you to protect our interests. We're already there. We're in a neighborhood. We fought long and hard for you to listen to us about the park that I live on. We fought long and hard to keep our communities the way they are. They're communities, and we don't want to have anything like Coal Creek go through them. I would fight hard to get better parks for the people in Weldona. I promised them that I would do that. I would fight hard to keep the community atmosphere and the calmness that we already have in our neighborhoods there. That's what was the original town structure in the 1990s. You talk about, and I'm not aware of it, a 1998 referendum or commitment that now is 21 years later is accurate. That, you need to look beyond it. You need to know why we hired you, why we voted for you to protect our interests. And heretofore, I am very grateful that you have. And I hope for all of us that might be here that live in the areas that will be massively affected if you open up Coal Creek, and if you don't put more parks in the area that these gentlemen say they're not willing to do. I put my hands on my heart and say, I hope you will take care of us the way you have in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
Good evening. I'm Lauren Chevalier, 13578 Via Vara in Broomfield. So I live in the Via Vara community, and I'm planning to move to Superior to purchase one of the new single-family homes that Remington is going to be building in Block 25. I think this is a great project. The whole downtown Superior is a wonderful concept. One of the reasons it is attractive to me is that it does provide options for a vibrant, walkable community that relies on access to a central retail core. It provides access to low maintenance, no yard kind of living, which is very attractive to me. And I believe that there are, I think I'm representative of a lot of people who find this kind of a development very attractive and really are looking forward to easy access to, again, a retail activity in that vibrant urban core. One of the comments that has been made tonight that makes a lot of sense to me is that those retail tenants are only going to go there. They're only going to want to be in downtown Superior if there is sufficient traffic coming in, not only from the immediate residents, but from the neighborhoods and surrounding areas at large. So that to me says there does need to be good access. There does need to be good ability to get to that urban core through roads. And it seems to me like, and I have no preference as to whether Promenade or Coal Creek or 88th, what the route is, but to the extent that the route that is necessary and is chosen can be remediated to bring speed levels down, to put those safety features in place to control the ability of drivers who are going too fast. If we can put that together in conjunction with making the appropriate route connections into the central core, then that's going to address multiple comments, multiple perspectives that we're hearing tonight. And that, to me, further builds on the attractiveness of the community that is causing me to want to live here. So,
thank you.
I encourage you to approve the project. So thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Additional public comment? Let's go ahead.
Hello, my name is Anita Dickerson. I live at 1357 East Riverbend Street. So my house is, Coal Creek runs right past the side of my house. I can already hear the cars in the morning. If this goes through and 1,400 new families are driving past, I mean, we checked 2 prices on quieter windows in the past week. Those are $40,000. So that's going to be our contribution to this new project. So, you know, we have I guess I feel like I wonder how lazy a society we've become that we don't want to drive an extra mile to get to a major. I mean, I don't mind pulling out, going down, turning right on Rock Creek, driving to McCaslin, a mile down the road to go to the restaurant. I do think we need a pedestrian and a bike lane to get through there. I don't think we need vehicles because people coming from Lafayette, Louisville, they're not going to go down Dillon to McCaslin and go through all that traffic to get there. They're going to come down 88th through the already crowded roundabout. They're going to turn right and drive 20 feet past my patio. So that's my concern. I think at the bare minimum, you'll have to put a 4-way stop at every single one of those intersections. And Mr. Lish, you're correct. They fly through there. My husband, we retired 6 weeks ago, so we've been on the patio a lot lately. And it's funny because we didn't know about this until the last meeting. That day we found out about it. And the week prior to that, we were sitting on our patio talking about how beautiful that whole area is. We see people walking, we see dogs, we see people, the children. This morning we were sitting on the patio and our house backs up to the creek there. And we could see the kids sitting there on the railing, waiting on the bus. And I just thought, that's all about to change dramatically. So I would appreciate your consideration of all of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Any additional public comment? This will be the last opportunity for public comment, assuming that we move into final question and answer and closing the public hearing and having discussion. So any final public comment? Okay, with that, we'll move back into board question and answer. Any questions of staff or developer as a result of questions raised during public comment? Ken.
So I do have a few more questions, but I think it would be easiest if we actually pulled up the fly-through. Chase, is that possible?
Chase Mullen with MIG.
So Chase, if you could probably go over US 36 to where the detention pond will be and look towards, let's say, Rock Creek, and let's find the end of the, here, go back over 36 again. I'm trying to see better how much of a gap there will be with the sound wall on the south side of that retaining wall and north side of the retaining wall or pond. So, Stephen, we see that sound wall curves along with Promenade. And Chase, if you could look towards where the Lantern development is. So if I'm recalling correctly, the sound wall with the Lanterns development and somewhere in this range, is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I want to, we have to pull it back up, and we can with the other slides.
I don't think
both.
I don't
we
think
do
it's.
I think it extends. It's on the other side of the road. It's on the south side of where the right-of-way is.
Right.
It's right along their property or their homes.
Mm-hmm.
They back to it, and it extends. I'm pretty sure it extends up through here. in order to provide protection for these homes as well, but I couldn't tell you how far off the top of my head.
So my question is, do we have any concerns about not having, I mean, let's say we assume it goes to about right here and we can look after this, but do we have any concerns with just no sound barrier at all and how it bleeds into the rest of the neighborhood?
We did not. I mean, I think that we looked at those studies and we look at the decibel levels per the house, so we look at it with the study looks at it with and without the sound wall, and it has to get the decibels down to a certain level. Alex may be able to tell you the specifics of everything, but it shows that individually that the Lanterns Lane development with the sound wall that they're proposing meets HUD requirements essentially for noises, and the same for the toll development. And from what I recall, our Public Works Department asked for a 65 length extension. I mean, so the toll development was meeting it already, but they asked for that sound wall in order to be built. Can you scroll? Or am I doing this?
Yeah, you're doing it.
Oh, I was trying to help. So I can actually point without messing things up.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad. So this wall extended, I think it's 65 feet further south than it originally did, in order to just provide more protection in this area. We're not necessarily looking at a sound wall along, the trail, and we don't have that in other places. It's all really driven for residential units, and we have talked to them. So that sound wall does kind of provide the ambient noise levels at a certain height. They're going to need to do additional measures at their upper levels in order to bring these units in compliance with sound levels for the townhomes as well that extend above that height. So.
Okay, appreciate that. And then Chase, if we could go fly over Westward Lane, which is the alley right over in here, and if we get down into the actual lane, most specifically, so we could, So, a question to either Greg or Brennan. So as we're going down through here, the sides of these homes, I'm not seeing any vegetation. Can we speak to whether we're going to have shrubs, trees, anything to help kind of break up the fronts? Well, technically it's the side of the home, but it faces the street here.
The anticipation is there will be landscaping there. It's an on-site landscape.
Okay.
Yep.
That's all I need to fly through.
Again, either way. Actually, since this is up, my question's about this too.
So is mine.
Are you
Sorry. Well, mine's the VSA related. Okay. No, Chase loves the VSA.
Mine, because before we hit the detention pond, I just want to talk about the detention pond for 1 second, because I asked a question about the calculation of the open space. I wanted to see if anyone would jump up and answer the question, but the answer is they didn't. Tract G is the detention pond, and that's part of the open space calculation. That's 1.9 acres that makes up the 7.5 total. That was my math based on one of the drawing documents in here. So if we're including the detention pond as part of the open space, what type of open space are we talking about when we take it out?
Yeah, so I anticipated this question after last meeting. When you take out the open space, when you take out the detention and you exclude also the open space that's kind of along the sound wall, because I think that your argument here would be that that's not really activated. You end up with just over 4 acres of programmed open space with dedicated elements.
So 4 acres out of a 36-acre development.
There was no required acreage, so this is all kind of additional because we felt that it made the community more livable.
Okay.
That's all I was going to add, is that 4 acres is in addition to any PD requirement. All of the as far as the PD is concerned, this is all development area, and there's no additional open space area required above the 40 acres that Downtown Superior provides as a master plan elsewhere outside of this site.
Okay, I want to be clear, because irrespective of what you just said, and I do appreciate it, you know, we're talking about 4 acres out of 36, about 12.5% is the open space for just this development. You know, if we draw boxes, bigger boxes, obviously the number changes, but for this box here, it's 12.5%. Is that accurate?
That math is accurate, but I think that it's fair to also consider this within a bigger box.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
So a couple questions based around the public comment. And just by the way, for those that made the public comment, I always find it really helpful when all public comments are helpful, but it's particularly helpful when it's, you should ask about this. Like, those are really good comments. So a couple questions about that. Do we have any other streets that are major collectors? Stephen, I suppose this is for you. Other streets classified as a major or minor collector with a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. We did just reduce the speed on South Coal Creek, which is classified as a minor collector to 25 miles an hour. Are there other streets that in that classification, or I guess Alex, I'm sorry, be a better question for Alex if he's still there. There he is.
No, most of all our other major collectors are 30 miles an hour or more. We are looking at one of the recommendations of Rock Creek Circle would be to reduce that speed limit to 25.
Okay, thanks. I want to talk about the VSA and a comment that Alan made, because I'm not sure that I interpreted Stephen's response the same way that Alan interpreted Stephen's response. So let's go, before we do the VSA, let's pull up the developer revised proposal that has the revised presentation that has the perpendicular line. Can you do that for me? It's laser pointer, right?
Which one of these oh, is this it? Yeah. Stephen, which one of these PDFs is it? Which one are you looking for? The one with my...
the applicant. Oh, just right there, yeah.
Oops. Yep. Yeah, you're close. Right. So you had what I heard, that you have an infinite amount of these perpendicular lines, and while the VSA is the yellow triangle pizza thing, you've effectively extended those perpendicular lines out beyond the yellow pizza, beyond the VSA triangle, and there's no other areas that would potentially be compromised. What I heard Alan suggest is that this perpendicular 90-degree angle, if this was at an angle that pointed more towards Long's Peak, and I think he has the, provided the precise direction, that Stephen suggested that we would not have the VSA. And I think we might be talking about different things. I don't know if we've been at this for a few hours, so I feel like I'm not very articulate. Did that question make sense?
Let me handle this one. I think what he was alluding to was actually this angle here. So from this angle is what was mentioned, that it points from this corner to Long's Peak. On the previous slide, actually.
I guess let me just go back, then I'm going to ask a very specific. I don't know if it's a question or not. Can you go back to that slide? So if I were able to, let's call this point A, and let's call this point B. If I was able to do a point C right here, and I did point A to point C, is there still are we still within the VSA? And assuming I could call point C here. Basically, this becomes a 180-degree view instead of just a single 90-degree perpendicular view.
Yeah, so let me take a stab at it. So I do think the public comment was about this line. There's one sentence in the annexation agreement in the list of exhibits that says the VSA shall be the property area to the west of the line connecting the eastern boundary of replat number 7B of Rock Creek, which is this, up towards Long's Peak. And that's this line. And so that the bearing he gave was defining this line. Your question, which I think is a separate question, is if this 4-degree plane actually, or bulk plane line actually rotated.
Correct.
45 degrees, that would actually just increase the height that the bulk plane is here. If you take that 4-degree line and you rotate it, that ultimate plane is going to be at a steeper angle. Because
let's assume that it's still the 4%. Let's assume that I'm still going.
Your point at 4% here would be higher than the yellow plane is currently at. Because if you think about it, the new perpendicular line that would be here would have to be at greater than 4 degrees. It would have to be at greater than 4 degrees to hit that same point.
Right.
So this
is what, everybody I'm never going to use this geometry ever again. Right. Turns out this is the third.
Here we are, trigonometry.
With the geometry, which I like. So, but I agree, right? So the rise in this perpendicular line is going to be different because this is a shorter line, given that, we've created a triangle from point A to point B, or point C over here. Right.
So your point would be higher than the current bulk plane is.
But we've got to be a little careful here because, these homes are all at a different elevation. And so if you're only measuring point A to point B, and an infinite amount of point A to point B's, the slope right here on this southern line is going to be different. And so the slope here is going to look different than the slope there.
Well, the slope is always the same 4 degrees heading due north.
I understand. Well, I should say the
elevation is going to be different.
The elevation. Yeah. The elevation here is different than the elevation.
And that's what Chase has models in his 3D bulk plane.
So can we just comfortably say that if I was drawing a 4-degree point from here to here, that all homes would still be underneath the VSA?
All homes would be underneath that point, which would actually be less restrictive than the real VSA is.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That was my question.
I like your Chase's answer.
He looks like he's got a good one, doesn't he?
I would say in general that's true. The longer the run, the more the rise. I would say, though, that there are different folds in the terrain which at the scale can maybe have an overlapping, can not necessarily have an obvious impact without truly studying that. But I would say in general, there would be the overall height would be taller that the VSA would allow, given that modification to how it's built.
Right. Okay, those are my follow-up questions.
I have just a question for Kendra. So there was reference tonight, Mr. Lemons made in his public comment that also Ms. Clark referenced in her public comment from 2 weeks ago about Title 31, chapters 10 and 11 in Title 31, which are the Colorado Revised Statutes for Municipal Elections, the Municipal Election Code, and then also initiatives.
Yes.
It's my understanding that, and there was talk about, gathering 540 signatures or whatever to get something to hold up this process. It's my understanding that citizen initiatives are legislative acts and don't deal with quasi-judicial acts, which is what we're dealing with here tonight.
I wish it were quite that easy, but generally, yes, that's true.
Okay.
I just can't give you a definitive, no, there can't be an initiative or referendum on this because.
Okay. All right.
I have one more follow-up question about Mr. Lemons' public comment as well. I wanted to ask around the schools. That was something that came up last time in public comment as well. When would we expect a determination on where the children in this development would go to school?
It's already determined.
I'm sorry?
PVSD's already has maps.
Oh.
That cover all of this area.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, any further questions?
just before you close the public hearing, I did want to one more time clarify the obligations and offers and everything we've gone through. There was some talk of an additional park offsite on Tract H, which we haven't really touched on too much here. I know there's been a lot of resident feedback against that park in favor of maintaining a naturalized buffer on Tract H. That park would also be an additional consideration not required by the PD. And I can't do all of it, so I just want to make sure you're not planning on the park and all of the road connections and everything. The obligation, in addition to our current obligations under the development agreement and the PD that we've talked about tonight, are building and funding the Coal Creek connection via Promenade to the extent that it's on our site. Also funding the 88th connection street and intersection with Promenade to the extent that it's on our site, and a $100,000 contribution to the off-site traffic calming measures on Coal Creek, which I'd like to put some timing on that. I would say we pay at the time that connection is actually made. And that's the extent of the additional consideration. So just to clarify, make sure we're on the same page.
Okay, thanks for that comment.
Bill, before you sit down, if there is a condition that includes that park, is it your position then that means we drop some of those other things you just listed, just to make sure we're abundantly clear here?
Yeah, you can't have all of it, and none of it's required under the PD. I can only do so much extra, so it's kind of one or the other. The park's expensive too, so yes.
If during discussion, Kendra, I want to bring in, I could refer to the planning development guidelines, correct? Even though they weren't part of this particular application, they're already.
Oh, yes, they're applicable. The design guidelines from.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, does the board have any other questions before we close the public hearing? When we close the public hearing, we can have additional dialogue with town attorney about potential conditions and so on, but we really should not have further dialogue with developer or staff about questions.
Can we, I have a question for staff. I guess a couple of our comments were kind of a surprise. I mean, all of us, there are familiar faces in the crowd, and there are some unfamiliar faces, and welcome to those that are unfamiliar. I was a little discouraged that this was a surprise. Maybe Matt or somebody, beyond the, we obviously posted this as the public hearing, the fact that, our neighbors are out leaving information on people's doorsteps is good, right? What did we do to engage the community?
So Martin and Stephen can come up and add to this, but so we post, we have the e-blast that go out, we post the property, we send letters out to, I think it's 1,000 feet, any homes within 1,000 feet of the development. And then there's a notice that goes in the paper as well.
Okay. It's interesting, right? Because they're a home that is, if this was it, well, that's not a question. Thank you.
Okay, anything further from the board before we close the public hearing?
One more before we close it, and whether Greg or Bill or Brennan, not sure who, electric vehicle hookups. I know it's not proposed in the development here. Is this something that you generally look at for any of your developments? And is this something that you consider in any of your construction?
There's no hookups that are mandatory. They're sold as an options for the homes.
So your buyers could actually ask you to install it?
They could option it in when they purchase the home, yes.
Okay.
Kendra, timing of this question might be important. If I wanted to, and I'm not sure I do, propose a continuation to a date certain, do we have to do that before we close the if we close the public hearing, is the public hearing closed, or can we close the public hearing and have a discussion about continuation to a date certain?
Not sure I followed the whole thing. You should, if you want to continue, I would suggest leaving the public hearing open.
Okay.
We have had cases, though, where we have
Yes.
closed the public hearing and then we have continued. We have had,
Yes, we have.
that has occurred before, where we can, we
It
can
was just a
vote to.
suggestion. It's better to do it that way.
It's probably better to do it
Yeah,
that
let me
way.
just preview, if you don't mind. So this has nothing to do with the substance of anything beyond the mechanics of what we have to do tonight. Number one, I'm worried that we don't have 100% brain power if we go past, another 45 or 60 minutes, right? And this is important. And number two, I don't like the fact that while we notified houses within 1,000 feet of the development, but we didn't necessarily notify the houses that are going to have 4 years from now 1,000 more cars going down, feet from their backyards. So, and I know that was, we met the requirement by law, but did we meet the, what maybe we should have done requirement? So that's why I'm not suggesting we want to continue, but that's why I want to, that's kind of sneaking into my brain there, guys.
Okay. All right, anything further before we close the public hearing? Okay, public hearing is closed. Discussion.
I'll just start. I share Kevin's concern. I rode my bike out on Tract H 2 weeks ago to see where we had posted the actual physical signs. They're on the Tract H fence all the way down, like kind of where that red line is. And then they're on the edge of the Village Green playground. That's the extent of the public notification. And no one walks on Tract H, so the likelihood of you accidentally seeing that sign is really low. And I share the same concern with the Coal Creek Drive traffic impact. That we haven't given people an opportunity. The fact that people are just learning about this today is a little distressing.
Could I propose a path forward? Maybe we tackle a few topics and start to discuss whether conditions are appropriate, anything that we can find agreement on and that requires conditions, we can give Kendra direction, and then as we get towards the end of that, we figure out what the next steps are. And I also absolutely share those concerns, but just trying to find what our paths are for the next 30 to 45 minutes.
I think that's a good suggestion, Ken.
So can I just weigh in on this issue? If we have a problem with the process in terms of, notifying the public beyond what our code requires, we should revise our code to, apply in a different way, so that if you have a development that has, traffic impacts that are going to be, felt greater than 1,000 feet from the property line, okay, that's something that we should be considering, and we should be revising the code. But, right now we have a code, things are posted on the property line, but they're also published in the paper. They're posted at Town Hall. We've e-blasted. We've had now a public hearing over the course of 2 meetings where we've had numerous people in the public come. And, I don't think that this is necessarily going to be the type of application where we are missing, relevant points. We know what the people who live along Coal Creek are going to be saying about the traffic impacts. I think we've heard testimony from numerous people in the public, from numerous emails that we've received. So I question, what more are we going to learn by kicking the can down the road? So, we've done the work here. I think we need to finish the work, and if we can get to a vote, we should get to a vote. But I wouldn't support delaying this any further.
I'd suggest we start working on our positions and as we get further down the road, let's discuss. I don't think we make a decision at this moment. Let's start working on this. And then if we're finding that we're running low on brain power, if we do have those concerns about the outreach, we can certainly discuss them. But we might end up having another 2 or 3 hours of discussion here. And if that happens, I have a feeling none of us are going to be feeling comfortable making a decision tonight. So rather than argue this out right here, right now, why don't we start and then see if it's worth having that discussion? Because this might be solved in a different way, just 'cause we can't get it all done in a reasonable hour.
Then maybe we start with the 800-pound gorilla and connectivity. I mean, I'll go first because I have the mic. So when we started this 2 weeks ago, and the only thing on the table was a Coal Creek connection, I was one of the folks that sort of questioned why we're talking about Coal Creek when BVSD maps all go back to Monarch for everything from pre-K to high school. I think the alternative we came back with the Promenade connection is great because it alleviates that issue. But then we have the open question on the option 3 as to whether or not we do both. I think in light of the conversations and what we've seen of the traffic data and future investments, I am not in support of option 3. I'm fully in support of option 2 with the caveat that we find a way to create a bike or pedestrian path along Coal Creek Drive. I think the traffic impact is significant and far more so than I think we're going to truly expect. I think the Promenade, while we did have the Boulder Creek neighborhoods come and they're not in favor of that, I do think we need connectivity to this neighborhood. I'd rather not do nothing. My option is really a Promenade with a pedestrian/bike pathway to connect Coal Creek to Promenade.
So I agree 100% with Neil. The public comment that we received on the Coal Creek connection was unanimous in opposition to connecting Coal Creek, with the exception of Boulder Creek Builders' perspective tonight. Everything else that we heard from residents who actually live in Superior has been unanimous in opposition. The data that we have from the traffic study supports that there's going to be a substantial increase in traffic on Coal Creek if it's connected. Traffic will more than triple on Coal Creek if we connect it through. At the Akron measurement, it's going to go from 1125 to 3545, which is a 215% increase. At Riverbend, we'll be looking at 2400 to 4650, which is a 93% increase. Just as a point of reference, Rock Creek Parkway ranges in the 4,600 to 6,500 cars. So basically what we're going to be doing is creating a new Rock Creek Parkway out of Coal Creek Drive, which is a substantial difference and deviation from what the town has now, what the residents have grown to know and to love about their town. So I think our first concern with any developments when it comes to something of this scale should be safety and should be to discourage additional traffic in residential neighborhoods. And I thought that there was a really good point about made in public comment at the last meeting about encouraging people from Louisville who want to come and use and frequent the shops at Town Center. That do we really want to force all that traffic down 88th, up Rock Creek Parkway, up through Coal Creek? That's just such an illogical connection that I think it's going to discourage people who are traveling from Louisville to actually come to the Town Center. And I think it's also it's a really valid point that for people who are going to be traveling this every single day, going to Monarch High School and the K through 8, that is just not the connection that makes sense. So it's much easier for Louisville residents to get to downtown Superior, much easier for students living in downtown to get to Monarch. It avoids the need and the cost associated with Coal Creek traffic calming measures. Potentially will avoid the need for a roundabout or a traffic light being installed at Rock Creek Parkway. And most importantly, will preserve the integrity and quality of life of the existing neighborhood. And the comment that was made tonight, if it costs $1 million to preserve the quality of life of the residents that live here in Superior, I think that that's a reasonable investment that our tax dollars should be used to support. As to the improvements on 88th, I think we have the ability to save some money on that development. We don't know exactly what's coming down the pike with respect to the Zarius development, but if something happens with that development, we've got plans to rebuild 88th in the near future, and I think that there are going to be some cost savings there. So, my proposal is the same with Neil, that we connect the development to 88th through the Promenade extension. The Coal Creek extension would only become a bike and pedestrian access only. So that's my comments on the traffic and connectivity aspect of the proposal.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Sandy, you want to go?
I'm going to make it real easy. I'm going to say ditto.
Okay, I'm seeing a trend here. I will break that trend and go with my comments. I am in favor of option 3. I think a promenade connection is essential for all the reasons that were stated here. I think that I have heard from residents that are in the existing Rock Creek development, myself included, that would find a connection by Coal Creek valuable. I don't think it would be heavily used if you had both connections, and that's why I think both connections are important. But to ask our existing residents to essentially leave town to get back into our town, it just kind of defeats the purpose of making it a successful development. And I think we have few opportunities up here where we can materially affect whether something is going to be successful or not. And I think this is one of those opportunities we have to say, yes, the more connection points would be beneficial to downtown's viability, but it would be a benefit for our existing residents to have that better connectivity. Because if you find something inconvenient to go to, you're just going to not go there. You're going to go where it's more convenient. So that's why I think it would be more convenient to have both connections. So, others?
So we heard a lot of, this is a horribly complex situation, right? And this is probably one of the most important decisions that this board will make, and it's probably the most important decision that the last board should have made, and the board before that should have made, and probably the board before that should have made, and it hasn't been made. And I think there's a commitment from this current board to make that decision. Whatever the decision is, know how hard everybody up here works, and I think we've all lost a lot of sleep over it. I'll speak, frankly, very, very personally. I received a hateful email when we talked about this last, because I kind of previewed what I was thinking. That email kept me up many nights. I think about it all the time. I see that sender of that email on the streets. And it still hurts me to this day. Having said that, we've heard a lot of reasons why the connection from between South Coal Creek into downtown makes sense. We heard from the developer, who is the applicant, that this is their preferred position. We heard from the traffic engineers that this is their preferred position. We heard from our planner, Alex, that this was his preferred position. We heard from our newest neighbor in Boulder Creek that they either want no connection, or if there is going to be a connection, they want connection from South Coal Creek. I voted only a few weeks ago. We've got a ditch crossing that we don't own. We have a contract that exposes us to indemnification, big liability if something horrendous happens. The ditch company said, you can cross, please cross perpendicular. More algebra, we're not going to cross perpendicular, we're going to cross at an angle. And as a result of that angle, the length of the ditch crossing is significantly larger than it would be if it was perpendicular. I was better at geometry. I could tell you how much longer it was. It's expensive to the town. We're talking about an incremental cost for over $1 million. And I think these comments around kind of the logical connection, the logical connection for all of us that have driven down South Coal Creek, and you see this big wide road, this connection into downtown Superior. 88th is a disaster. We all drive 88th every day, and we know it's a disaster. Expecting somebody that's coming from Louisville to hit a traffic light and make this super awkward, hard right turn, almost a U-turn, to hit a Promenade Boulevard that's going to go through some neighborhoods, to me, it feels very much like a very clunky connection. We have heard from neighbors and people making public comment that the South Coal Creek connection is preferred. There was a comment, I think it was during Lanterns when we talked about it briefly, but then kicked it down the road, where that commenter suggested that if you're going to build a town center, you should have a way to get to the town center through the center of town, not around the edges of town, which is effectively what we'll have if we don't have connection through South Coal Creek. So for those many reasons, regretfully, I will support the connection through South Coal Creek. Option C, that has both options, I'm really concerned about what Boulder Creek commented on. I don't know where we'll come up with $1 million. I'm grateful that if we could have that traffic circle and maybe scrape together the $1 million, this isn't going to show up overnight. It's going to be years. Maybe we find the funding for the town to build Promenade in the coming years. And if we don't build Promenade, it's okay, it's yet another street to nowhere, but at least we'll have connection from South Coal Creek. So I'm a firm supporter of connection, option A, and if necessary, option C. But option B is just regretfully flawed.
Thanks, Kevin. Laura?
So I think tonight we heard from the developer, Mr. Jenks, that he believes Coal Creek Drive is what we had originally planned for this, and that's part of the reason that's what he envisioned. So I just want to start by making clear, I definitely don't see it as impossible to revisit the original plan for Coal Creek Drive. Yes, that was in the plans, but as a board, it's our job to do what makes sense going forward, and I want to make sure that everyone's on board with that. That said, the fact that we are able to change our minds and change our plans, I think is a huge part of being on the board. It's why at our last meeting, frankly, I was excited to hear that option 3 was a choice. In my previous discussions with town staff, I had understood that it wouldn't be possible to open both at the same time. So that was new to me, and that definitely changed my opinion. Mark, I think it's a fallacy to compare Coal Creek Drive to Rock Creek Parkway. Rock Creek Parkway, and part of why residents call it Rock Creek Speedway, is because it's more than a mile long. Coal Creek Drive isn't as long, and I think the fact that we're able to put traffic calming in, stops in, things like that, makes it entirely different than Rock Creek Parkway, where people just pick up speed the whole way down, no stops, they're just going. I really would like to see us go with option 3, connecting both Coal Creek Drive and Promenade. I think it does spread the traffic along both options, but I think if we implement significant traffic calming on Coal Creek Drive, we can avoid turning it into another Rock Creek Parkway. We've already heard a lot from residents at the TSC who want a roundabout or a traffic light at the intersection of Coal Creek Drive and Rock Creek Parkway. They want that right now. So I don't think we're going to avoid that just by artificially blocking off Coal Creek Drive. With regard to the funding, I'm really happy to hear that the developer is willing to contribute $100,000 to traffic calming. I think that's great. We also heard that there's more time to fund the traffic calming. We don't have to necessarily do it tomorrow. We don't have to come up with the funds tomorrow. It'll be a while before this is built. And when we look at the cost to also extend Promenade, I agree that that's a significant investment, $1 million, but that's even further down the line than when we would need traffic calming on Coal Creek Drive potentially. So I see that as there's time to identify a funding source for that as well. To me, both makes the most sense. Current traffic guidelines, not just for Rock Creek, but nationwide, are to open up as much as possible. I would like to see our town do that rather than artificially blocking off things.
Okay. Thanks, Laura. Ken?
So I don't think Trustee Ryan overstated how difficult these decisions are. I can affirm that for the past 4 weeks, I've had restless nights and thought long and hard about this when I probably should have been working on my real job, my day job. Even coming into tonight, and I would say within the past 30 minutes, I didn't know what the right answer is, and frankly, I still don't know what the right answer is. I see the value in having connections to both 88 and through Coal Creek. I absolutely hear and understand all the comments that we've heard from our residents, and for that reason, option A is absolutely off the table for me. Where I continue to struggle is adding the connectivity that the mayor discussed, being able to actually connect our town center to our town. It is circuitous to have to drive all the way to the outskirts of town to just get into our town center. I think there's value there, and ultimately I think that between having both the Coal Creek and the Promenade connections, we're able to alleviate a large chunk of the traffic concerns that I think were keeping me up at night. Even though I don't necessarily feel good about it, it's something I can probably live with. However, for a more nuanced answer, I'm not willing to do both connections at the sacrifice of not considering a park, a playground, and Tract H. I believe that this application, while it meets the PD, is woefully inadequate in addressing the needs of families and children. We as a community, I believe 3 months ago, made a commitment to the 10-minute walk to a park campaign. I think we've already seen the mistakes of the past in not planning appropriately for play structures, and let's not repeat that. So if we're having a conversation about funding and what the developer can help with, I will absolutely support a park and move my choice to only connecting Promenade if that means we have to do one or the other. If we can do both, I'll support the connection to Coal Creek and Promenade.
So Ken, in our Q&A, we had asked about kind of that distance for the furthest residence to the park up at Village Green. And I think we had heard that it was about 2,000 feet. The Trust for Public Land puts the designation for the 10-minute walk at 2,640 feet.
Right. I would challenge you to take a 2-year-old and a 6-month-old and walk that distance in 10 minutes.
I'm with you. I think absolutely that would take a lot more than 10 minutes, but if we're using TPL's Park Score application as...
Which I'm not.
Okay. Totally fine.
Okay, so in reviewing the notes, we're not exactly aligned on any one option here. So I mean, it looked like we were trending towards option 3, but Ken's, you want a park as a part of option 3. Or you're at option 2.
A park and option 3. If it's one or the other, it's a park and option 2. Just Promenade.
Okay. Wait, say that again? Park.
If we can get a park and both vehicular connections, that's my preference. If we cannot do both connections and a park, then it's a park and connecting Promenade to 88th.
What's your preferred location for the park?
Well, we only saw one within our packet. We only saw one location for a park, and that was within the border of Tract H. along the western side of Promenade. So I've been making the assumption that that's the location that would go.
Yeah, my question is, can we pull up, Stephen, can you pull up just a good visual to help us with the discussions?
It's always backwards. It's a down arrow to get a higher number. So this is their landscape plan, and the designs that you've seen for a park would have occurred right in this area here. And we have some illustrations up here that we had our landscape consultant, I think, and prepare in terms of what could fit in this area if you want to see those in more detail.
So that's the, and right now there is no, what we heard from Ranch was you can't have all of it. You can't have, you can't have your traffic calming on South Coal Creek. You can't have your additional bulb outs in your park, right? I'd be prepared to write some additional requirements in there that had the park.
Well, we can make a condition, and we can pass an application and ultimately include whatever conditions we deem appropriate. And if an applicant decides that that's not going to work for them, then they don't have to build it, right? They don't have to accept it, right? So, one of the conditions could be, rather than spending $100,000 on traffic calming on Coal Creek, to spend $100,000 on a pocket park in the southern portion of this development and do option 2 that builds out Promenade.
Yeah, right, I understand, but what I'm looking for is a condition that has, in addition to the smaller conditions, traffic calming on South Coal Creek with the $100,000 contribution. This road as uncomfortable as humanly possible to discourage cut-throughs. So right now we've got raised crosswalks here. I want a raised crosswalk here and a raised crosswalk probably down here somewhere, right? So there's going to, not the aesthetics of a speed bump, but the impact effectively of a speed bump. And I like Ken's idea around the pocket park. We then have them build the connection. We have the 3-way traffic circle here, and then beg, borrow, and steal the funding to build this. Don't forget, we didn't talk about it, but I don't know exactly where it was, but the school parcel that was generally in this neighborhood is not being built, and so we have a $2 million contribution. I think we all have ideas, and it's outside the purpose of the application, so we can't do it. Wouldn't be appropriate to have conversations today, but there is a $2 million windfall from here. But we don't need to figure this out. I think Laura's point was good. We don't need to figure this out for, this could be next year's budget conversation.
And I think also along those lines, we certainly have to be fiscally responsible and pay attention to the budget. But I think, Ken, what I'm hearing from you is that you prefer option 3, but with the funding, you would go to option 2 second. I would rather see us, as I think we heard a resident point out, I would rather see us make decisions based on what we think is right for the town, rather than being too focused on what do we have the budget for, if that makes sense. Obviously, budget's a consideration, but I completely see your point around the park. I would be really, really upset that we're going to option 2 simply because the developer won't fund a park. Hopefully that makes sense.
So, you know, one of the things that, you know, I said this when we talked about the Lanterns Lane development here. There was originally a talk about, you know, ending Coal Creek right here and putting a park right here with a, you know, bike path. I still think that that's actually the best design and location, because now you've got a park that could be used by this development, a park that could be used by the people who live in Rock Creek. You know, it's not just a park for the specific application that you're considering at a given point in time. But I still think we need to think about, you know, the impact that connecting Coal Creek, even if it's going to be offset by some traffic, because if you look at the traffic study that was included in the packet, even if you build a connection to 88th on a promenade extension, the increased traffic on Coal Creek is going to be really substantial. And what that's going to do to the people who live here, it's going to just dramatically detract. It's just going to bisect the neighborhood. Right now, like, you have the ability to actually walk and meet your neighbors and get to know them, and all of a sudden you have a highway going right through it. I just think it's just, for us to just say that this is the way things have been planned, and it's in the comprehensive plan, and it's what we've been relying on. And
I don't think anyone said that.
Well,
I specifically said I don't believe
that. But that's what we've heard from
the developer, who we didn't agree with his
And I'm just saying that I think that that is really flawed logic. We should question all assumptions and think about, you know, what the impacts of these decisions are going to have. And Laura, you know, you made a statement about some organization that is encouraging more connections. And number one, I'm not familiar with what that organization is, but from a planning perspective, you know, if you're trying to connect an urban environment, not a, you know, bedroom community, a suburban subdivision, and that's one thing, but this is a community that people have moved to specifically to raise their kids and let them ride bikes in the streets and walk their dogs. And connectivity is not a good thing. Connectivity is actually a threat to, you know, the safety of the kids that live in the neighborhood. And, you know, so I just think that we should really be careful about, you know, the unintended consequences. And I just think that this is going to be one of those decisions that if we connect Coal Creek, we are going to dramatically negatively impact the northern portion of Rock Creek forever. And we won't be able to undo that problem. Whereas if we have a connection here that goes out to another major collector, instead of through a residential subdivision, we're getting the access to town center. We're doing it in a way that doesn't pose, you know, a threat to residents, and we could do it in a way that, you know, I think it's a reasonable compromise under the circumstances.
Mark, you brought up a good point, and it's fascinating on this picture as I borrow your pointer. Actually, it's a pen. You know, in connectivity, I do agree it's great if you're starting with a blank slate. Rock Creek was designed with cul-de-sacs everywhere. There's 5 on this page alone. It's those cul-de-sacs that make connectivity incredibly challenging and also incredibly frustrating when you're trying to cross from one to another and there's no physical way to do it. You got to go all the way around as a pedestrian or a biker. And, you know, I think that ship has sailed. I do appreciate a lot what you said, Mark, here, in that trying to connect this thing, it is just going to make it worse. And I'd actually go so far as to say that this park here, next to Promenade, and the type of traffic that we're talking about is actually suboptimal. You know, the park down here would even be better. You've got a better buffer. You know, if we have a bike path going around, and I'll be honest, you know, if you go back and you look at the traffic on Promenade, this is fairly close for that volume of traffic relative to any of our parks. As we talked about Riverbend and we tabled that, one of the biggest concerns about Riverbend was the proximity to the street. And the traffic on Riverbend is a fraction of what we're talking about on Promenade. You know, so I know we tried to squeeze a park in here because it was available. I think and I do think this part of town definitely needs a park I want us to try to find a different spot for it that keeps kids safe and not, at risk of stumbling into Promenade Drive.
Yeah, I want to comment on a couple things. First, I think we all understand the importance of this discussion, and I don't think any of us are proposing, well, this is what's always been planned, so let's do it. So I want to be careful there. I think there's also, you don't want to take too much into this tract age, but if there's some additional setback we could have here, right? Let's not, this looks awfully close to the street, and let's not, Second, when we talk about the traffic here, our community is just so poorly designed. You're right, because there are all these cul-de-sacs, and there are some people that have purchased homes on the cul-de-sacs, and there are some folks, and I'm one of them, I do not live on a cul-de-sac. My road has, 1,200-1,300 cars a day on it. I don't necessarily mind the volume of the cars. I don't love it, but what I do mind is the speed of the cars. This road, if we could address the speed and diffuse some of the volume by discouraging people from going here and provide some additional outlet, and yeah, good traffic planning, it may not sound logical, but it is like it's the human body. If you clog one artery, it's got to go somewhere. You don't want to clog an artery. You do good urban planning today, and like it or not, this is pretty dense. If we think we're only going to have, a couple different exits, one on Discovery and the other out Main, I think we're kidding ourselves. Now we're going to be revisiting the Campus Drive connection, which hopefully one day we will have, but I'm not optimistic that Campus Drive is going to happen in the next 6 or 8 years. I am optimistic that this development will break ground next year, be vertical soon thereafter, and this is exactly what we need. These are the rooftops that we need for the downtown core. None of us, with the exception of Clint, were on this board when the 1,400 homes were approved. I don't know if any of us would have approved it, but the PD is the PD, and in order to get the downtown core, because there are no other covenants, we need the rooftops. So, I think we have a framework that we could build from if we have a little bit of leverage to have some additional asks of the developer.
So earlier we started kind of going down the path of okay, how can we get to a yes for Ken? Because I appreciate the further discussion on this. And Kevin, one point you brought up about this, this promenade connection being kind of a U-turn. It's not an ideal connection, and to have that be the only connection, I think we are really going to be sorry if that's the only connections. I just really think that both connections are essential for all the reasons that have been stated. So I would like to get Ken to where he can support that, because it sounds like we've got, if that is the case, we've got 4 board members who would support that, and I wish we had 7, but I kind of think this mirrors probably what's going on in the community is people are split on this decision, and likewise the board is too. So it's a difficult decision for sure. So with that, I would support some kind of condition that we could add to make some type of park in there a condition.
You want to start throwing out the list of conditions we have?
Sure.
Potentially, and this is all subject to, obviously, discussion, but what have we got so far? What have you?
I only have 2. Obviously, rather than the street names shown in the application, all street names shall be determined by town staff after consultation with applicants. And the final plat shall show all final street names. And then I've got developer shall contribute $100,000 towards traffic calming measures on Coal Creek Drive.
Okay.
That needs refinement, but.
Okay, couple more subjects. They have to build out a three-way connection for connection on the 88th at the expense of the town, right? So this has to become a three-way. Lower, sorry, in here.
At the expense of the developer.
At the expense, well, they build the three-way connection over to their southern property line.
Yes.
There has to be more, oh shoot, we did not talk about the bike lane versus parking, so we still need to talk about that. I'd like to see additional raised crosswalks, at least 2 more to discourage cut through. And the contribution of X dollars for a park in this neighborhood.
How do we define X dollars? We can't put, we can't
a lot
make
of these
a condition. Yeah.
Well, I'm just getting the subjects. We
Okay.
have work to do, but
Okay,
I don't mean to be defensive. That sounded defensive.
that's fine. I'm just saying I don't have language yet.
Are those the high, we'll get the language. Are those the categories?
So 2 other ones to discuss were the screening for landscaping abutting tract H. I didn't know if anybody wanted to add that as a condition.
Is anybody not in favor of that connection or that
Condition. Okay. And then.
I didn't hear the answer to that.
Everybody's in favor.
Everyone is
Okay,
in
thank
favor
you.
of that as a
Sorry, I
condition.
can't draft and listen at the same time.
No problem. And then the other one was around variation of color styles. Do we want any additional rules around that? That was a question from staff.
That's beyond my skill set, I'll be honest, so.
So that was in reference to item number 5, which was on the staff. Weather cottage color scheme number 9 is found to be consistent with design guidelines. I have no issue with it.
Yep.
So if we have no issue with it, we don't need a condition.
You don't need a condition.
I mean, I don't think that color scheme 9 is consistent with the design guidelines.
I don't either.
So my condition would be to eliminate color scheme 9.
Okay. 2 for eliminate.
I would not object. It is, I will.
Yeah, I'm okay either way.
Do you, Sandy, Neil?
I'm fine either way.
You're fine with it as is? Okay, so no.
Fine either way, so it sounds like let's add the,
No, fine with Mark's condition.
Yes.
Correct.
so let's add the condition.
Well, do we have a majority that wants to add that condition, though? That's my question.
Sounds like we have 2 who really want it, 4 who say we're happy to add it or not happy to add it. I will be, okay, I will say I would like the condition then. That makes it easier.
Okay.
You're saying, and I'm just gonna say, there are those of us that are on our bike and running the roads and intersecting with cars more than others. There are those that have, and I hope that those that will defer, you know where I'm going, to those of us that are running the roads or on our bike. And in terms of the paint color, I just do not have an aesthetic eye for that. If that's important to a trusted colleague who says it's inconsistent with the design guidelines, then I say, me too, right?
Okay, let's make a condition about the color. All right?
Want to talk about the roads?
Well, all right, we got so you got the color.
Okay.
Do you have the color?
I'm getting, okay. And the condition is about the color is?
Eliminate color scheme 9. Or change it to something else.
I'm doing my best, but I don't know, would you want it changed to something else? Do you want it eliminated?
Consistent with
another
the
shade of
design
beige.
This is just really, this is what I try not to do, is be drafting conditions at 11:45 when I'm really not understanding what you're getting at. So I'm just throwing it out there. I'm doing my best, but I'll just say shall be eliminated for now.
How about should be reworked with staff to be consistent with design guidelines?
I think the only problem that people had is with the orange-looking
Yes.
tone. So, I think the rest of the palette is fine. So as long as they could replace the orange tone with something that staff feels is consistent with the design guidelines, I think we can have it be administratively handled. I guess that's my thought. And I think that was staff's concern with that one specific color.
Okay, yes.
I think the tone was called tassel on the swatch that went.
And then I think we haven't addressed number 2. Sorry, Phyllis. We haven't addressed number 2 on the list from town staff, whether the block lengths are sufficient and if the proposal for outlot P to separate blocks 18 and 19 is acceptable.
Correct. We had that during question and answer. Does anybody have concerns with that? Want to make a condition on that?
I like what they've done. I like that they built the sidewalk. It's almost a hybrid alley street. I actually really like and appreciate what they've done there. Great job. No, I think that was Planning Commission. Planning Commission knocked it out of the park on that one. I really like it.
I think the green space is an improvement to what it would have been otherwise. And with other traffic calming measures, I think we still find the same desired goal that we would have had by splitting up the block. So I agree. It's an improvement.
Since we're talking about block lengths.
Well, does anyone else, before we get on to something else, does anybody have any concerns such that we want a condition on that? Are we good with item number 2 as it?
I'm fine with the
Good with 2.
Okay. All right. So no condition there.
So from my perspective, we are considering approval of the application with very significant variance requests because 25% of the cottages and 33% of the townhomes do not orient towards the street. Bill, the next developer that comes in needs to understand that they're putting their application at significant risk. The intent in the design guidelines is, and so this is why I'm speaking to Bill, not requesting a response because it's not Q&A. The intent of the design guidelines are orientation to the street. These mid-block pedestrian pass-throughs, courtyards are encouraged for blocks exceeding 300 feet in length to facilitate pedestrian activity within the town center core and provide gathering spaces. It's backyard community stuff, not front yard paseos. So because Bill made the comment of, well, you could have, more alleys, more roads, and that was not the intent. It's pedestrian, cyclist activity. And so I think that's a significant variance, one I'm comfortable with, but I didn't get a chance to, I should have said that in comment period, but we kind of went right to the 800-pound gorilla.
Yep. So I think that's an important point, but I see it kind of 180 degrees the opposite. My perspective is, the design guidelines are, what they are, and, we can make any approval of an FDP that we view as an improvement over the design guidelines that are included in the PD. And, frankly, I think, this idea of having, frontage to a green space, especially with like a bike path right there, is really attractive, for people who, don't want to ever get into their car and they just want to hop on their bike and get on the US 36 bikeway and ride to the RTD bus and take the bus into Boulder or take the bus into Denver. I mean, how wonderful is that? I mean, this is an improvement. And I think, Bill's point, the quickest way to eliminate that problem, that variance request, is to pave it all, right? And, they're going to meet their open space obligations that the PD requires. But we wouldn't have a basis, in my opinion, to reject an application that just has roads, instead of the paseos. So, I think that this is like exactly the type of improvement that leads to a better design. So
I'm not suggesting it's not an improvement, Mark. I'm suggesting that it is inconsistent and absolutely something that I would be 100% comfortable not approving. I'm not suggesting it's not an improvement. I think that's for all of us to make the determination whether or not you see it as an improvement or not. But, and I like it, and I see the value of it, but it is completely inconsistent with the design standards. And if we chose to not approve the application as a result of that, then somebody could do it, and to imply that that we would not be able to approve or not approve or do our job based on that when these are in fact the design standards, I just disagree and want to make sure that it's stated for the record, because we've got a bunch more of these things to look at. And the next one that comes through, if I don't see it as an improvement, I'm not going to approve.
No, but my point is, if you paved over all of those paseos, right, and you just had roads, right, then your buildings would be facing the roads.
And then they would not meet the 300 to 500 foot block lengths, and there would be other problems. But you can't isolate. We have to look at this application holistically. When I look at the application holistically, I'm pleased. And by the way, Toll Brothers, it's torture. Thank you. We're excited to have you guys, and hopefully we'll get through this. But a quality builder, national brand, successful company, great home buyers, perfect product. I'm thrilled to have them. But if that next builder that comes, that I'm less pleased, and they say, well, it's, we're just gonna pave the roads and we're gonna try to check all these boxes. There are other areas within the design standards and guidelines that we'll be able to raise our hand. And so, for example, in what Bill said, well, I would just pave it and make more roads. No, because he would not be meeting the block length standard. So I would not approve it in that case.
Okay. Others comments on that? I think this is a significant improvement over what we saw in the concept plan. I think the guidelines are there for us to make judgments on whether we want something done differently than the guidelines. And so I'm happy with what has been brought forth, and I guess I don't share the same objections to having everything face the street.
Did other people have any comments around the, we do have a minor collector with one-way cycling, bike lane on one side. That switch got made, I don't want to say in haste, but it was made, it's a pretty traumatic thing, right? We want to encourage cycling from downtown, from Rock Creek into this downtown core. And we want our youngish kids to be doing it, to go out for ice cream. Is that, I don't love the idea of expecting of a kid who doesn't want to do the block-and-a-half roundabout, or maybe doesn't realize it and blew through the stop sign, hopefully not blew through the stop sign, but continued to go straight. We ran out of bike lane. Now they've got parked cars, potential doors opening, people pulling in and out. I don't know the right solution to that, but one possible solution is just to, on that at least one road, say it's a minor collector and there's no parking, and require 5-foot bike lanes on both sides.
Yeah, Kevin, notwithstanding the connectivity, this has been my biggest concern from the beginning, in the sense that, as a biker, if there's no bike lane, I just drive in the lane of traffic. I'm not going to forcefully go another block away and around just because there's no bike lane. I'll just assume that they didn't paint it, so I'm going to use a car road. And when you add in the parking, and like you said, the cars come in and out, that's the part that's given me the biggest concern here, because if you look at all the townhouses, 199 of them, one could argue, absent the street parking, there's not enough parking. So if you are moving it all down to, or up to Superior Drive, or down to Promenade, one way or the other. You've increased the distance that those homeowners have to walk or their friends have to walk. And I don't know what the right solution is other than potentially widening the road at the expense of something else. Because I absolutely think, if we truly want this to be a bikeable community, we have to prioritize bike lanes. And, we absolutely compromise on the bike lanes here for parking. And I think that is not the direction I want us to go.
Yeah, my concern all along has been just the general traffic. If Coal Creek comes through, which it's sounding more and more like it's going to, if we are going to connect that, and we're really talking about the traffic coming out of Rock Creek and coming down into town center, and we absolutely don't have a bike lane on the appropriate, on that side of the road for the folks coming in, it's going to throw kids into traffic, or they're going to go on the sidewalks, which we also don't want them doing. So for me, as much as parking's been a concern, the bigger issue for me is no bike lane on the other side. So personally, I would eliminate the parking or make the sidewalks were widened to 7 feet. I'm not sure why that was.
I think that came from Planning Commission.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that going back to 5 feet would save us that much space. I don't know whether the lawn area between the street and could be narrowed, but I really strongly believe we need bike lanes on both sides of the road on Promenade. Not Superior Lane or Superior Drive doesn't bother me, but Promenade's going to be the primary street that people are going to take between Rock Creek and downtown, and I think there got to be bike lanes on both sides if it connects through.
So I think that proper design of trails and roads need to be made with an eye towards behavior, right? Like, you can't design what you want the behavior to be. You need to have your design flow from what you think behavior naturally would be, right? So people are going to be coming from Rock Creek, right? They're not going to be making this turn. They're going to be traveling here, back and forth, right? So, to have just a one-way bike lane on Superior Way and then a one-way bike lane on Promenade, it's just one of those things that people are going to question, well, why'd you guys approve that? I mean, it's not going to be followed. It'll be followed by the people who are using the bike lane in the direction that it's going. But I agree with Neil that it's going to be, people are just going to ride in the area of traffic. So I think that this is just kind of one of those oversights with this application right now where you're not going to get the use that you're actually intending, because the reason why you have social trails is because it's a natural connection from point A to point B, and people want to go there, and then all of a sudden a social trail emerges. And the same is true with a connection like this. I mean, you're going to have people that are riding their bikes from Rock Creek Parkway over the bike pedestrian path because Coal Creek isn't connected, and they're going to be riding into downtown Superior, and there should be bike paths on both sides of the street.
So I agree with all of this, and I've been split on this also. But when we brought this up and asked what the trade-off is, it is parking. And we ultimately, based off the answers we heard, is if we do that, we have no parking down here. So now we are overly weighted up here, and now we have very limited guest parking for the folks down in this area and the folks over here. I mean, I agree. It is a bad design, in my opinion, to try to force people to go a direction they do not want to go. And it's not going to flow, and we're going to push people into the traffic. My question is, what is our parking solution? Because I think we're creating a different problem also.
I think we heard from the developer that it's over. I mean, these are, and yes, you're potentially pushing into the more dense core, but the parking issue is less with the cottages. The parking issue is more at the townhomes. Right? some of these cottages are gonna have three garages, right? I mean, it's not, and there's these outlots, I mean, this community, just saying, this community is not for everybody. It just is a dense communities, and I'm not picking on this community, all communities that are this dense are not for everybody because it's aggravating. You know, same reason why it's hard to go to downtown Louisville on a Thursday night. It's like, oh, where am I gonna park, right? We're gonna solve the problem downtown with parking garages, but for this, it's not.
So I think staff did come up with a unique solution to kind of split the bike lanes here, and I absolutely see the concern about the design issues, but you know, if you look at where, I mean, Promenade does not go to the sports stable, Superior Drive goes to the sports stable, so I think proper signage at that Superior Drive and Promenade intersection is where you direct bikers into, and then you also have signage to direct people out. And I think yes, there will be people that end up in the lane of traffic, but I do think this was a unique solution to spread out your parking, but also provide these dedicated bike lanes. And I think it's like going to anywhere new. You'll make some mistakes maybe the first time, but you'll figure it out over time. It's like, okay, that's the way I go in and that's the way I come out.
But let's use that same argument though. Then let's have that conversation and redesign the entire road infrastructure. Here we are once again designing things for cars first and bikes and pedestrians second. You're right. Of course, if you wanted to take the most direct route to Sports Stable, you come down, you remember to make a right, and then you make a left, and then you go through this neighborhood. It's not a reasonable expectation for a 12-year-old who's just trying to get to Main Street, downtown Superior, to meet her friends, to remember to make those turns. She's gonna go straight. And so am I on my bike. And I will admit even when I'm leaving, when I leave Sports Stable now, I leave Sports Stable and come up Superior Drive and then weave my way over to Discovery. And I end up, sort of going through some alleyways, and I don't think I've been the same way twice yet. I go different ways. I have not yet found the most direct way, but you tend to stay on the path you're on. So you might be right, Clint, and hopefully people do make a right, but if they don't make a right, I think Mark's point is good. We have our own roadway design criteria that says for a minor collector, here's what you should do. We are deviating from those good roadway designs to allow for guest parking in a new community. There were other variables that, if this was really important to the applicant, to have plenty of guest parking, there were other variables. They could have had a 26 foot right away, and they could have said, I'm going to provide both parking and a bike lane. They could have had they could have reserved one of these things for guest parking, but they want to build $800,000 cottages, and I don't blame them. But I care about all community members. Anyway, so I think, I appreciate what you're saying. I think, I didn't write down, I think there is consensus to solve this, to remove to make this to go back and make the sidewalks even, 5-foot bike lane on each side, and have this flow through. We could revisit if necessary as an administrative amendment, but requiring this as part of the application today, so that's what they're building to. And then if during construction they say, listen, this is a nightmare, this is not what they want, then the applicant can go to Matt and request a change. But if we require them to build this way, then...
And then Superior Drive becomes no bike lane on Superior Drive, it's just parking on both sides, is that the idea?
It's not, unfortunately, you know, that Superior Drive's an issue. They're gonna have, it's not big enough for, there's going to be.
The only other alternative other than that is what Neil mentioned earlier, where you take from the vehicular right away and you make one-way streets. And that
blocks are too big.
Right. That has its own problems. We're looking at a set of non-preferable choices. I don't know what the right one is, but I know connecting, not trying to fight behavior, I think is number one. So I think making the bike connections makes the most sense, and it keeps the most people safe because they're going to go on the street anyway. I am absolutely concerned about our parking, but I don't see a better choice. You're right, Kevin. I think having some the single families down there makes it a little less of a problem. I'm concerned how we're weighting the parking, but I think we have to do all parking up on Superior Drive then. I don't see any other option.
And then there is we could sign it through here. And basically, so if someone is coming from the sports stable and they're hitting Superior Drive, then, it could be, the Superior Bikeway this way, and then they cross over. So you can pull them off, you could pull the kid off Superior Drive right here by good signage, cut them through the area, and then they connect back this way.
My concern is that we're kind of ignoring not ignoring, but we're not looking thoroughly at the kind of the northwest part of this. I mean, yeah, we got a great connection down Promenade Drive, but then you get to the park, and then you got to go around the park, and then you got, to jog over in Village Green Way. And if we're not, and that's not part of this development, and if there's not, bike lanes on those, then we've kind of just. So I'm a little concerned that we're kind of redesigning something here on the fly that our staff and developer spent weeks and months and years trying to figure out, and here we are, at 11 trying to figure this out.
I think what's being discussed, it works, and I think the applicant has said that it would work, because keep in mind, you have the bikeway to the northeast of the development that connects back into the southern portion of the property there. So that's another option for bikers as well.
Yeah, they'll pick up the bikeway right there. I don't know.
That one.
I couldn't tell you who it was.
My concern, though, is that we're talking about Promenade being the primary road with bike lanes on both sides. But my question and concern is what happens when it hits Central Park Way and the ability to kind of have good connectivity to the north from there. Is it okay? Maybe it's okay. And maybe I'm...
Well, there's no bike lanes on Central Parkway anyway.
And so there you go. I mean, that's...
But it's not a major collector. I mean, a minor collector. This is really, this road is connecting everybody.
So I'll just clarify real quick, if I didn't mean to interrupt you, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
The circulation around Village Green is all one way. So you got Village Green headed northeast to southwest. You have Central Parkway headed southwest to northeast. You got one lane of traffic on each direction of Promenade. Discovery's two ways, and Superior's Drive's two ways. So that's just the context of how the circulation works. If somebody was coming up on Central Parkway, they could turn down Promenade and make a right and be in the lane as it's designed. If they're coming up Promenade, they would be forced to take a right to kind of go back to the same place they'd end up if the bikeway was on Superior Drive. From Superior Drive, I think there's a bike lane, but you may have to bounce up here actually to the street because of all the diagonal parking on Superior Drive. I'd have to double check that one, but I just wanted to give you guys the context of what exists to the northwest, as Clint was asking about. So,
But this was, Stephen, correct us if I'm wrong, this was, when this came to Planning Commission a few weeks ago, we changed it, right? This was a bikeway both directions, correct?
it was a staff change. So the staff change before it got to Planning Commission.
Okay.
So as it is in the PD, is how you're kind of describing it, is two bike lanes in both directions on Promenade, and then parking on both sides of Superior Drive.
So, right, so my suggestion is to go back to the original PD, to what the applicant desired. I will say, for the 10th time, I agree, I don't like designing these things on the fly, and I think there's people that think about bicycle safety all day, every day. And I really wish that this applicant and the next applicant would hand me a piece of paper that says, this is what the Boulder County Bicycle Safety Alliance recommends. It's frustrating that we're doing this, because I don't know what the safest way is.
I don't know if we can do this. Do we want to put a condition in that it's one of the two options and it's vetted by a group like that?
No.
Okay.
But we could put in the option, and then if the applicant meets with I'm making this safety alliance up, meets with the safety alliance and says, you know what, I've got a better idea, they could propose an amendment, bring it to Matt, we could talk about it?
If we're going to do that, I would just suggest you continue it and they get input between now and whenever you continue it.
We're super close, though.
I'll be honest, I'm not close on these conditions. There's a lot of ambiguity in these conditions right now. Okay. So we got a lot of work to do on these conditions.
And I'm not close either. We're doing a lot of changes on the fly. My brain's not going through all the unintended consequences here very well of what these changes do. I'll have a hard time making a decision tonight.
Can we shift gears and talk about density? I haven't heard what the board thinks about density. I know that was a concern that was raised.
Okay, you want to start with your comments?
Well, I'm really actually interested in, I'm voting no right now, so it really doesn't matter what my position is, but I think it's a really dense application, and I've heard a lot of board members say that, yeah, it's a dense application and they had concerns about the density. So for those who are leaning towards supporting the application, I'd like to hear how they believe that this is not too dense.
Just to be clear, your vote, since you said it was no, your vote is no because of the Coal Creek connection, not because the project is too dense?
The Coal Creek connection is a defining point that makes everything else immaterial.
Okay, well, to your question about density, I am comfortable with the density proposed in this proposal. It's less, I think it's a good solution for what we had outlined in the original visions for downtown Superior. So I'm supporting it and not having concerns about density.
So I'll add my comments, and I didn't get the chance to kind of thank Toll for letting us tour the facility or the homes up in North Glen 8 months ago. I think I really like the cottage product. I think it's a great addition to the market, and I think it'll fit in really well. And I think my issue is really with Promenade Drive and the sheer volume of homes. And this goes back to my open space calculation, and I get it, bigger denominator, the open space isn't that low, but that contiguous block with really just one outlot, here. My feeling was we could have broken this continuity, this contiguous block up a little bit more, and that would have alleviated the feeling of, the density here. I think the density calculations that we looked through were great, but, as we looked at those visualizations that Chase put up, and you kind of factor in, fall or winter when the trees have lost all their leaves, there's almost no green or anything along this way. It's just a mass of concrete. And if there's an outlot or two along that drive, it would have definitely made me feel a little bit better. And I sort of felt like what we got toured around in, I don't know if it was North Glen or just off Pecos, it felt like there were more outlots there. I do understand property values quite a bit more expensive in Boulder County, and the 190 millions that Bill talked about 2 weeks ago, that's contingent on selling 300 homes, and subtracting a home or two would obviously degrade that. But I get it. It's the density calculations make sense, but I feel like the design could have been different, just to alleviate the long line of homes on Promenade.
Okay, others, density.
Before we continue with this, and Mark, just to make sure that you still feel open and willing to talk, I think we're going down the road of not finishing this tonight and putting this off until we can at least have conditions that are written in a way that makes sense. But I mean, I prefaced all my comments about Coal Creek that I'm making that decision about 30 minutes ago. I'm clearly not sold on that. I think you and Neil made really good points. And frankly, if this does go one more meeting, your statement earlier of what are we going to hear we haven't heard, if we hear more from our residents, if I hear arguments I haven't heard, I mean, there's things that can change. I'd rather not have anybody here shut down and not continue to contribute to our conversation with the assumption that, I mean, if we're not voting tonight, there's still options on the table. I mean, it's, let's keep the conversation flowing.
No, and I want to, and that's why I want to hear everybody's perspective on density. Right now, what it looks like is on the dais tonight is potential support for option 3, which would include a Coal Creek connection. And, I'll just state it for the record that if Coal Creek goes through, I think that will be the single worst decision that this board has ever made for the town of Superior, and we will live to regret it. So I am a firm no on extending Coal Creek, but everything else is on the table. I'm still open. I like the application. I want to hear what people think about the density. I've got concerns about it, but when there is something that is a bridge too far, I've got that line.
Okay. I don't believe we're too far apart to make a decision tonight. I mean, I don't like making decisions at late hours, but that is kind of what we do here. I have been at this for 5 years, and I can remember, there have been many of these others where we've had a lot longer list of conditions, and we have gotten through it, and we've gotten a decision. We've got, a lot invested in getting this decision made. I would suggest that we work through these conditions and get this figured out so that we can get to a vote. I think that continuing this is going to, I don't know that it's going to solve any of these issues that we're having, but yet it will just kind of prolong things, and it will create a great amount of uncertainty where I think we could create some certainty of the future of downtown Superior tonight. So I would like to continue until we get this figured out.
So with respect to density, does anybody have concerns about density?
I mean,
heard from me.
Yeah, I heard from Neil.
Right, but I think I'll tell you, for me, I would not have approved the PD a number of years ago, right? I think this entire, I would have liked to have dialed back that density, had better defined exactly what is meant by transitional from super high density in the core on Main Street to less density. Having said that, we didn't do that. What's important to me is the aesthetics. I think one way to solve the density problem is to go back. I mean, it's a convenient thing where the developer says, well, you know, the Paseo is aesthetically much more appealing. Well, magically, the front doors that have the Paseo entrances, you could just mathematically fit a lot more townhomes if you start putting the townhomes in the center of these really large blocks instead of having pedestrian pass-throughs and, you know, kind of longer houses and more open space in the middle. And so that's one way you could do it. I would have liked to see a less dense product. I do not think we will get a builder of this quality with a less dense product. I'm super happy with the product and the quality of the builder. I think it's going to attract some really great buyers, and I'm thrilled to have, you know, 300 homes that could be under construction, you know, in a short amount of time. You know, if this goes well, this could be a 3-year project. Realistically, it would be a 4-year project, we heard, but things go fast. It's a 3-year project, and these people are going to be what's driving the downtown core. And so, of course, I'd like to see a slightly less dense product, but I'm not the buyer for this. You know, there is a market for product that is this dense. So there's a market for a product that's more dense. So I'm not going to reject the application due to density.
I mean, I would echo a lot of the same thoughts. For me, I'm not a lawyer, but my understanding is because the PD is approved with even more homes than they are building, that we cannot deny the application based on the density. So if that's incorrect, please let me know, but that's my understanding.
It's slightly incorrect.
Okay.
But I don't want to talk about that in public right now.
Okay.
You're not required to approve this simply because it's still less than 1,400. 1,400 is a maximum. So.
Right. I know we're not required to approve, but that can't be our main condition for denial. The density.
Again, I don't want to, yeah.
Okay.
This was the density that was contemplated. We're under what was in the PD. Is it what I would have built? No, but we approved a PD multiple boards ago. And I think we do need the homes to actually make this downtown successful. And frankly, I think walking through these single family units, I think it's a great product. It looks beautiful. It's something that I would love to live in. I think while I wish there was a bit more transition, and I hear Bill's comment about too many product types and why it may not have been reasonable to do a bit more of a transition from the 4-story bulking down to 2 stories, I can at least understand it. Again, if I was king of the world, I probably would have done something differently, but it's something I can accept.
Santa, do you have any comments on that? Okay. All right, other topics that we have not discussed? I know we need to circle back to several of them, but are there other topics that we have not? Okay, can we start going through the conditions and start to dial those in a little bit?
Okay. Start with the easy ones. That was the street name ones. The street names. I'm going to let town staff determine those street names in consultation with the applicant. That and it'll be shown on the final plat. Is that good? Okay. Then I have, well, and I don't know how to draft this, but developer shall construct both the Promenade Drive roadway connection and the Coal Creek Drive roadway connection to the property boundary.
and an intersection, either a T intersection or roundabout.
See, this is where I'm getting lost in.
I mean, I don't think you have to specify that in the condition because if they're building both
Then they have-
segments to the property line, they have to have an improved intersection for that.
Okay. Developer shall contribute $100,000 to the town to be used by the town for traffic calming measures on Promenade Drive. I was right, that's what I thought. It was Coal Creek, okay.
And to be funded at the time of connection, at the time of construction of the connection.
Do we want to, I mean,
Well, that's the question. Do you?
I mean, there's so many, these are so ambiguous in so many ways. I don't know when, I don't know.
Well, that's what Bill said. I mean, does the board?
He just wanted to make sure that it wasn't,
Like
they're not
tomorrow.
giving us a check for $100,000 tomorrow. And so I think if putting a time boundary on that is smart, so.
So do we want it to happen, in other words, does the town want to come in and install these afterwards? Do we want the
Yes.
developer to install
I
these?
think
Do we
that
want?
I think the town installs them and the developer funds up to $100,000 within 60 days of approval of the PD or approval of the construction contract to build the traffic calming.
Or do it upon acceptance by the town? Because these are going to be dedicated to the town, correct? Okay.
Well, the trigger is when the connection is made, the payment is made at that time.
Okay, I was thinking that when the connection would be made, and then if we chose to do traffic calming 9 months later, we're not sitting on $100,000 for 9 months. We would have to do it, and then they would reimburse, was why I phrased it a little differently.
Okay,
By the way you said it would be more advantageous.
I
but-
think just to keep it simple, can it just be when the town accepts Coal Creek Drive?
Yes.
Yes, that's fine.
The next is developer shall install at least 2 raised crosswalks on Promenade Drive.
Correct.
2 additional crosswalks, right?
Yes.
And
In locations to be determined by the town.
Okay.
Promenade Drive shall have bicycle lanes on both sides with no on-street parking. Is that correct?
Correct.
So
Of at
per-
least 5 feet.
5 foot bike.
Which is the standard width, so that's,
Okay, and then Superior Drive shall have no bicycle lanes?
I think we could be silent on Superior Drive, can't we? Do we need a condition for that?
I'm trying to be clear. It's, when you guys are given options and applications, it's unclear.
I think the easiest thing for both of those streets is just to default to the PD. So the PD has 2 lanes of bikes on Promenade and parking on Superior Drive. That's what I heard from you guys. So instead of building it differently, they're going to build it per the PD. That seems to be the easiest language too. So they'll build Promenade Drive and Superior Drive as illustrated in the plan development.
Which plan development?
Plan development 4. PD amendment 4. So per the street crossings. Or the street sections, excuse me.
okay.
Okay. This one we need to work on. Developer shall install landscaping screening in tract H. I don't know how much, I don't know where, I don't know how high, I don't know how many.
I think that's just to work with staff. And I don't think we can specify that either.
Okay. And then the neighborhood park? Do you want the neighborhood park in tract H or not?
Yes.
Okay, developer shall at its own expense construct a neighborhood park in tract H.
May need a little more than that.
But yeah, I'm starting. You got to tell me the rest. I mean, are there limits as to how much? What do we want in there? How big is it going to be?
I think the concept that was provided in the packet is a good starting place. I mean, frankly, if this was our normal process, we'd be hearing from ProStack and we'd be getting some additional comments on amenities. To me, it makes sense to have some type of swing feature in there. I think Trustee Ryan made a comment last meeting about how at Wildflower Park, there was initially no plans for swings, and the community said, no, we absolutely need it. And yeah, it turned out to be a great idea. I don't think it would make sense to make that mistake here. I mean, this one's a hard one because we only have a very rough sketch to go off of.
But I don't think we need to get down to park bench color in this.
I'm not saying that.
We need to.
I just don't know what type of
I think we
details
need
she
to come up with. I think we need to come up with an up to amount, and then just like any of our other things, if we decide we want something more or better, we pitch in some money. We have a process to determine what goes in there, and. But I think for purposes of this, we're defining that we want it, and we want some type of contribution, and I think that's what needs to be defined here. Did staff have?
And do we want the developer to construct it? Is the town constructing and taking money? How are we?
Well, what's staff's suggestion?
Recommendation would be that the developer build a pocket park in the Tract H location.
Yeah, and I think the staff memo laid out a handful of things like 1 to 2 acres, seating and shade structures integrated with the sidewalk, no dedicated parking. I think it was all laid out in the staff memo.
Natural play features. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so is the board generally good with that? What was outlined by staff?
Do you have that easy for me to find so I can copy it?
It's in the last board packet.
I'd only clarify that so it is, the language I think is accurate in terms of what you guys were saying, but the designs that we got from a consultant were for a park that was closer to half an acre in size. So I just want to clarify that. So if you guys want to see it, we can show it to you, but the general size of that park that would fit within this area was closer to half an acre to an acre in size than it was to 2 acres.
So I think that's worth having a conversation about. I mean, we're looking at a development that doesn't have any play structures at all in it. I mean, I think the intent would be more than just a pocket park in this area. I mean,
They defined it as a neighborhood scale park.
Right, but what does that mean to you?
Agreed.
Yeah. I mean, Matt or Stephen, can you guys give us just a benchmark of what that half acre could be comparable to one of our current parks?
So the Village Green Park is 0.6 acres in size. So it's just slightly bigger than a half acre.
Okay. And what's envisioned in this is the play structures, shade structures go all the way across. I mean, Village Green has that big wide open green space in the middle.
It was a mix of, I mean, do you want to see it real fast? I think we have it up. So it was a mix of like some ninja play. The way it was described by the landscape architect was it had, play features for all ages. But it is, and I guess the other clarification on this is it's a lot of slope down here. So we did consider the proximity to Promenade, but it is kind of significantly downgrade. And so it should be, benched up against this road. But I'd have to go back to the staff memo to actually kind of define the play areas, but there's, 3 different kind of separate play areas. There's a shade structure. Sure. So the ninja plays up here, And then this is more nature play down in this area. If there's something else you guys wanted, or if you just want to set a number, kind of like the mayor suggested, and then put it through the standard process of going to ProSAC and OSAC for feedback, we could do that as well.
So I could just say, applicant shall construct a neighborhood park in tract H of approximately ½ acre in size to be designed by the town.
Yeah.
That would allow it to go through the process.
So Stephen, the slope there, I didn't realize we had a significant slope in that region.
It's benched down in here in order for it to work. We looked at it both directions, and this kind of east-west orientation worked better than the original kind of north-south orientation, just due to the grades.
So I think Neil made a very poignant point earlier with the park's proximity there and having a significant downward slope towards Promenade does give me pause.
Promenade's higher, sorry, that wasn't clear.
Oh,
It's higher
apologize.
than the park, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
No, I wasn't clear.
As I said, it's 11:30.
I said slope, I didn't tell you up or down.
Yeah, well, yeah. Okay.
All right, so we're good with
Good.
that one?
Do we need some cost parameters in there? I mean, how do we?
I don't know how we do that.
I don't think I think it's a good requirement, and I'm ready to kind of.
You're good with it as?
I'm good with it as is, and
Okay.
it's the obligation of the developer, and they're going to sell this as an amenity. I mean, this becomes a new amenity for them to highlight. I trust this is going to be great.
Okay, so then do we then take out the part about designed by the town? Because you were putting in there designed by the town. Do we want to take that out and just have park to be built? I mean, to your point, if they're figuring out they're building something that's an amenity, do we want them to just do it and not have it be
I'd
run
like
through
to
our
say
process?
designed in collaboration with the town maybe, because I do agree, I'd like to put it through our formal ProStac process and get input.
Right. Designed in collaboration with the town, and folks, I don't want to, we're having a conversation about another park, and, maybe we have to pay for the second tier design, the build design. I don't want to pay anything for this park. This park is funded by the developer.
I like to
make a condition that it not come out of the $10 million civic space contribution.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it will.
I would agree.
Okay, you get.
Sorry, say that one.
Exclude from the $10 million
Contribution from the cost sharing agreement.
Right. It's still tippable. It's just not our 10 million.
Okay. All right, we're good with.
Good pickup. Thank you.
I'm gonna have to figure out how to write that. Okay, the last one is that the cottage color scheme number 9 shall be modified to remove the tassel color, which color shall be replaced by another color consistent with the design guidelines and approved by town staff. Yes?
Wow.
That one was easy. That was really concrete. I got that one. Okay, that's all I have so far.
I think is that everything that everyone has?
Did you get the condition about Coal Creek not going through and that it only goes out to 88th?
All right, Mark. Nice.
We would have to modify that one condition that's already in there.
Okay, shall we go through the list of conditions again, then have any further discussion? Then I would say we have a vote on this.
All right, just give me, you're gonna have to give me a couple minutes, sorry.
Yeah,
That's
do it
fine.
right.
That's fine.
So while we're doing that, Mark, you want to pitch me further on Coal Creek?
Why don't we take so we're not Kendra's.
I'm not asking Kendra anything. I'm not trying to.
Should we take a short recess? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We're going to take a 5 to 7 minute recess. We'll be right back. You have everyone's attention, please. We're back. All right, Kendra, you're ready to go through our list?
Yes. We also have, the applicants have requested that they want to talk about these conditions. So that's entirely up to the board.
They want to talk to us or they want
Yes, they want to talk to you.
Okay.
That means you'd have to reopen.
That means we have to reopen the public comment.
Public hearing?
Wait, so we're in the public hearing, just to be, this is often mixed
Yes.
up. The public hearing just is always the public hearing. It's the
Yes.
public comment portion of the public hearing.
Okay.
So, you don't have to open up to the rest of the public. I'm just saying we have to reopen that portion of the hearing again. So, if you want to hear from the developer.
Okay. Would the board be open to doing so?
The other option is that we can talk to the developer offline and report back to you. It's up to you. That's what we have done in the past, rather
Yes.
than go down this process where we spend another
Okay.
hour talking to the developer.
Right. I think that would probably be a better plan for
Okay.
you, for staff to speak with them.
Yeah, maybe we'll do that if you give us another few minutes.
Okay.
Sorry, more.
So in the meantime, can we continue our discussion, or are we just waiting?
You guys can continue your discussion, but I don't know if they want to send some people, I mean, it's up to them. I don't know. Who wants to talk to us? Bill? Okay. Then I would suggest maybe you just recess for a couple minutes.
Okay, let's just recess. All right, we're back.
Okay.
We are back. Go ahead.
Back on the record. Okay, so a couple things. Well, first of all, the $100,000 in traffic calming only comes in if the Coal Creek Drive connection happens, which makes sense, right? Because you don't need traffic calming if that connection's not happening. So that, we just wanted to make that clear. And obviously you all can have that discussion. I have both conditions in here right now that, the Coal Creek Drive connection will go through and the traffic calming is in there. But then for the landscape screening in Tract H, the applicants want to cap that at $40,000, which I believe staff thinks is reasonable, right? Okay. And then the park in Tract H, they want to cap that at $300,000, which also staff thinks is reasonable. And we can get what we want done in there. So those were the changes. So I can go through all the conditions now. I just wanted to, that's what we were discussing with the developer. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, from the top. I'm going to go through every single one just so we're clear. Okay, so A, within 60 days of the date of this resolution, applicants shall make minor technical and red line corrections to the plans as identified by town staff. B, the final plat shall be recorded prior to the recording of the FDP. C, rather than the street names shown in the application, all street names shall be determined by town staff after consultation with applicants, and the final plat shall show all final street names. D, applicants shall construct both the Promenade Drive roadway connection and the Coal Creek Drive roadway connection to the property boundary. E, upon acceptance of Coal Creek Drive by the town, applicants shall contribute $100,000 to the town to be used by the town for traffic calming measures on Coal Creek Drive. F, applicants shall install at least 2 additional raised pedestrian crosswalks on Promenade Drive in locations to be determined by town staff. G, Promenade Drive and Superior Drive shall be constructed as set forth in the street sections 13 and 15 of Plan Development Amendment Number 4. H, applicants shall, at their own cost not to exceed $40,000, install landscaping screening in the northernmost 15 feet of Tract H as approved by the town. I, applicants at their own cost not to exceed $300,000 shall construct a neighborhood park in Tract H of approximately a ½ acre in size to be designed in collaboration with the town, and such cost shall not be counted towards the $10 million civic space contribution in section 16 of the cost sharing agreement dated October 18, 2013. And J, cottage color scheme number 9 shall be modified to remove the tassel color, which color shall be replaced by another color consistent with the design guidelines and approved by town staff.
Okay.
That's it.
Does anyone have anything?
I got a couple points I want to make. Try to lobby Trustee Lish.
I encourage others to do so as well.
I've been on the board now for 3 years, and these development applications are never easy. You know, some are harder than others, but this one is hard. It's hard because it's big, it's consequential, and it's transformational. But it's also extremely hard because this one will so substantially affect the surrounding community. So when we considered, for example, the Lanterns Lane development application, there was concern about connecting that development to 88th because people worried about creating another Weldona. And the board made the right decision then and there because we sided with preserving the integrity of the community. We sided with communities, not cut-throughs. When this board made the decision to close Weldona Way, that too was an incredibly difficult decision. It was a decision that ended up solving a 25-year-old design problem, a problem that plagued this town and this board for decades. But that decision is one of the ones that I'm most proud of. And we took an incredible amount of flack from residents who were opposed to it. But we made a difficult decision, and it was the right decision. And as both of you, Neil and Ken, both know, that neighborhood is substantially better off because we sided with communities, not cut-throughs. So now here we are, and we're about to make another critical decision. But this is one that's going to dramatically negatively impact an existing neighborhood. So we have two choices. One option is to make a dual connection and potentially ruin an existing neighborhood. The other is to make a connection that we can be sure will not. I can't in good conscience make a decision that potentially could cause such a detrimental impact to an existing neighborhood. And there's also the unintended increase in traffic that could result in the Akron and Riverbend neighborhoods from people who are going to be traveling through Coal Creek if it's extended. And that's something that didn't really come up tonight, but that is a legitimate concern that was raised in some of the emails that we got. Look, if we make this connection, we're going to regret it. It will be the single biggest mistake this town board will have made. But unlike with Weldona, we will never be able to fix this mistake. So let's not make it. I would urge you, Trustee Lish, and the rest of the board, let's not make this mistake. Vote no on option 3. Support option 2, the Promenade connection to Coal Creek, and let's move forward.
So Ken, I'm not a lawyer, I don't have a speech, but I do want to kind of talk through each of the points that Mark made. I agree the development will affect the surrounding community, but I think this has the potential to affect the surrounding community for the better as well. It gives a lot of residents in Rock Creek the ability to easily visit town center. We've talked a lot about ease of getting to downtown. We had a resident tonight point out that, you know, people kind of take the easy way when it comes to different things. And if people are needing to go down McCaslin to get to town center, they're going to just keep going to Louisville like they've always done for years and years. If we want them to take a different route, we have to give them a different route to take. Talking about communities and not cut-throughs with Lanterns Lane and Weldona, I think there are a lot of places in town where we have two sides of a neighborhood bisected. I'm thinking in my neighborhood, which I know isn't necessarily where you frequent, but Torrey's Peak has Indiana going through it at a lot of different places. That's never stopped me from visiting neighbors on the other side of Indiana. Yes, it's something you have to be careful with, and we need to make sure that we have the traffic calming measures there. But particularly where this to me is really different from Weldona is Weldona was a street with homes, the driveways backing out onto it. Coal Creek Drive doesn't have any driveways along it. I don't care about past precedent, but it was designed so that there wouldn't be driveways backing onto it. And I think that's a really important distinction. And then finally, talking about the increase in traffic in the Akron area, I think we heard about that a little bit in public comment tonight. If someone wants to go over that way, chances are they're not going to be going down Coal Creek Drive. They're going to be going toward McCaslin. We're going to get a lot more people going left from Coal Creek Drive out to Rock Creek Parkway than we'll get trying to take a right and go around the Riverbend area. So not a formal speech, but I think I don't think that those points are necessarily salient.
I agree with everything you just said, Laura, and I'll just add that I don't think any of these streets that we're looking to build are going to be appealing to cut through traffic. I mean, we've learned a lot of lessons about traffic calming, and I think we're designing a lot of that into these streets. So I'm more concerned that if we don't create these connections, it's really going to be to the detriment of existing Superior residents who want to get to their downtown. So, Mark, I will respectfully disagree and say that I think if we don't make this connection, it will be one of the worst decisions that we've made, and people will look over that blockage and just say, what in the world, why didn't they connect that? And it will really be to the detriment of potentially the success of downtown, but really it will discourage, I think, our residents from using it. So I'm hoping that we can move forward with option 3 and create both of these connections.
So as most of you have probably learned by now, having worked with me either for the last 10 months or the last couple of years, I don't know anything about anything. But I know how to find people that know a lot, right? And I've made, part of it's luck, part of it's been selective, but, lucky to be born into 2 super smart parents and had good neighbors as I was a kid who helped me make the right choices in friendships and sports and academics for undergrad, and got the right jobs. And then when I started working, learned to depend on my coworkers, my bosses, and my lawyers, and my advisors, and have done pretty well. Because I'm not an expert in, I'm a healthcare executive for my day job, but I'm not a clinician. Right, but the company, I work for a big healthcare company, and they like me. But I have a lot of clinicians that advise me, and I take their advice. And I have a lot of lawyers that advise me. And in this case, we have a lot of people advising us that know a lot about traffic planning and a lot about how to build successful communities. And I don't hear any of them advising us that the connection on South Coal Creek is a bad idea. I've lived in town for over 15 years now. No, almost 15 years. And I don't remember the first time I saw South Coal Creek, but, because I live on the other side of town, I probably lived here for a couple of years and was out for a run or a bike ride or something, and thought, boy, this is weird. And then you get to the end of it and thought, well, that's an odd street. It's going to connect somewhere. But it made sense that it didn't connect previously because we didn't have anything for it to connect to. Now we have something for it to connect to, and of course it should connect, because we cannot have a community that is effectively disconnected. And I understand that there will be traffic impacts, and we've done so much to mitigate those traffic impacts. And our commitment to this community, and my commitment to the community, to be focused on traffic calming initiatives, to be focused on pedestrian and cyclist safety, which I think people hear me talk about a lot, is truly unwavering. I agree, if we do not make this connection, it jeopardizes the rest of the project. Because I think it's going to look like a separate town, the same way that, frankly, original town Superior sometimes feels separate, because you're very rarely are you riding your bike or walking there. Most of us that live in Rock Creek that are going to original town are driving. And it's not an easy drive. This has the ability to become a really easy connection for kids, for adults, and has the ability for downtown to be really, really successful. So I understand it's an important decision, but if there was a better option, I'd be all about that better option. I just don't think option B is remotely a better option. I'm very concerned about the risk of the crossing on the ditch. I wish we had, frankly, I think if we had advice, if we knew that the ditch companies would come at us and say, we prefer a perpendicular crossing, we may have negotiated a little harder around the ditch crossing agreement, but we didn't have the choice. We have indemnified them. That alone, to me, I don't want to do anything that they do not prefer us to do. We have to make that immediate crossing. The other crossing, I'll be supportive of finding the money over the next couple of years and that option C, but it's going to be a clunky thing. I mean, when you look at the aesthetics of coming over 88th, making that hard right turn, going behind and disrupting a brand new community in Boulder Creek for really expensive homes, where we heard from that developer that's not what they prefer. I think if we would effectively be having twice as much traffic there if we didn't build it. There's just way too many reasons why this is just, to me, the obvious right decision. I mean, I respect everybody on the board. I'm actually surprised that this decision is as hard as it is, because for me, I regret that some community members feel that it's going to be disruptive. I live on a pretty busy street. You're going to have a lot more traffic calming initiatives than I have, and my driveway backs out onto that street with a very similar, on Torrey's Peak, with a very similar amount of cars. It's disruptive, but it's not, kids are not at imminent danger because we're going to connect that road. So I think the example of Torrey's Creek, frankly, crossing Indiana, that has more traffic volume than what we're projecting, is a good example. I mean, if this was an imminent danger, then we should shut down Indiana, right? Because we have kids crossing Indiana every day that are walking to El Dorado. And
or Indiana across the two Eldorados.
Right. Yep.
So Ken, the other thing, I mean, this happened in the last hour, is you'd requested a part in exchange for support of that option, and we just got that, and got funding for that. So I think I appreciate the developer wanting to work with us on that and working towards a good solution on this. So. All right.
So I'm going to try not to repeat what I've already said or what's already been said, but I want to address a couple of the comments that were made and tie back to what we got in the September or I'm sorry, the previous meeting we had, September 12th. The new traffic forecast for option 3 will make this the busiest road in town after Rock Creek Parkway. It'll exceed everything on Indiana. So, and we have 3 buses that already stopped to pick kids up on Coal Creek Drive today. So if we want to bring that upon our residents who have lived there for years, then by all means, connect to Coal Creek. 3,000 cars per day exceeds every intersection on Indiana today. It's unbelievable that we would think that that's acceptable in any way, shape, or form. And I do respect everybody up here, but let's talk about the hard data. I don't even think 300,000 will be enough on Coal Creek Drive to slow it down to the speed that we want it. We've poured 40 in, and we've seen no material change to the speed limit today. If we're going to follow that up with another 500,000, maybe we'll get there. In which case, the cost relative to Promenade it's the same. I agree the Promenade, U-turn is not optimal, but none of us, given a blank slate, would have designed the town the way that we did. Coal Creek was designed to go all the way through back when it was all going to be commercial. And we've just seen it today. All the PD3 is residential. So a lot of what we thought Coal Creek was going to help deliver, it's not even there. So let's think about what we have today and what makes the most sense. I think the bike pedestrian connection is the one that makes the absolute most sense to preserve the quality of life for the folks that live off Coal Creek Drive, while also ensuring a connection to Coal Creek Drive that's not automobile. For lots of the Rock Creek Ranch residents, going out of the traffic circle at Coal Creek Drive, going out of the Rock Creek and 88th Street circle, going up 88th to take the Promenade Drive, that's not a big deal. I drive 88th every day. It's not a terrible road. I mean, the things that we say about 88th makes it sound like it's broken, but it's going to be repaired. Coal Creek Drive is great, but it's a neighborhood street. And it has been for 30 years. Let's not change it and triple the, 250% increase the traffic, to support what I'm still struggling with, the absolute need in terms of why it needs to go through the neighborhood. So I try not to repeat myself, but hopefully it swayed you.
Neil, one question about what you just said, the Indiana traffic.
Yeah.
Just quickly, what I was able to pull up was the 2015 traffic counts, which is obviously a little bit outdated. But on that one, we're showing Indiana is 3847.
That's one intersection at the fire station. If you go up the street to Torrey's Peak, it's 1340. If you go to the other side of Coal Creek, it's 1857, 2669. The 3,000 cars per day that we're talking about Coal Creek at Akron exceeds all of those intersections. I will allow you the one intersection at, right by the fire station in Indiana is 3847.
These are different time zones as well. We got to acknowledge that we're not.
2015.
We're looking at
so
2015 versus your projection in 2030.
So that, and also, I mean, my street, so I live on Castle Peak. We have all our driveways backing out to that. We've implemented traffic calming measures with the speed bumps on there, but we're at in 2015, we were at 2757.
I don't disagree.
So I think it's a misnomer to say that Coal Creek Drive would be the busiest street in town. Again, I'm looking at the 2015 data, but it looks to me like we have plenty of streets that are much busier, some of which have driveways. My own personal driveway backs out to that. And
just because we have traffic problems elsewhere doesn't mean that we should, be subjected to like whataboutism here, where we're like, oh, well, what about the problems over here? I mean, we're creating a problem right now that we've got data that shows it's going to nearly triple the volume that's existing in the area right now. The other thing, and Neil alluded to this at the very end, is we've got kids now that are crossing Coal Creek Drive, and it already, we're hearing from parents that it's not safe, that they're crossing Coal Creek Drive to get to the bus stop, that they're crossing Coal Creek Drive when they're walking to Superior Elementary. And now what we're going to do is subject those kids to 3 times the amount of cars to Dodge. So I can't imagine why anybody would want to do that.
I probably can't come up with a whole lot of additional arguments other than as long as I've been on this board, which is now almost 3 years, I've always committed to our residents that I don't ever want to do something to existing residents or to approve something that would negatively impact them and their home values. to make a decision to agree to have Coal Creek go through, and I was opposed to it going through when we approved the Lanterns development, would negatively impact the folks who live in that neighborhood. Furthermore, we heard from the developer tonight from the Lanterns development that the worst thing that could happen to him would be for us to build both streets through. So for me, the only option is to approve the promenade development. We act like the only way anybody is going to be able to get to downtown Superior is to go down Coal Creek to Promenade. McCaslin is still there, folks. It's not going away. I'm not driving down through someone's neighborhood to get there. I'm going to go down McCaslin to get to downtown Superior. If I'm going to somebody's home, I'm going to go on a residential street. But if I'm going to downtown Superior, I'm going on McCaslin. I respect what the residents who currently live in that area have said. I respect what we heard from the developer of Lanterns Way. I don't want to split your community. I don't want the cars going down both sides of your neighborhood. The only option for me is to approve Promenade.
Okay, thanks.
I wish you guys would have made that easier. I still don't feel any better about making a decision one way or the other. I think this is probably the hardest decision I've personally had to make since we're on the board. And I think all of you made incredibly valid points. Maybe not the intended effect, but I think, Kevin, your statement along the lines of you're going to be committed to safety and ensuring that the safety of our residents has got to be number one. I think that kind of brings it back to what does this decision need to be based on? And if I were to truly look in the mirror and say, is connecting this street going to make our neighborhood safer? I'm probably going to have to say no. And while I wish we could have designed things better, and I wish we could have had Amherst connected, Waldona connected, everything connected, rather than having to decide what's open and what's closed. That way we had every artery open. Truly coming back to the sole basis of what's going to ensure the safety of our residents, I think I'm going to have to change my vote and say to only do the Promenade connection.
So problem with that and what I worry about is, I hear what you're saying with it would be great if everything was open, and I completely agree with you on that. That said, we're obviously not going to go back and change all the streets. All we can affect is what we're changing going forward. I think we're continuing to restrict our neighborhood if we don't open this up.
I agree, and I think the problem is that that's absolutely true. And where I'm still getting stuck is we're bottlenecking it now, and that's where I was stuck before we came in tonight. That's why I haven't been able to sleep. I absolutely agree with Clint. We should have a connection, and it makes sense. I think I agree with every single thing that everybody has said up here. But if it's going to come down to safety, if we have everything open, that would have been optimal. But that's not where we are. Amherst is closed. Waldona is closed. Without having those outlets, we're going to force everybody down through the new Lanterns development, which is going to have twice as much.
So the name of the road, it is literally a collector.
Yeah.
So the road will do what it's designed to do. That's why I started off the conversation tonight asking. I wanted to make sure I interpreted this appropriately, that it is a collector. There are no homes that back out onto this. The thinking that we're going to create, and who knows where we're going to find the money, but thinking that we're going to somehow wedge another road in there where we will be responsible for an incremental somewhere between 1.2 and 1.5 million. lose the opportunity to have $100,000 worth of contribution towards traffic calming, which is necessary because we still have issues on Coal Creek. We still have improvements to make on Coal Creek. Lose the opportunity for a pocket park. Lose the opportunity for additional traffic calming on the existing. I mean, it's just for a road that was designed to do what it was intended to do, which is collect traffic.
We're not necessarily losing the opportunity for a park or any of these things.
And the $100,000, while we're losing that, arguably, we're investing far less in traffic calming on Coal Creek.
It's going to be necessary anyway. I mean, we need to address the traffic calming on Coal Creek. I mean, here's the deal, which I've been saying on traffic and safety for 3 years. Our roads are, people drive, which I was not convinced, Alex has convinced me, people drive the speed for which they feel comfortable as that street was designed. Unfortunately, our streets are designed so wide and using current traffic methodology, which is the way downtown Superior is being built, people are going to be forced to drive much slower. People feel comfortable driving fast, so therefore they drive fast. We need to make significant changes. Significant changes cost significant money. So, but the option of building another road in somebody else's donated right-of-way, and Sandy, I respect you, but that's not what the guys from Lanterns said. What they said is this is the worst possible option. They're our newest neighbor.
No, they said the worst possible option was to have both of them go through.
Well, and that's not what I prefer, but their bad option, they would rather have nothing. Choice 1, have nothing. Choice 2, connect. Choice 3, have this screwy promenade connection off 88th. So, we are our newest neighbor. We're immediately decreasing the value of the homes that they're building. So the very thing we're trying not to do, we're doing.
And for that matter, if we don't go with option 3, presumably, I know you said option 2 was your second choice, that decreases the value even further because you're then routing all of the traffic behind.
Right.
So I wasn't on the board when we went through the Lanterns development, but I sat in the audience and watched, and the possibility of promenade connecting was absolutely discussed. And that was absolutely a reality during that, and there was no decision made because it couldn't be made at that time, but it was discussed, and Lanterns moved forward knowing that that was a possibility. I hear him, I respect him, but this isn't a brand new thing. This was a known entity, and all of this is known. None of this is brand new. We've been working with all these variables for ever since then, but
I think where we are is the promenade connection is, I think we're mostly aligned that is going to happen. I think the question at hand is whether Coal Creek is connected or not. I'm disappointed to hear of your change because, I felt like we spent the last hour kind of negotiating around what was going to get you to a yes.
Yeah.
And now we're to a no, and now we need to undo these conditions that we just spent an hour drafting.
Well, not necessarily.
And
yeah, I also,
get it.
to be honest, asked 3 hours ago that we stop talking about this because I was not in a state that I felt comfortable making this decision. So if you want to go back and make those statements, I was very clear about where I was from the get-go.
Fair enough. But I think we're very close to getting this finalized one way or the other, one connection or the other. I think we need to just move ahead with that
I'm where I am.
Okay.
So I think, Ken, what you're saying now, though, totally agree with you on Promenade. Knew it was a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
I think we sat next to each other, actually, in that one, in the back. And that was something I was really passionate about, is before a single one of those homes gets sold, those residents should know what they're getting themselves into. Will there be a street going in between the two sides of Lanterns? Will there be a street behind them? Like, they ought to know that before they buy their homes. But where I would then make the flip side of that is Coal Creek. And again, we can always change what Coal Creek does, but the residents who live there today are also aware that that is a minor collector and it's intended to be a minor collector. So I think that's important.
I absolutely acknowledge and agree to that. Where I am right now is, does this decision make our neighborhoods more safe or less safe?
I think that's a tough, so yes, I agree with you on what does this do to our neighborhood, but I think that's tough criteria because the safest thing of all would be to say, close all of Superior to cars and let's make it a bike-only community. And clearly, we're not going to do that.
Shut it, shut it down. Right, I mean, it's a fair point because we're trying to create a downtown core that is successful. In order for the downtown core to be successful, people got to get there.
Yeah.
You know, we have a real problem with the lack of, the absence of diversity in our tax base. We are too dependent upon big box stores. Everybody knows this. We need downtown to be successful. So I'd love nothing more than to make this the golf cart cycling community and shut it down and find a way to reduce all our taxes and not have that dependency. Unfortunately, that's not what the rest of the community desires. The rest of the community desires road improvements and new parks. And in order to do that, you need a commercial core.
And I fully agree. And
so but your only metric is...
No, I'm not saying don't put any connections in, and to make that leap is disingenuous from where I am.
I use that as an example, not because I know you want.
Well, and while but that's specifically why I had a line of questioning for Bill tonight of tell me specifically why Coal Creek is so much more beneficial than Promenade. And I asked him 3 or 4 times, are you getting that much more commercial traffic coming down Coal Creek? The Promenade does not get you there. And his answer in ultimate was, no, either of them connects. I need one of those connections. So I absolutely agree. We need a strong commercial core, and I would not support putting 0 connections in. There needs to be a connection, without a doubt, in my opinion.
Okay, let's, I think we know where we are on this. I mean, we could continue to lobby one way or the other, but I think we need to revisit these conditions because things have changed and we need to get to a vote.
So I'll have new conditions for consideration. So I'll need 10 or 15 minutes to think about my new conditions.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, we've got...
Well, what exactly are you talking about?
I'll have some other conditions. I think Ken had, I respect Ken's opinion around, he had a good thought around if this is going to work for him, he would like a park. I think it's reasonable that if we're trying to collaborate as a functioning board, let's try to find a way where it's a win for as many people on the board as possible. Mm-hmm. So.
Yeah, and I'm fine discussing conditions. However, if you're going to vote no, just from a point of order and procedure, it seems like conditions should be imposed upon a friendly motion, right? And if you're imposing conditions on something that you're going to vote no, I guess my question is from a procedure perspective, is that appropriate?
I don't...
This happened on the original PD too, because even though some people were voting no, if they knew it was going to pass, they wanted certain conditions. So I can't, you know what I'm saying? So there's not been a motion, so there's no amendments. So it's up to you all. I will tell you, I don't have a lot of drafting left in me.
Right, and I sort of feel...
It's 12:30, so I'm just giving you that heads up.
I'm starting to worry about a flight I got to make in a few hours, right?
So let's work on... We had a good list of conditions. We've had a change.
The only condition...
All we need to take out the $100,000 for traffic. That's gone. Okay. This park, though, was conditioned. The only reason the park came up was because of...
The park was still going to come up. I just said that that's something that I was still... It was within my thought process.
They're still willing to do the park.
Yeah, it wasn't a one or the other.
He said that Ken brought up the park with respect to either option, and frankly, that's a condition of my approval as well, so.
Yeah, they're so,
Okay.
we cleared that, so I
Okay.
don't want to negotiate
All
against
right, all
ourselves
right,
now.
then I think we're ready, for a vote.
I would really like, to Kevin's point, to look at these conditions, think about it. I mean, I understand we're not getting the $100,000 for traffic calming. Frankly, I'd like to think about what else we might want to ask for instead of that.
Right. We're not getting,
I mean-
so the town is going to increase, we now have an obligation. We have a disappointed newest neighbor. We have an obligation to spend another $1.5 million on a road to connect that is going to be a little squirrely. We'll have increased liability as a result of that road. Our traffic engineers and traffic planners have told us it's a bad idea. Or not, I don't want to say bad idea, not a preferable idea. Right. Told us it was not preferable. And the developer walks away with an extra $100,000. I mean, this is like the worst deal ever.
So,
And that's
the worst deal ever
right.
for you guys.
well, we're also taking away a connection that they see as beneficial to the tune of $100,000
Right.
that we just now took away.
Yep.
And so give us the 100
Well, if you
anyway.
want to spend the $100,000, why don't we just ask them if they would spend it on the other connections, which would be the Greenway?
That $100,000 for traffic calming was to alleviate more problems that were going to be caused by a connection. That was not doing us any favors. That's like hiring, a house cleaner to clean up your house after somebody burns it down. Like, okay, you don't have to rebuild your house now, at least it's clean. I mean, it's a problem that's created from the connection, and throwing $100,000 at it wasn't going to solve the traffic calming that was needed to address the actual data that we saw in the packet.
Projections. Yeah.
So is the board okay with taking that out? Are you okay taking that out?
I'm fine taking out the $100,000 for traffic calming on Coal Creek. I'm also fine leaving in $100,000 for traffic calming. If
I
they,
already said no to that. I'm just telling.
Okay, then is there further discussion? I'd like to call the question.
I mean, I told you, I want additional conditions and looking for time. So, but Kendra's said that she doesn't have time.
I'm just saying, this could go on for hours.
So, I mean, we agreed.
So
as
if
a
you
board-
if you're asking for additional conditions, then I'm going to have to take a break and meet with the developer again to see if these are even.
Right, we agreed as a board that, we're not
So-
going to do things like call to question if we're not done having a dialogue. Ken asked to take a break a few hours ago, and so, maybe we should have done that.
And Ken, you absolutely have the right to change your mind, and I fully support that. But I would now like the right, if we're now going in a different direction, to think about what I'd like to see different at this point. I think Kevin's asking for the same thing.
But if you guys call to question.
I just think we're going down a very uncertain path at 12:35. We've got a very solid list of conditions. We've got a very solid proposal. I think if we do not act on this tonight, we are sending a very strong signal that this whole thing is very much in question. And I do not want to, I just do not think that we are doing this development, this town, the residents that are here, any favors by trying to squeeze something else out of this at this point. I think we are at the best, we have discussed this over 2 meetings in depth, and I think we are at as good a place as we can get.
I don't think we discussed for 2 meetings in depth. I think the last meeting we primarily asked questions we didn't discuss.
Okay.
And all of our conditions are predicated on connecting Coal Creek Drive. So I would just like to rethink the
Yeah, we
conditions.
spent the last 90 minutes talking about the conditions proceeding on a connection of Coal Creek Drive. Now we've, and
again,
Ken, I
no
respect you.
problem,
Right.
but
Maybe you changed your mind because you were convinced otherwise, or maybe it's the right thing, but maybe we need more time to make sure it is the right thing.
Yeah, but I think that that's an assumption on your part that those were conditions for just option 3. Some of us had, no problems with those conditions. And until a vote happens, I mean, every option is on the table. So, the $100,000 for traffic calming on Coal Creek doesn't need to happen because they're not making the extension, but all the other conditions seem like they're reasonable. We're getting a park, we're getting, all the other conditions that we went through, and Kendra maybe can kind of tick those off one more time. But I think our job here on the board is to consider applications that come before us, but then ultimately we need to make a decision. And that we can't just shirk the responsibility and just say, well, let's push this to another meeting just so we can think about this some more. We've spent a lot of time. It's late. We've got 4 votes, I think, right now. So I think it's time to make a motion. If Kendra, you wouldn't mind reading what the conditions are with the $100,000 removed.
Sure. A, within 60 days of the date of this resolution, applicants shall make red line corrections to plans as identified by town staff. B, the final plat shall be recorded prior to the recording of the IDP. C, rather than the street names shown in the application, all street names shall be determined by town staff after consultation with applicants, and the final plat shall show all final street names. D, applicants shall construct only the Promenade Drive roadway connection to the property boundary. E, applicants shall install at least 2 additional raised pedestrian crosswalks on Promenade Drive in locations to be determined by town staff. F, Promenade Drive and Superior Drive shall be constructed as set forth in street sections 13 and 15 of Plan Development Amendment Number 4. G, applicants shall, at their own cost not to exceed $40,000, install landscaping screening in the northernmost 15 feet of Tract H as approved by the town. H, applicants shall, at their own cost not to exceed $300,000, construct a neighborhood park in Tract H of approximately 1/2 acre in size to be designed in collaboration with the town, and such cost shall not be counted towards the $10 million civic space contribution required by Section 16 of the cost sharing agreement dated October 18th, 2013. And I, cottage color scheme number 9 shall be modified to remove the tassel color, which color shall be replaced by another color consistent with the design guidelines and approved by town staff.
So we agreed at a retreat that we're not going to do things like call to question when we have not had the exhaustive list of things we got to talk about, right? So we spent 90 minutes talking about conditions that were proceeding upon a connection to Coal Creek. That was the assumption, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, I was just, before you spoke, Kevin, I'm a little uncomfortable that we're going to call the question and we still have some folks who would like to at least have us discuss some other conditions. I've been on the other side. I've been on the side where I've been cut off when we haven't had an opportunity to finish having a discussion. Kevin, are you asking us to continue this, or do you want, it's 20 minutes to 1. At this point, 2 o'clock doesn't make that big a deal difference to me. But are you just asking for time tonight? I think it literally sucks when we cut each other off and we don't allow others to have the opportunity to bring something up if they want to. I would hate to see us continue this. However, I also want you, and Laura, if you want to say something, if you've got some additional conditions, I'd like to at least have us have a discussion about it.
I mean, I'll tell you, I honestly don't know. My brain's a little foggy, but I voted no on the contract with the ditch company because I think that's a bad, dangerous deal. I think this town has taken an incredible amount of liability as a result of that bad negotiation, and we did not have the full information at hand. Now we have a much more significant crossing that is not perpendicular, that is not advised by the ditch company. I want to think about what I could do to shed that liability and have the developer own it, right? Do I think that I could appropriately propose some condition that will allow them to indemnify us or provide some rider on our contract and somehow think about that and ask Kendra to give me professional legal advice at 1 a.m. around whether or not that's possible? But that's one of 17 things that are swimming around in my head.
To give an example of one thing in my head, just again, like Kevin, it's 1 a.m., I'm tired, but as I'm looking back through my notes, I'm remembering that the developer said when we were asking about the funding for the connection, that they could either fund the roadway to the edge of the property or they could fund the full connection to Coal Creek. Ken said, what about building promenade to the property line plus a walking and bike path to Coal Creek Drive? And they said, yes, they could do that. So I would like to get a condition in there about a walking and bike path. And if we were to make this decision right now, we would miss out on that walking and bike path because we haven't thought this through. I think there's a lot we haven't thought through. Again, I have no problem at all with Ken changing his mind, but I think it's a huge mistake for us to say, Ken changed his mind, quick, let's vote, rather than saying, hey, let's go back to the drawing board and think about what these conditions should be with that new assumption.
Well, yeah, I fully support a pedestrian and bike path. I mean, that's something that Neil and I both said. I think Sandy also echoed that we'd be supportive of that. So I'm in favor of adding a condition that includes a pedestrian and bike connection from the terminus of Coal Creek Drive up to Promenade.
Yeah,
So-
that's a very good point.
Another catch, and again, I think we're going to be missing a lot of things if we try to just immediately vote. We also were talking about the location of the park. Mark, you pointed out that you thought the park would be better positioned right at the end of Coal Creek Drive in that like cul-de-sac-like space. We talked about doing that rather than Tract H. However, we have a condition in there right now that says the neighborhood park will be in Tract H. So again, let's think this through.
Well, we
Let's not just
can't
vote.
put a park in a piece of property that we don't own and that is not in the application before us.
So, but do we want to revise the condition to at least not say in Tract H, but say in an unspecified area? Or do we want to consider that at all? Or do we want to just go with it right now because it's 1 a.m. and people want to get out of here?
Just for clarification, regardless of whether South Coal Creek connects or not, the location would be Tract H.
Well, but that corner or...
But it could be, but frankly, you could terminate Promenade, if you're going to have that conversation, why do you need Promenade Drive up to the end of South Coal Creek? Why can't you terminate Promenade Drive right by
The circle. Well,
number
in that
40?
circle.
Right? I mean, now, all this, I mean, these are examples of, you know, do we want to have a fire truck type connection coming into Promenade Drive? Because I don't know how the engine, you know, our own design guidelines talk about 90-degree turns. I have a million questions for Alex about the turn off 88th onto Promenade because it's less than 90 degrees. So I don't know, I want to understand if a fire truck is coming off of 88th, how do they get into downtown Superior? Can they make that turn? I had a question for Alex that I wanted to ask before, but I didn't ask because I didn't think it was in the realm of possibility. You know, we have a emergency connection into Weldona. Are we going to have a similar emergency connection here? I don't know. There's a whole slew of conversations that just opened up.
And for what it's worth, I mean, again, as Sandy pointed out, it's 1:45. I'm happy to stay till 2. Like this, I'm not trying to cut this short. I personally am fine if we want to keep going or if we want to continue. I just don't want to make a decision on the spot because we're saying it's late and we want to vote.
I'm not saying make it because it's late and I'm
sure
wanting, you know, a decision. I just think we are very close. Yes, some things have changed here, but we've got a lot of reasons to just figure out the remaining details. I appreciate the comment about the pedestrian connection. I think that's a good add, but otherwise, I think these other details can be figured out in the course of construction. They will figure out how to turn the fire trucks down Promenade and get out to 88th and back, and we'll
Yeah, actually, Clint, let's talk about that for a minute, because, option 2 only was in the packet, right? So this was a proposed option for all of us to weigh for the last week. So if Alex could come up, I mean, I came in here this morning, or I don't know, earlier this evening, where option 2 was it. And, the assumption that I had is that it met all of our criteria for connectivity, for emergency access, pedestrian access, et cetera, et cetera. If that's not true, then we have a different problem.
Okay, Matt, can you address that? Because we're really not, we're in discussion, but let's.
Yes, we looked at the turning movements for 88th.
No, we're asking for clarification.
If I'm going to ask that if we do this, we're going back to public comment. Sorry, but that's something else that we've agreed to, that if we are going to leave discussion and start asking questions of staff or the developer, it's appropriate for us to say, does anybody from the public have something to comment on?
It's fine.
That's fine. Let's reopen the public hearing. Okay, Alex.
No, the developer of Lanterns, there was an option of making Promenade connect to 88th, and we made sure that turning movements for trucks and fire trucks were met with the improvements for that turning onto 88th.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else have any questions?
So Alex, while we have you, and now that we've reopened, I feel like I might as well ask what's on my mind. Is there any value to doing something on Coal Creek Drive similar to what we did with Weldona with the bollards, so that emergency vehicles can get through even if it's not a true vehicular connection?
I think if we're putting a trail connection in, we would make that we could make it a condition to, it would be emergency access as well. I think that only makes sense if you have the trail going up to, put bollards and make sure it's a emergency access as well.
Okay, let's have the discussion to everyone can hear.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, why would you do that if there's no street there? I mean, in the case of Weldona, there was a street on either side. There won't be a street there on the other side. It'll just be dirt, or it'll be a park. So basically what you're saying is you're gonna build you put the bollards in because you're gonna build the street now. But there isn't a street there.
Well, right now,
At
the
the
way Lanterns was approved, and this is one of the things we had the discussion with during the Lanterns application, was when one of the options was to terminate Coal Creek at Lanterns Lane, right? And then you could do like a pocket park there, you could do a trail connection there. Right now, the way I think the PD is approved, Coal Creek goes to the property line, which then contemplated the connection, but that hasn't been built and doesn't need to be built, I guess is your point, right? So like if it's not going to connect with a vehicular connection, you could just terminate it at Lanterns Lane, and then potentially you'd have additional land to, not pave.
Right.
And you could just, right.
So Alex, though, it sounds like
We're kind of losing, I just want to make sure everyone's on the record. It's long, I know it's long, it's late, but we've got to keep this.
Understood.
So Alex, so clearly one side is the road that goes up to the edge of Lanterns. The other side being a trail, though, is there a way to get emergency access across that trail? And maybe I'm off base, but.
Okay, what we did at Lanterns, where the Lanterns cul-de-sac, from there we designed, I think it's a 12-foot wide strip to go up to 88 to be used by pedestrians and trail users, as well as provide emergency access. So I would say we're just flipping this. Now Promenade, the main connection, and Coal Creek is kind of the trail and emergency access. That's what staff would recommend.
Okay.
Yeah, the emergency access for that is off of Promenade. You don't need to build a second.
You don't need to
emergency
88.
vehicle
Okay.
access.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? board.
So Alex, this will be a minor this new street will be a minor collector? The promenade connection?
Yes.
So all kinds of things in our design and technical criteria about existing grade. I mean, it's, again, I just feel like this was not an area, yeah, this was an option, but you guys had a couple weeks to put this option together as opposed to 9 months where we've put together the larger application. Are you 100% certain that everything that is being proposed is acceptable under our, I mean, I'm looking, there's a lot of criteria here around connection with existing roadways, and we're certain that this connection meets the technical criteria that we've already established?
Right. The way we had laid it out was we didn't have sidewalks on both sides because there's several alternative pedestrian paths. So we just had a sidewalk on the north side. The south side we felt was there was another connection, and we had some right-of-way issues. So that's the only exception that we made. We didn't have the sidewalk on the south side.
And there's bike lanes on both sides?
Bike lanes on both sides.
But only a sidewalk on one side?
Yes.
And I can't find where I found it, but there's a, 90-degree, we're trying to build things, so you don't have these crazy turns. What are we doing about this crazy turn that's going to be there?
Yeah, minor collector, you wouldn't want to have a 90-degree turn, so we would have to work out an appropriate design radius for that curve where it comes back into the promenade through Toll Brothers.
And there's obviously a traffic light that's going to be added there.
At 88th?
Yeah.
Yes. And you may, the curve may have some impacts on the detention pond, and the developer would have to address those. We had assumed the T intersection with Coal Creek and Promenade, so you probably want more of a sweeping curve to make that work.
I don't know, but again, I just don't know. We talk all the time about these unintended consequences, and we're doing a lot for, I respect the decision of, let's focus around safety. We have our dozens, scores of pages around technical criteria, and we're, losing sidewalks on one side. We're, whatever. We're spending millions of dollars to build a road that will not meet the design criteria instead of connecting, so I still, all right, so let's talk about.
Yeah, I don't want to say whatever, let's go into it.
This document is 149 pages long. I'm not going to be prepared to know the detail of a 149-page document. I'm not sure Alex knows the detail. I mean, he lives and breathes this. I'm not sure he knows the detail of a 149-page document.
And that's the roadway standards that we
These are the roadway standards that we've adopted.
Yep.
Further, I don't, Kendra, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I'm super unhappy with taking the fact we've indemnified the ditch company. And I want to think creatively about, we're going against their advised perpendicular crossing. And looking at that geometric shape is 3 times the size of a geometric shape that has a perpendicular crossing. Does that mean I have 3 times the risk? What can I do about that?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, we'll have to see what happens when the ditch company, we're gonna have to negotiate an agreement with the ditch company again. So, it really just depends.
We know what the ditch company's going to say. They're going to say the same thing that they just said to us a month ago.
I'm assuming so, yes.
So Kevin, to your point around the road design, and I know that certainly for this application, the developer is talking about pushing 88th just through to their property line and not extending all the way to 88th. But just thinking more broadly, if we're going that route, we're assuming we are doing a traffic signal at 88th and Promenade, correct? Yep, that's what's, I'm just.
Presumably with
sorry.
a left turn, but I don't even, so what?
But so why I ask is our design standards specify that for a minor collector, well, it says traffic signals are normally used only at intersections with major collectors and arterial streets, not with minor collectors. So that's why.
88th is a major, so
Right.
it's major to minor. But then my question is how many lanes? So we obviously have to have a left turn lane at that traffic light because we don't want.
All the high school traffic backing up.
Yeah. And so I think I read in there that that left turn lane's permissible. Do we also have room for a separate right turn lane? Do I have?
We wouldn't need a separate right turn because you can't go straight there, right? You just need a left and
No,
another.
I mean a right turn lane. I mean a right turn lane coming from.
Oh, from
Monarch.
88th, yes.
Right, from Monarch into. Do we have a separate right turn lane? These were all things that were sort of secondary, tertiary to the rest of the application as far as I was concerned.
Yeah, but what we have right now is, so the actual extension, right? The developer is not paying for it. That extension is after we go past the property line. It's not part of this development application. It's going to be a problem to solve for another meeting, right? When we're actually looking at plans for what it's going to look like, inclusive of the agreement with the ditch company. But we have, my understanding from town staff is we have the green light to go ahead on an approval that contemplates that connection, which the developer is okay with. And it is feasible from a emergency access perspective and from a traffic light and left turn lane perspective onto 88th. So, in terms of what we are solving for tonight, those are the big questions, right? And those questions I think have been answered. So I don't want us to all of a sudden, convert this application and the discussion over this application into something outside of its scope.
That's correct,
Yeah, you use the word feasible. Town staff use also may be accommodated, so.
Okay,
it's pretty, stuff is pretty squishy, guys, Hope is not a strategy. I hope it works out.
Do we want to add, though, the condition about the connection of the bike trail and the sidewalks?
Yes.
She did. Kendra did that. Okay.
You did? Okay.
did that.
Apologies.
Oh, no, that's okay.
I'm tired.
Kendra, would you be able to read that condition for us?
Applicant shall construct on the property a pedestrian and bicycle trail connection to Coal Creek Drive.
Simple, perfect, sorry.
Is that good?
Okay, we've reopened the public hearing. We can do questions with staff and developer. We can also allow public comment. Is there a desire from the board to do any more questions? Offer an opportunity for public comment? Anyone like to comment? Go ahead.
Very quickly.
Maybe the only public comment at 1 a.m. we've ever had, but there's a first for everything. Go ahead.
Sasha Stiles, Mesa Court. I want to thank you all for listening to the concerns of the residents who are downstream of off of Coal Creek Drive, and I thank you for staying this late, and I thank you all for speaking for your hearts as well as your minds, and I hope you end up voting to do what seems to be on the table now. And there are many of us that will be grateful to you forever. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for the comments. Any additional comments? All right, anything else before we close the public hearing? Again. Anything else?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to go through my notes and see.
Yeah, the intersection alignment street itself will include 2 11-foot travel lanes, 2 6-foot bike lanes, and 2 5-foot detached sidewalks.
So will we have any, so there's no equivalent. There's no equivalent thing. So the intersection alignment, South Coal Creek, including two 11-foot travel lanes, two 6-foot bike lanes, and two 5-foot detached sidewalks. So that's 22 plus 12 is 34. That's 44 feet. Alex, what's the total right-of-way that you have on Promenade?
Alex, the question was what is the...
What's the Promenade right-of-way?
The Promenade right-of-way.
I think it's 60 feet.
So if the Promenade right-of-way is 60 feet, it feels like there's enough to carry two bike lanes and two detached sidewalks. What am I missing?
Are we talking about two different sections of Promenade here? We may be talking about the section that is in downtown versus the section that's going.
It's not a consistent width the whole way. So there's pinch points. I don't know which one's which anymore. You can see it hopefully here. So it's 60 feet for most of this stretch, and then when you get down further, there's a pinch point where the existing detention pond is here. And I want to say it narrows closer to 44 feet or something like that in here as well. So it's just not, and so the other opportunities that Alex was talking about is that you have an existing trail that's, I think, 10 feet wide going through this development. So rather than have a redundant sidewalk, you just push people down this way in order to get to the same spot. And then there's an attached sidewalk on this side of the street, all the way down to the intersection. And then we also have the US 36 bikeway that will be extended along this part of the development as a detached sidewalk. So,
plus you have the bridge over US 36, the bike bridge.
The bike
yeah,
bridge.
that's much further up.
Yeah.
The bike bridge is a mile up, 3/4 of a mile up the road.
Well, it's within the toll development. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why that, I mean, that was the reason why we didn't design it on both sides of the street. But I think that we did in here. It just got pinched to be an attached sidewalk, is from my recollection from the Lanterns development when we looked at building this as a possibility with lanterns. So.
Yeah, but I feel like I'm not just picking on this. I feel like I've been pretty consistent that I'm not going to support roads that are designed exclusively for cars, right? So I think we need to think about roads that are not just car first, that are also pedestrian and bikes. And I feel like if there's a pinch point and you can't have a sidewalk and you can only have a bike lane on one side, I don't know what to do with that.
We can pull up the plans that my recollection is bike lanes are on both sides of the street. Traffic, two-way bike lanes. The only exception is whether or not you have a sidewalk on one side of the street.
Yeah, but you're gonna have the Dr. Cog, partially funded US 36 bike extension right along the frontage road there.
It's just separate. It's not part of the right of way.
Right. I get that, and that would be.
I mean, it's kind of rendering the bike lane on Promenade totally,
Yes, and hopefully the kid that's riding back from Monarch takes that, loops around, ducks into Toll Brothers, and I'm assuming this kid lives in Lanterns Lane, right? So ducks into Toll Brothers and rides back up into Lanterns Lane and does it all with no pinch point.
Yeah, but I mean, one of the better, from riding back from Monarch High School, to take Campus Drive and take the bike path over 36 is frankly the better bike access from 36, or from the Louisville side.
You're probably right. I don't know. I don't know where that kid lives. I'm not looking at the same, I can't pull up Google Earth to check this. All I could do is look at the maps that Stephen has presented me. It's a public hearing. I can't look at the interweb and figure stuff out. if Stephen has a map to show me, that's fantastic.
You want the aerial map up? I mean,
Yeah, it's page 3. That deck.
so you can see that's the connection
So do you have,
to the bike path.
and do you have, I mean, a good illustration of the pinch point or just that red?
We could pull up the Lanterns Lane development, but my recollection is that the sidewalk's on the west side of the street, and then it hugs the sound wall on the south side up here. I think we were looking at it differently under the different scenarios that were coming into play. If both streets were to connect, we wouldn't have run that sidewalk on the south side. And like you've kind of mentioned, it's hard for staff to analyze all the different scenarios until we know which direction you guys are giving us. But we do have options. I think that in this instance, it would probably be on that south side of the street, away from, because it would be redundant to have a sidewalk on the north side when you have the US 36 bikeway, just 10 feet off that trail. So you'd have the multi-use trail on the north side, and it's going to be on the east side down
As long as there's a re-entry point, I agree. Okay.
Yeah, and you would have a connection through this trail here, just south, that's already been contemplated. So this whole area was paved, or is going to be paved by Mike himself with Boulder Creek Neighborhoods with this development. So that's the connectivity kind of things that we were thinking about. So my estimation is that we would build this connection on Lanterns Lane with the sidewalk on the south side, kind of comes and stays on the west, and then it would connect down here. So the right-of-way is the right-of-way width. It's just, you can build the sidewalk on one side or the other. It's just, what makes sense within that 44 feet or whatever. And that pinch point, I recall being kind of near where that trail comes out. And then I think it expands back out.
Can you drill down on the intersection off 88th?
We could pull up something closer, but or I could just zoom in, but I don't know what the just moving that out of the way so you don't see it. But I mean, we could pull up a better aerial, but that is that intersection there.
So it's quite literally a U-turn.
It's a pretty good turn.
And we did have Rocky Mountain Fire sign off on this?
Rocky Mountain Fire is already using this, already agreed to this point. So they have EVA access to get to Lanterns Lane. So they reviewed it as a one-lane road that's gravel pavement to get from here up to here to serve the Lanterns Lane development. So it's the same turning movement. But they also were a referral agency. But again, we didn't tell them definitively that this was the only access point because we didn't know that information.
So we haven't.
They've already approved it for Lanterns Lane, the same configuration. So I'm confident that it would work here as a paved 2-lane road.
So we're confident they will, but we haven't.
They were a referral agency that didn't have any objections to this proposal, but I'm just being honest that we didn't tell them that this was the only access because that's the direction we're getting tonight.
So we could make a condition of approval that the fire district sign off on this configuration?
Not really, because what if they don't?
Then the condition's not met, and then we got to come back.
Yeah, but they have to be conditions that are within the developer's control.
Yeah,
And this is
they have
not
no
within the
control over
developer's
that.
control.
So I'm comfortable if they've signed off on a turn into a dirt road, that a paved road in the same location is only going to be a better, more favorable, and the intersection will be redesigned and as a part of our 88th Street work. So I'm comfortable with that.
The other option for EVA, as Alex mentioned, was to construct Coal Creek as an EVA as well if we needed it, but I don't think we're going to need it.
Okay, anyone have anything else?
I have a question about the promenade kind of from the town center, I guess, to the property line. Was there any traffic calming in that section?
You're talking about?
The part that, so.
Just this new addition?
Yeah, so to Mark's point, I know we can't talk about necessarily from the property line to 88th, but are there any traffic calming measures between the homes and the property line, if we're going with the one option?
I mean, I defer to Alex on this. We would, we haven't, like, I guess this whole design hasn't been, you know.
We would
talked
look
about it.
at any areas where there's a pedestrian crossing and look at traffic calming measures in that area.
Well, and I'm thinking, I mean, I don't think there's going to be too many pedestrian crossings in this. And maybe to give more context, where my question's coming from is we had Mike Cooper saying, you know, that lots of traffic on Promenade Drive is going to increase the noise, et cetera. Obviously, the faster cars go, the noisier they are, and we're concerned about safety. So is there going to be anything to slow people down on that stretch, given that there aren't any intersections or anything along those lines?
We could put them in, but the configuration that we looked at so far is just to see that the road works and the space is there. And we looked at this in more detail when we were looking at the Lanterns Lane development because it's
Sure.
actually on their property.
Right.
So there was a sidewalk connection to get you across from this cul-de-sac across to the US 36 bike trail.
Well, and I'm thinking, again, higher up between the property line and the homes. So the actual portion that this developer is responsible for is the portion that I'm talking about, not our town portion.
Oh, yeah, I mean, without it being an intersection now, there'd probably be a good reason to try to slow traffic
Exactly.
through this section. So-
Exactly.
And
So
it could be kind of where Kevin mentioned earlier, where you actually have some sort of connection between the park, if the park's designed for this
Mhm.
location, and the trail that connects up here, or maybe two locations, but a raised intersection or something like that. would be-
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Even if there's not people going across, again, just something to get the cars to slow down
Slow down,
rather
yeah.
than
Yeah.
keep speeding. And that's, again, I'm trying to focus, to Mark's point, on what's in the scope of this application tonight, but is that something that we can request?
We could certainly request one on their side, and then, you know, we'll be the one, you know, developing
other
this
part.
portion, so we'll be in control of the traffic calming for that part.
So Kendra, is that something that we could build into our condition number? My numbers are different, but
I'm
the
looking.
connection to 88th Street 1, can we add something about traffic calming in that condition?
I'm looking at the developer. Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Bill.
All right, is there any other questions?
Process for you.
I'm sorry.
Nothing.
Is there any other questions before we close the public hearing? All right, public hearing's closed again. Is there any further discussion? Can we review that last condition?
So now I have, what I did was just added, there was already a condition in there about the 2 additional raised pedestrian crosswalks on Promenade Drive. So I just said applicants shall install at least 2 additional raised pedestrian crosswalks and other traffic calming measures on Promenade Drive in locations to be determined by town staff. Does that work?
Is that sufficient?
I think I'm okay with that. I just want to make sure that we have some traffic calming actually within the homes and then some on the.
Again, it will be determined by town staff. So I
Okay.
think they'll determine where it's appropriate to have them.
So as long as town staff can push for that, then that's fine by me.
Okay.
Kendra, does it make sense to add a timetable to any of these conditions that we don't have, or that we have right now? Like specify a phase 1, phase 2, or anything like that? So,
Yeah, we didn't talk about
yeah.
Well, we don't have any money to build a road, so.
no hurry.
Well, specifically, if we're adding bike connections, which we heard Bill say tonight, yes, we are, to track age so that people can get down, then does it make sense to say the park in either phase 1 or phase 2 as well and leave it open to that?
It's entirely up to you.
Any objections to that?
I mean, we're going to have to go through and specify each one now, so that's fine, but
That was the one that jumped out in my mind.
that's fine. Whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I think that detention pond was going to be part of phase 2.
Right.
Which, you know, I
Phase
think
2 makes sense, but
yeah.
no, there's also phase 1 connection, so I'll leave it open to the developer and what makes sense.
So do you want to give me timeframes on these?
Just during phase 1 or phase 2 construction.
Sorry, for what?
The park will be constructed during phase 1 or phase 2 of the project. I mean, if everyone's fine saying phase 1, I'm fine with that, but
I don't know if the developer.
I don't know if that's
the developer's okay with it.
I don't know if that's reasonable.
Phase 2 makes sense because that's when they're going to build the road, right? So
yeah,
put the park and the bike and pedestrian path crossing.
Right. So I'm fine just specifying phase 2. That's fine.
So it's just the park you want the timeframe on?
And the bike and pedestrian trail.
Do we want to specify? The landscape screening, we assume would go in when those houses are actually being built to protect them from the lights.
That's, I think those are phase 4, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kendra, could you just read off all the conditions one last time, please?
Okay. A, within 60 days of the date of this resolution, applicants shall make minor technical and red line corrections to plans as identified by town staff. B, the final plat shall be recorded prior to the recording of the FDP. C, rather than the street names shown in the application, all street names shall be determined by town staff after consultation with applicants, and the final plat shall show all final street names. D, applicants shall construct the Promenade Drive roadway connection to the property boundary as shown in the application. E, during phase 2 of the project, applicants shall construct on the property a pedestrian and bicycle trail connection to Coal Creek Drive as approved by the town. F, applicants shall install at least 2 additional raised pedestrian crosswalks and other traffic calming measures on Promenade Drive in locations to be determined by town staff. G, Promenade Drive and Superior Drive shall be constructed as set forth in street sections 13 and 15 of Plan Development Amendment Number 4. H, applicants shall, at their own cost not to exceed $40,000, install landscaping screening in the northernmost 15 feet of Tract H as approved by the town. I, during phase 2 of the project, applicants shall, at their own cost not to exceed $300,000, construct a neighborhood park in Tract H of approximately a half acre in size to be designed in collaboration with the town, and such cost shall not be counted towards the $10 million civic space contribution required by Section 16 of the cost sharing agreement dated October 18, 2013. And J, cottage color scheme number 9 shall be modified to remove the tassel color, which color shall be replaced by another color consistent with the design guidelines and approved by town staff. What date? Oh, yeah, okay, yes. Okay.
Okay,
that's
thank
it.
you.
So, just make a comment that we're forced, we look at a lot of archive documents, and so many of our archive documents are just crap, whether or not you look at the 1987 annexation agreement or the cost sharing agreement we have with the developer, where we can't figure out who's paying for what and when's the $10 million get activated. We're at risk for, despite our heroic efforts tonight, creating a crap agreement and potentially making some bad decisions. Number 2, I respect everything that's been said, and I hear the priority around safety. You know what's the most unsafe thing you could do in a community? Build a road. Roads are dangerous. unintended consequence, we're trying to be safe, so we built another road. I'd kind of like to sleep on that and make sure that's the right thing, and I think we should all sleep on that. Second, or third, talk about the importance for not changing the character of a neighborhood. We're changing the character of the neighborhood, and I want Sandy to sleep on that, to recognize that Lanterns Lane, we are significantly changing the characteristic of this neighborhood. And we have heard from our newest neighbor, please don't do this. But we're going to do it anyway. When your primary decision-making is, I don't want to change the character of a neighborhood. We already have a minor collector. We are not going to decrease the property values on the minor collector by connecting it with appropriate traffic calming. If anything, I don't want to speculate on that, but in my opinion, I do not think we would significantly do that. We will be screwing Boulder Creek. So for those three reasons, if somebody calls, I'll signal I'm going to vote no just because my head is spinning. But I hope somebody doesn't call because I don't want to produce a crap document. I want Ken and everybody else to think about safety. And I want people, Sandy in particular, to think about the fact, am I changing the character of the neighborhood for the, and considering the testimony from Boulder Creek? Because their testimony is, don't do it. And if it's important to us that we don't change the characteristic of a neighborhood, let's not dismiss that testimony. So for that, I hope nobody calls the question. If you do, you know how I'll vote.
So just for clarification, we're not building a road tonight, right? That's actually what we're not doing, right? We haven't seen plans for the road, and that's going to come before the board at a future date once we actually see the design. So what we are doing tonight, as we're tentatively agreeing, is we are not connecting Coal Creek. We're doing a bike and pedestrian path. There's a road to nowhere right now, but we're not building a road, right? There's a road to the property line. And we will have adequate time to discuss the safety of that road, and we should. And we'll take the time as appropriate, but it is not within the scope of this application. So, it is not, in my opinion, an appropriate kind of reason to not move forward on this, because it is a road that is not yet designed, that is not yet planned, that is not in an application before us. So, we move forward with the application that's before us, and then we move forward with that road design when that road design is made.
But Mark, just hold on 1 second. Respectfully, the double standard there, it was a bridge too far for you when it was connection of Coal Creek. But now you're raising the flag saying, well, no, we're not really building the road. In fact, we're just kicking the can. It's out of scope. It's unfair to vote no on this, because when the very reason, the quote you had was, it was a bridge too far when you were connecting this into Coal Creek. But now, we've talked now for the last hour about a feasible connection into 88th, and I want people to think about the fact that we are committed to the downtown core, and we got to have a good connection, and I think we're there. But now you're raising the flag saying, well, not really. We can't have it both ways.
It's
just crazy.
What was before us tonight, if we approved it, we would have built a road right through Coal Creek, right? That was part of the application. If we approve the application right now, subject to a condition that there is a future connection that's not in this application, if we approve the application, that road doesn't get built until something else happens in the future, which is an application that comes before the board to consider plans for that road.
You're parsing here.
I'm not parsing anything.
You are, because you're talking about, they were building a connection to their southern boundary. Now they are going to build that connection to their southern boundary 82 feet to the east. It is effectively the exact same thing. It is just 82 feet to the east. Now will be incumbent upon this board and this community to come up with $1 million at least to build a safe road. And hopefully we could do it, but I don't think somebody should be calling a question the fact where there's, ambiguity over, well, I think Rocky Mountain Fire thinks it's fine because there's a dirt road now. Why wouldn't they approve a paved road? I think that we'll be able to work around the pinch point. I think that the
sound walls on the other side. I think we'll be able to navigate the kids coming off of Monarch to go to the right place. I think it'll work out. I think it'll work out too. But I also think there's a risk we're going to have a crap document.
But we had a discussion when we approved the Lanterns Lane development that expressly made that application contingent upon seeing that there was enough room to build a road that was engineered to fit. And in connection with that, we had Boulder Creek, they signed off on it, that they knew that this was a possibility. And we had this discussion at that point, right? We didn't know where it was going to land, but we had that discussion. Nobody has told us this is not feasible, right? We've had the engineers who looked at lanterns, they designed a road that could fit. We've got Stephen who's telling us that it can work. We've got Alex who's telling us it can work. We know that the fire district is already accessing the development. So, I don't see that is grounds not to move forward because it's not in the application.
Kendra, can I ask a legal question about this topic, not deviating? So we've heard the developer say that they really want us to have a connection, and now we're going toward 88th Street. To Mark's point, this application only has the developer go to the property line, and then the town would be responsible for that next piece. Is there anything forcing us to build that connection? So if right now what we're approving is saying they will build it to the property line, can we in a month say, yeah, we've decided we don't want to come up with the money, we're not going to build it to 88th, or is there a stipulation in here that says, hey, we're building it to the property line, you have to do your part and connect it?
No, we have no obligation.
Okay. And I'm not suggesting we do that, I'm just trying to understand what our ramifications are.
Yeah, and I want to clarify the point that engineers love problems. Here's the quote. The 88th Street Promenade intersection may need a traffic signal or roundabout. The intersection is problematic in being located on 5% downgrade on 88th Street. It is not preferable, and their quote in our memo and their testimony is problematic. So in 2 weeks, we twisted their arms and said, can this work? And said, yeah, we think we can make it work. If you guys are all comfortable with that, more power to you. Just hit the pause button, man.
Okay, I appreciate those concerns, but I'm not ready to hit the pause button. I mean, we have worked too hard tonight. We have gotten a good list of conditions. We've got a good proposal in front of us. We will figure out these details. We need a connection to the south for all the reasons that we've already gone through numerous times, but we need to get to a vote tonight, this morning. Ken, did you have a comment? Okay. Okay, others? Okay. I understand you're not happy with a vote tonight, but I mean, I'm not hearing others that are, I mean, are there others that are not wanting to vote tonight, or?
We agreed on a retreat.
Well,
we're not going to do it. So we also agreed on a retreat we'd end at 10:15, so we're breaking all kinds of promises.
We have all kinds of objectives, but I think that, there are, this is a time when we need to move forward.
I agree.
Okay, would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve Town of Superior Resolution Number R-52. Series 2019, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior approving a final plat, final development plan and subdivision improvement agreement for blocks 16 through 24, Superior Town Center. Case numbers FP 2019-4 and FDP 2019-2, subject to the conditions read by town council.
Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis, second by Mayor Folsom. Discussion. Further discussion.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to vote no, not because I don't think it's an awesome development, and I'm grateful, not because I don't necessarily think there's the right connection. I think we're exposing our community to, there's known unknowns, I can handle them. There's unknown unknowns. There are a slew of unknown unknowns. This is a dangerous, dangerous vote.
Okay, others?
I'll just say that I appreciate everybody on the board and Toll for coming to Superior and being willing to invest in the community, and Ranch for bringing us Toll. I think that this is a great development. It's going to be a great addition to the town center development. I'm grateful for the board's patience, diligence, thoroughness. I think it was clear to everybody that everybody on this board spent an incredible amount of time reviewing the packet, getting prepared for this meeting tonight. Stephen, you did a really remarkable job on all the materials that you prepared for us for briefing purposes. But, you know, ultimately we're elected to make tough decisions, and if we don't like to make tough decisions, we shouldn't be up here. So that's our job, and I appreciate everybody's perspective on everything tonight, and I just encourage everybody to vote yes.
All right, thanks, Mark. I'll follow up by saying that I also appreciate everyone's sticking with us to this late hour. I wish the discussion on the connection to the south had gone a little bit differently, but I will be supporting this motion because we need this to advance this important phase of downtown Superior, and we have another very important phase coming up in a very short order that's also a very key part of downtown Superior. And you know, every piece matters, every decision we make matters, and it's very important that we move this forward tonight. So I'll be supporting it. Ken, go ahead.
So I'll echo what everyone said. I appreciate everybody being here. Great job to staff and the developers for putting together a comprehensive package. To the board, it is my direct actions that got us to where we are today, especially at this late hour. I apologize for that. While I would not want to take this path again, and I don't think this is an effective path, I do think it's important that we have the ability to keep open minds up here, and if we are swayed by each other, which I think that's the point of our discussion, is to help each other make the best decisions possible, that this is an outcome of the process. I am sorry that it got to this point, but I would also encourage that if anybody else feels as undecided on a topic as I did, to feel free to come here and rely on the arguments of your peers to make sure you feel comfortable in making the decision that you did. Thanks.
So Ken, I want to say no apology needed. I think all of us should always be ready to change our minds at any point. I agree, that's the point of coming up here as a board and discussing versus just coming in and reading a prepared statement that we've decided in advance. So thank you for that. I want to thank the developer for coming in. I especially want to thank you for just your flexibility with all the conditions we came up with, discarded, came up with new conditions. Thank you so much for working with us. I can't say enough how much I appreciate that and how excited I am for this development to come in. Like Kevin, I will unfortunately be voting no on this, but I really want to wish Toll Brothers sincere success. I have a lot of concerns about the fact that we are only connecting to 88th and not connecting to Coal Creek Drive. I think it will mean that many people in our town will be less inclined to go to downtown Superior rather than continuing along 88th and going to Louisville like they've done for 20 years and will continue to do. I also, more importantly, I'm just a little concerned that as we keep going through, I keep having kind of new questions, and I don't like that. To Kevin's point, I'd rather have more certainty, which is what I felt before, but at the same time, we do the best we can. So thank you again for coming. I really appreciate it.
I'll just start with what I said earlier, since I'm separating you and Abed, and try to keep it really brief. I really like the product that Toll brought here, and I'm enthused that Toll's going to be part of Superior. I can see a lot of our current and future residents opting into these homes with the lower maintenance lifestyles. Overall, I feel like the applicant did meet the spirit of the guidelines. The compromises that were made were, I think, effective and to the betterment of the product. And while I wish that there was more open space in the area that wasn't a drainage pond, I'm excited by the addition of the park and Tract H. I'm enthused by the debate that this board has had and the conditions we've added. I think that this makes this an even better product overall. I know it's been late, and we spent between last meeting and this meeting probably 20 odd hours in addition to the untold number of hours that we spent prepping everything. The board, as well as staff and the developer, a tremendous amount of time has gone into this. It's 300 homes, and I think we're really appreciative of where we got. I'm going to be voting yes. I think, a lot of my concerns have been alleviated, and I'm optimistic to see this go forward.
Thanks, Neil. Sandy.
I want to thank the developer and the representatives of Toll Brothers for working with us on this. I think you all know this has been a difficult one for us, but we know how important it is to move forward and to move forward for the betterment of Superior, not just downtown Superior or Rock Creek, but for our entire community. I appreciate our residents who took the time to be here till almost 2 o'clock in the morning. I apologize to the developers of Lanterns that we couldn't give you the perfect solution, but you knew all along that there was a possibility this might happen. And I think what we've come up with is the thing that'll be best for our entire community. I appreciate the discussion of our entire board. I know this is always a hard decision. I'm glad I wasn't Ken. That would have been a tough one to be the guy with the deciding vote. But I appreciate his thoughtfulness, and I appreciate the points made by all of our board. I particularly appreciate the points by Trustee Ryan. He knows I do worry about keeping as many folks happy as we can. As I said, I apologize to Boulder Creek Builders, but I think we've got the best compromise here for all of our communities. I will be voting yes on this, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same.
All right, thank you. And with that, I'd like to call a vote. All those in favor? Lish, Folsom, Lasis, Shaw, Hammerly. Opposed? Skwajenski, Ryan. Motion passes. Thank you all very much. And with that, we are adjourned.
Late.